Oh, guys, do well. Let's stop. Hope. Oh, okay. 2 minutes left. Oh, guys. Hello, Bernie. There we have Fischer time. Before that, warm up a little bit. I am doing okay. How are you doing? Hello. What do we have? Right. Just to make take care. Hello, Jigsaw does. Option. Yes, Phil. Hillman, hello. Guys, I just set up this just recipe to the microphone. I'm sure that I did it okay, but I hope you hear me well. It's better than what Twitter microphone. Firm, please. Very, very. Okay, finally. I hope I will not hear any complaints about my sound. Hello, Andromeda. How are you? How tall you are, please? Why it's so important? I don't have any idea how. Unmute. And now it's better or not? Now it looks like 50%. Okay. Hurrah! Yeah, in following days, probably also camera will arrive, so I'll camera. Hope it will be better. 6, right? Thanks to Ruches, help me. Now you can hear me. Page 3 looks very tempting. 7 rook. Page 6 probably. So knight f6 also. Each one. Ah, yes. Vano offers me to sing, only to talk. Knight f6, e3 probably. I like king h7, king h6 at defense. Ah, 1 second. Check. I forget about this check. Check and still king h6. How he will defend this? f6 he play g3 and try to escape. Not super convinced with that. What about king h7? Takes king h6. No more check. Queen h3. Queen h. It's all right. Give me that 5 fat points. 1. Okay, before I probably start Fischer games, a small biography facts about him. You can find it in Google, but just fun. So we know that he was born in 1943. Father left his family when he was 2 years old. His mother was nurse. He was born in Chicago. Then later they moved to New York, and that older sister Joan. I think she was 5 years older than him. Met chess quite early age, 6 years, I guess he was, and he was 10 or 11. He would completely decide to be a chess player, living, living by chess, best passion to the end of his life, and chess. Kaisa, as goddess, paid him very very well for that. Um, he was developing very quickly and winning US championships at age 14, and also became a grandmaster at age international grandmaster at age 15, and youngest grandmaster and youngest candidate to world title cycle. He played personal. Guys, un momento, por favor. Quito. Again, sound has problems. Are you kidding me or what? I mean, you're always demanding some more and more. I mean, what the hell? I mean, I thought that everything is okay. Now it's again problems. Are you sure it's from my side and not from your side? So somebody says sound is okay, somebody says it's not. So I don't understand. What else I have to do? Okay means it's like okay like was before, or just better than it was before, because it's microphone. It's not a microphone. It's like normal good microphone, not like computer microphone. Yes. So should be better quality, no? For me, very low. Very strange. Okay, Jigsaw does says that it's perfect, and other guy says that it's low. I mean, probably your volume on your computer is low, no? Okay, let me a little bit increase the volume again. And now I increase a little bit volumes sound again. Is it better or not? I can do it on maximum, but then maybe it will be worse. I'm not sure. Ooh, we have Arthur Nations raiding with a party of 22. Thank you very much, Arthur. How are you doing, man? Hello, guys. Okay, now one secret assistant says that it's perfect now. So probably I will not change anything. Thank you, assistant. I will switch off this. I will switch off Facebook now. Thank you, Artur. How are you doing? Ah, you had stream in Latvian. Thank you, man. Welcome. By the way, don't forget to follow Artur Nations, my good friend, long time friend, childhood almost. All right. So Fischer developed very quickly, and he was very strong, not only in combinations, the tactical skills, but also very precise, well known by his precise play, technical stuff in games. And when Soviet Union was writing about him, there was quite surprising how this young player, when he was like 19 years old, he had the same level of technique like probably at this age only Vasily Smyslov would have. Иванов, скажи, нет, не Юмаха. Я забыл, Фин, что ли, называется? Фин, a sub battle. Who had a sub battle? Oh, good. We need to do some joint stream soon. Yeah. Warpins. You were following. Okay, let's concentrate a little bit on this position. So our queen is under attack. We have to move it somewhere, yes? AB is not enough. Where we put it? Queen b6, he will take. Knight g4 does not give anything. Queen d6, he will just leave. Oh, what I'm missing? 1 second. Maybe we need to defend somehow. Queen d6 and AB. This is quite silly one. If this is queen d6 with either AB, this is very silly example. But queen a5, maybe knight c4. Probably queen d6. Yeah, I mean, this is... Why bishop a3? What the hell is bishop a3 here? Why not bishop a1 and play with 2 pawns down? Why he give me bishop? What the hell is this? Perfect sound, Silent Zero. Okay, thank you. Maybe you can set up a sub battle with Gamsky. Gamsky, he enjoys doing them. Maybe. Alright. Anish Giri was making fun of your nickname on Chess.com if you didn't know. No, I didn't know. Okay. 5. So, a young prodigy from USA quickly developed. Somebody was considering him like a not official candidate to world title. But of course, many Soviet leading players never was considering him a genius player until he crushed, we know, in candidate match in 1971, 6-0, 6-0 first time Manu in Vancouver, and then Larsen with the same score 6-0, and Petrosyan later with 6.5, 2.5. Yeah, after that, even Botvinnik, who was skeptical about his results, he changed his mind and he was considered one of the famous and strongest world champion ever. That's history, quite deservedly. Then we remember that he beat Spassky in 1972 in Reykjavik match. First game in endgame, in bishop endgame, he take a, we remember, poison pawn on h2, and Spassky just catch his bishop and then and win. And second game, like a protest, he did not show up to the game because he didn't want to play on the scene where was too much cameras and this stuff. He was annoyed and he was insisting, but the organizer did not did not approve that, and he did not show up. So it was -2 for that moment. But and he match was almost about to be cancelled. But we know that Boris Spassky was a real gentleman, a real knight of chess, and like his human personality was very high level, and he did everything to save this match. He agreed to take the match from the scene to some room, and they continued it behind the scene. And then Fischer lost only 1 game and win 7 with many draws, and he became a world champion after that. He was also 8 times US champion. I think he lost 2 or 3 games only in these 8 American championships where he won, where he win. And we also remember that he did not participate in match against Karpov, and after Karpov won candidate in 1975, he was default. He was by FIDE approved like world champion by default. But later years, of course, Karpov completely confirmed that he was the strongest player in the time, winning back-to-back many tournaments. So no doubt. But unfortunately, we missed such a match. Match like Karpov Fischer would be extremely interesting match, of course. Fortunately, we miss it. Also, like we missed a match between Akiba Rubinstein and Lasker, for example. Also would be very interesting match. Okay, so d5. And today I want to show you games from his book and Larry Evans' book when he annotated his 60 games, my 60 games, by annotations of Fischer, and I also will add my ideas too, of course. And I never checked, obviously, on engines, so I'm sorry in advance. It will be some big blunders or something like that. Maybe most anticipated match in history. You mean Silence Hiller, Karpov, and Fischer, probably? Yes. Yes. Yeah, that would be cool. Thank you very much for following. I guess Karpov was considered, like Fischer was a slight favorite in that match, but he would have chances. I remember for some interview he says something like that. And then Fischer, we remember that in 1992 he participated in match against Boris Spassky, like they call it like revenge match, and they played it in Yugoslavia, but in that period it was embargo by US government to Yugoslavia, and after he ignores that, they started hunt him. First of all, they annullated his passport, and for that reason he should leave the country. And then later years he was living in Iceland. Iceland gave him passport, and he passed away in 2008 in Iceland, by the way. If this is not full information about him, of course you can find it in Google, a lot of information, books, and also Wikipedia. So I don't think that it's interesting now to listen more information. Probably I will make 2760, and then we can start to watch his games chronologically, when he was kid and how he was grow up. And he wrote this book in 1969. When he was 1969, he was 26 years old. Already a very strong player. Бааdur, скажи, что лучше прочитать сначала «Мои великие предшественники» или «Мой шахматный путь». Ну, видимо, хронологический. Ruslan asking me which is better to read. My chess or my greatest this book, I don't know English word, predecessors, or how it is. Told him that chronologically, probably. What's going on here? Do we have to take something on d5 and g5? Probably, because g5 he will play d. So I guess ed, and then g5, or what? And knight goes g8. I win. cd, knight, bishop 7. Very strange. Anyway, it should be ed, I guess. Knight d5. Why not d5? Why not ed, g5, knight, I don't know, g8 for it. Very strange, this program. Yes, from this book I will show you. Hannibal Lecter. e8. It's always interesting to see how players are annotating their own games. Check, queen d1. Yeah, also Tal was very educated in chess history and everything. He knows almost everything. He also, when he was kid and he especially learned Russian and also another foreign language to read literature, Russian literature, and worldwide books. We know that. And also he was very good friend with Mikhail Tal, and in the interzonal tournament in Curacao 1962, when Petrosyan won, we remember that Mikhail Tal had serious problems with his health, kidney. He was in cancelled from tournament and was in hospital, and from the players only Fischer visited him in hospital. Sounds quite weird. Thank you, Luchas. So what's going on here? Yeah, and also the gap between them was not so big. I think Tal was 6 or 7 years older than him. Yeah, seven, I guess. Tal was 1966, 1936, I guess he was born, and uh, Fischer was born in 1943. Yes. Sergey, hello. Baadur, good to see you back again, streaming and showing legendary games. Yeah, this is not right now. This is not Fischer game. This is I'm just making puzzle a little bit to warm up my mind. I'm doing perfect. How are you doing? Welcome. So what about put rook on d8 because instantly queen f1 will queen d1. So rook d8 we're attacking this queen. He cannot go because of queen f1 will give mate, right? So after rook d8 what he gonna do? A good question. Rook f8, knight f8. So I guess simply rook d8, right? It's oh. Okay, this move I forget, but okay, rook d6 and we just take this piece here. Goodbye, baby. Yes, okay, 2760 enough with this, and I probably switch to the games now. Okay, there was a big introduction from Smyslov about Fischer, but I will skip it. If you're interested, of course, you can find such a book, his book yourself, and read it. So we instantly go to the game now. So this was played in Open U.S. Championship in New Jersey, 1957. We remember, and we know all famous New Jersey Devils ice hockey team. One of the I like the style how they play. Let's see what happened in this game. So Fischer in 1957, he is only 14 years old. E4 he started his lovely move. E5, knight f3, e6, and d3. Okay, we know that main line of course is d4 and play principally. But Fischer likes this kind of setup when he was going like King's Indian up. Quite tricky, by the way. Yeah, he says that in that period, this move was his. Started e4, his move. What is funny, RJ? I don't understand why you're laughing so loudly. And he says that in that period, it was his favorite continuation against this Sicilian. And he was thinking that this will go to one of the line of King's Indian with reverse color when e6 is not necessary move for black. Yeah, yeah, but Smyslov like to play like knight c3 here, not knight f3 d3. Knight c3 then g3, bishop g2, and so on. Completely different. Thank you for following. Ogawa versus Jobava. You are also. Joba. Yeah, I thought that you're Migrania maybe. Okay, so knight c6 was played. G is 3. Knight f6. What were your opinion when Magnus played e4 c5 knight e3 against this kind in big tournament? Which year it was? Because it's not his idea. Yeah, the knight e3 move. It's idea of Vadim Zvyagintsev. Vadim Zvyagintsev played a lot of games, so this idea of Vadim Zvyagintsev. Probably Magnus wanted to copy him, just keep it up maybe with normal chess. That's why he just wanted to write. Time by time he has this habit. Yeah, he plays some quite weird openings online, especially. So he gives information about later year's game between Fischer versus Ivkov. It was played in Santa Monica, 1966. I guess they shared first place there. I'm not exactly remember, but I think so. And in that game, Ivkov played d5. Borislav Ivkov, a Serbian grandmaster. He was also extremely strong in end games, by the way. I personally met him when I was in Belgrade. Very humble person. Castle, knight h4. This is how Fischer played, and he says that white has initiative. Yeah, probably he wants to play f4 and attack on the. But in current game, Sherwin plays knight f6. Bishop g2, obviously. Bishop goes to e7. Castle was played here. Onyx, hello, how are you doing? I play that in Rapid and Blitz. It's a fun line. Yeah, this setup, if we see, it's a King's Indian setup with reverse color. So white is not opening here, creating a bicycle. Just they play King's Indian with white. That's all. So knight d2 was played in this position. E5 would lead to very sharp game, he says. After knight d2, f6, ef, knight f6, and rook e1. It's absolutely not necessary for black, of course, to play like this, yes. f6, I don't like move. Maybe better to play d6 here. Try to somehow play King's Indian ideas. But d5 was played in this game. No, d5 was not played. Rook b8 was played. And he says that Sherwin instantly played rook b8 with he was trying to show emphasizing that he knows something here. Yeah, he gives a game which was played in interzonal tournament in Sousse in Tunis. We know 1967, where he actually was leading, I guess, with 7 winnings and 3 draws, 8.5 out of 10, and then he forfeit to continue the tournament. And against Mjagmar Suren he played with white. So d5 played by Mjagmar Suren. Rook e1, b5, e5, knight d7, knight f1, b4, h4. The standard attack. Knight h2, knight g4, h5, and so on. We remember recently in Pro Chess League when Tigran Petrosyan beat twice in this line Lenier Dominguez and also Wesley So. He was played this setup. I also played a few times in my career in classical and also blitz this setup. It's very dangerous for black if they don't know what they're doing. So a5 was in that game played. Yes, guy, thank you. After e5, bishop f4, a4 was played here. The Appalachian, or I don't know how to pronounce your name. Thank you very much. Up, appreciate, man. I don't remember your account name before, so probably you're a new guy. Welcome. a3 was played. Strong move according to Fischer here, which is absolutely not necessary probably to play because a3, b3, black doesn't have a real counter-attack here. a3 is double-edged. And yeah, it's actually what he says, that it leads to double-edged position. And we understand that black's chances only on the queen side, and white has to be very hurry on the king side, otherwise black will have really serious threats here. But instead, to play logical d5 or d6 here, rook b8 was played by Sherwin. Rook e1. So Fischer is not creating something new. He just continues his type of play, d6. Actually, after rook b8, now it was more considerable to play e5, I guess. Knight d5, rook e1, because now f6, ef line looks very silly together with rook b8. And probably he has to play d6 because b5 leads nowhere after knight e4. We fixed in this square. And then in this position, rook b8 also does not seem to be the best continuation. So I guess by Fischer, e5 would be the best move here. Rook e1 he played, d6. But he was very young that period, only 14 years old, so he played like a little bit like kid, we understand. He repeated the same game what he was doing all the time. So b6. b6 is not a bet, he said, but he was anticipating b5 move in this position. And he wanted to play d4, cd, because in case of b4, then e5. He wanted to play de, de, and after knight d7, you want to play c4, and it's really advantage for white because we control very important square. Knight never can go here. In case of knight b6, we play b3, then knight goes to e4. We're controlling whole boards, and bishop goes here, h4, and white is dominating. Two passive pieces for black. Thank you for following, guys. And so on. Okay, we will not dig into these nuances of opening. So b6 was played. So I really sounds like black is losing too much time, in my opinion. This is not natural setup by black, yeah? This all together. These three moves are not natural. Thank you guys for following. So what happened after this? He obviously plays d4, yeah? He prepared everything. Actions in the center. And now Sherwin plays queen c7. Very bad move here. And it leads to very unpleasant circumstances for black. So they should find some counterplay according to Fischer. We take on d4, then play d5, e5, knight d7. Yeah, but rook b8, then b6, then d6 and d5. Come on, it's not funny, yeah, to play like that. Very strange combination of moves. Obviously, white has a easy, understandable play here. They will start action on the king side, yeah, with the same traditional knight h2, knight g4, knight e3, knight g4, and black is very far away to create some counterplay. But Sherwin plays even worse, queen c7. He plays too slow, too bad and too slow this game. Ansvar, I don't have any idea what was the time control in US Championship 1957. You can maybe Google. Yeah, this was 2 weeks too slow. Yeah, in few moves he emphasizing that he doesn't have any plan. He just playing without any plan, any sense. Just play moves without any understanding. You have to avoid to play like that because usually every or you move you has to have some understanding behind that logical explanation. If you cannot explain your moves, what you want to try to do, then it means that they always are bad. Thank you for following. Knight d5 was played. Knight d7 would be much worse because of ed, bishop d6, and knight goes to e4. We see that white has a space advantage and also tactical issues for black. Yeah, we want to take, and bishop f4 is coming. And cd is a move, only move, because we give this strong bishop. Otherwise, after bishop f4, we emphasize that rook b8 and queen c7 combination was very bad, and we win the exchange. And after cd, we eliminate this strong bishop. And after queen d6, bishop f4 is possible, forcing e5. And then we just eliminate on e5 and cd. So we see that black has strategical and tactical problems after the very poor play in the opening. That he played knight d5. And what happened here? Fischer take. Actually, maybe it was better for him to take first. Yeah, my opinion, and then play knight d. Because to open this position, white pieces are much more ready for the actions here, and black are very passive and not undeveloped, especially this bishop. So ed, bishop d6, and knight e4 obviously was played. Strong move. And now again a very big inaccuracy by Sherwin. He plays c4 anti-positional move because only his chance was put pressure on in the center. Because after c4, white hands are free to do anything in center and on the king side. But still, black's choice was not so big here. For example, after bishop e7, it would be c4 attacking knight, and case of knight f6 and bishop f4 and take here. Can anybody Google how old was? I guess it was his name was James Sherwin maybe. Or John Sherwin. Maybe James. Yeah. Can anybody Google please Sherwin how old he was? I'm just curious. Maybe he also was kid. Yeah, James. And I will be grateful if you Google his age. He's from 1933. Aha, so he was 10 years older. So it means he was 24 years old here. Not kid, but it's a question of when he learned chess, because this kind of play doesn't show that he was strong. Maybe he learned very late age. So c4 was played. Yeah, we know the bishop e7 doesn't work because of c4. So cd would be another choice. Knight d6, queen d6, and then again c4. And in case of knight f6, again same idea. So we see that combination of rook b8 and queen 7 only pays for white this position. That's why c4 he played. Knight d6 obviously, queen d6. We understand why Sherwin played c4, yes? Because he wanted to save this bishop. He was hoped that maybe Fischer will not take it. And then he will go and no more c4 move. But obviously knight d6, queen d6. Black squares became weak. And knight g5, a good move according to Fischer. He instantly start to play for threats here, tactical threats. Knight e7, again a big mistake. Black's position still was holdable if he would play h6, knight e4, and queen d8 here. Yeah, obviously white has a big solid advantage here to a pair of bishops as they can operate on the side, but it was far away from the win still. Instead he played knight c7. Yeah, Fischer was 1943, and if James was 1933, it means he was 24 years old against 14 years old. But maybe he just learned chess late age. That's also understand, because this play what he played shows that his level was very little, very low in this year. And queen c2, very unpleasant surprise here. We are attacking the pawn, and it's not easy to defend it. For example, if you play anti-positional move f5, despite that we can win the pawn after queen e2 attacking these two pawns, even if Fischer would not have it, even if you play knight f3, knight e5, it's a huge advantage of white positionally. This is weak, black square is weak, this is weak. But that's why he played knight g6. Also g6 he did not want to play because knight f6 is immediately loses, yeah? So black doesn't have much choice, or knight g6 or g6 or f5. f5 is just loses pawn after queen e2. d6 is a bad duo of knight e4, queen c7, bishop h6, and queen d2 here. For example, this position. And black position really horrible. We see that black squares are helplessly weak. We can play bishop g5, knight f6, or queen g5, knight f6, and immediately attack here. That's why Sherwin did not find anything better than knight g6. Probably knight f5 he did not want it to play because of g4. We are attacking knight. We use that it cannot go because of mate. Because of h6 we have intermediate move knight e4, attacking queen, take this knight. So this would lead to instantly 1-0 in this game. So knight g6 was played. And from first sight, it's like everything is defended by black. Second. But Fischer finds very good idea here. He plays h4. We see that h5 is a big threat and with following mate. And now he played knight f6. Also was not tempting to play rook d8 here with idea knight f8 after h5. Because he would play knight h7 here. h7 and then h5, f5, hg, king g6, and rook e5 with a huge advantage for white. They can even later maybe exchange here, go bishop f4, king g2, double, and just crush, or also g4 here. Yeah, position is close to winning here. Also, h6 is not good here, this position, because after h6, h5, forcing to take this knight, hg, This is anti-attack. And after eg, f6 would be the move, but queen e2 with either queen h5 with completely winning position. Instead, Sherwin played knight f6, and from first sight, it seems like black defended everything, yes? There's not h5, there's not bishop f4, not direct threats, and only positional advantage for white, but not. In real, Fischer had a devilish idea here. Knight h7, anyway. Look at this move. Yeah, this is a 60 memorable games, exactly. First game. All in New Jersey. When I was, how are you doing, by the way? Hello, man. When I was in elementary school in the early 90s, everyone in my class opened with e4, you mean? Using this old classical notation. Pawn king 4, right? e4, you mean? Because that's what Fischer played. So you probably like classics, yeah? Maybe you also listen classic music. Best by test. So knight h7. Look at this move. It's like mine was explode all suddenly here. No, but I still play e4. Okay. Yeah, and this is usually is a following of a strategical plan play of white. Tactic usually crowns the strategical game. So knight h7 was taken here. Because king h7 again, this move rook b8 is as circumstances. We're losing this exchange here. Maybe actually he should play something like that and play maybe queen d7, bishop b8, and bishop b7, and go for this very bad position. Because what happened to game, it's even worse. So knight h7, he played knight h7, h5. Again, we cannot go with knight because of bishop f4. And now he found the best practical chance, probably. He played knight h4 here. So he wants to distract this pawn here and not allow bishop f4. But instead to take, Fischer immediately attacks the queen anyway. And after queen d8, he takes gh. Because obviously bishop b8 would be a serious mistake. After knight g2, king g2, we give check and then take this bishop. And it's white has to be careful. That's why he played gh, and this is under attack. Rook b7, only chance. Obviously, Fischer does not take on b7 because after bishop b7 and queen d5, black has some compensation here. But he plays h6. Yes, exactly, Paul in New Jersey. Yeah, Sherwin probably was good in calculations and tactics, as this position shows. h6 is a good move. Queen h4. Sherwin was already in time trouble here, Fischer writes. Instead of to complicate matters more, he should play g6, stabilize position around his king, and he was going to play h5 here and g5 because gh is bad duo of queen e2, and then we go here, also queen e5. That's why g5 to try to close position. And anyway, after bishop e5, white would have a pawn up and also two very strong bishops. One can be placed here. So obviously Fischer would anyway win this game, but it would be much longer. Thank you for follow, by the way. Instead, he takes this pawn, attacking the bishop. HG, obviously, by Fischer, open king's residence completely. And now Sherwin makes suicidal decision. He takes this pawn. And last hope for survival was rook d8 in this position. He wanted to play bishop g3, queen h6. But still, black would be unable to solve all their problems because there was first of all queen e2 move, attacking this pawn. If we win this pawn, black's position will be almost hopeless. And after b5, a4, a6. We just take it here, and then play rook a8. We see that white has a completely dominant this. But instead, king g7, greedy move and bad move. And Fischer quickly punished it. Again, he did not take here or give check. He plays rook e4, strong move. Don't Twitch, hello. How are you doing? Yes, you are late. Don't be late, man. Join and don't go. Yeah, it should be like a shield, of course. Yeah, exactly. That's why rook d8 was best move. And now threat is to play bishop e5 or bishop d6. For example, if you play f6 to defend this check, we play bishop d6, eliminate this rook. So after rook e4, we played queen h5 in this position and rook e3. So directly rook e3 was bad, yeah, because this bishop was under attack. So first he with tempo defend this bishop, drew of this or this threat, forcing queen h5 because queen f6 not possible, do a bishop e5. And after queen e7, it's a little bit far away to defend this king. And after some checks would be disaster. So he keeps queen close to the king. But rook e3. Again, open this diagonal. Wants to play rook h3. Using that queen g6 will be rook g3. That was the Fischer idea, to kick away this queen far away from the king side. And there is not good defense here, so only move probably f5 to cut off this queen from attacking h7 square, combined with rook h3. But black squares are so weak now. So he anyway play rook h3, queen e8. We see that queen g6, that is drew of rook g3. So he played queen e8 here, bishop e5 check. He could win both rooks here after check, for example, king g8, then take, and then take here on b7. But he felt during the game that position promises more, so he would check. Thank you for following. Very unpleasant check. Knight goes to f6, yeah, because king g8 will be rook g3, rook g7 mate. So only move knight f6, queen d2. Who cares about these silly rooks, yeah? Also bishop is out of game, so queen g5, queen h6 is coming. King f7 only move, queen g5 attacking the knight, queen e7. In case of king e7, immediately was winning rook h7, and after rook f7 then queen f6. That's why this position queen e7 was played. But Fischer simply takes on f6, queen takes on f6. He gives very unpleasant check, he exchange on f6 and takes on. No, he did not take here because we simply take here. So he take here, but still is completely lost. He gives check on c6 and German resign. After bishop d7, for example, we can take on e6. Gaming on terrible PC. Hello. We are doing still okay. So far, no COVID at our home, so a really success. But it's slowly, crawling to us slowly. The cases are increasing in Georgia, in Tbilisi, so any moment, maybe I will stream from hospital, be isolated for 2 weeks, so who knows. Yeah, today is a Fischer day. Okay, next game. Larry Evans was annotated introduction before the game, and Fischer was annotated the games. And Larry Evans called this game a Dragon's Kill, Dragon's Murder. So next game will be played in Portorož, Yugoslavia, 1958. Fischer White against Larsen, Bent Larsen. Yes, exactly. So d8. Thank you for following. Larsen. Hard to mix up. Name? Your name? Portorož. John Twitch, how to write Portorož? Yeah, I don't have any idea how to write Portorož. So if you can help me, will be nice. Portorož. Like this. I don't think it's like this. This is too easy for English. Portorosh. So we don't need H. Interzonal, yes. In 1958, he was 15 years old. And before that, he won American Championships. That's how he qualified to Interzonal. And he was the youngest candidate. 50, and also Grandmaster in 15 years old. Okay, let's go. A little bit change here. So what Evan says here? Okay, it's not so interesting. They just say a few words about dragon system. Let's go to the game. So e4 by Fischer, obviously. d5, knight f3, d6, d4, cd, knight d4, 6, 3. G6 is a dragon system. We know that a6 is a Sicilian Najdorf system. E6 can be go to a Scheveningen system, and knight c6 often goes to browser system. Of G6. Still, it's not refuted nowadays, but very risky move. Bishop e3. Fischer goes to the most principal line. And here is a well-known trap. If you play a tempting move knight g4, try to exchange it. Bishop b5 leads to material losses. Any move what you play on d7, I will take this knight. So bishop g7. And now is a threat of knight g4, for example, after queen d4. Queen d2, there is a knight g4 unpleasant move. That's why f3 is more or less forced here, if you want to play the main line with long castle. Castle, queen d2. Some players are playing also bishop c4 immediately here. d2, knight c6, and bishop c4. The point that if white plays long castle immediately, black has opportunity to play d5 here, which leads also to very complex position, well known. That's why bishop c4, most main line, control this square. But the minus of this move that first of all it loses tempo to make long castle, and then later can be attacked by knight here and kicked away to b3, which actually a good place for bishop. So knight d4 was played here. So the main move in later years was bishop d7 here, then long castle, knight e5, bishop b3, rook c8. Still, I guess nowadays also is. We remember the previous streams of Karpov games when I show you against his game against, for example, Korchnoi, his famous combinations. He won very beautiful way, for example. But in this game, Larsen takes on d4, bishop d4, and bishop e6. He wants to simplify the position a little bit. Obviously, Fischer is not taken here because after f3 they control these important squares. Later can be exchanged this bishop too. He plays bishop b3 here because after bishop e3, ab position of queenside will be much more safe. Sometimes we can even go to short castle. Queen a5 was played here. Dog is hello. And long castle by Fischer. I guess after bishop b3 he was going to take cb, not ab because of check. Yes, cb, and he wanted to hide this king here, and queen side is quite safe. Instead, Larsen played b5 here. Yeah, he actually says that after bishop b3 he wants to play cb here, and black is unable to create some strong threats on the queen side. he says that of course on endgame is lost for white, but black usually in time to get mated before that. Yeah, and he says that he says that Tarash said once that before was endgame created, gods created middle game. Something like that. Okay, it's just a little bit humor. That's why Larsen played b5, king b1, and d4. Immediately try to do something here. Knight d5 was played. The Whistler, how are you doing? Hello. This was much weaker after bishop b3, cb, then rook d8 with either e5, d5. So knight d5, controlling the square. Bishop d5 was taken. He says that knight d5 was worse here, due of bishop g7. And after king g7, ed, very important tempo, attacking bishop. And after bishop d7, in case of bishop a5, there is a tempo. So bishop d7, and then rook d e1. And this happened in 1953 between Suetin with white against Korchnoi in semi-final of USSR Championship. And white has a quite good, quite solid advantage here. Yeah, then first put pressure on this pawn and then probably started attack here. Suetin was very good theoretician, by the way. Kartik, hello. Yes, just received today finally. So what happened here? Instead of knight d5, he played bishop d5 because we cannot leave this knight here. First of all, it's attacking pawn and also attacking this pawn. So only move bishop d5. And bishop d5 by Fischer here. And much stronger was ED, of course, and he gives a game from Zurich tournament 1959. I guess he won it, by the way. I'm not, maybe share first place also. Between Tal and Larsen. And after ED, Larsen played queen b5 here. Rook h e1, attacking pawn. After a5, without a4, he played strong move queen e2 here. Forcing endgame probably, because if you don't go endgame, then you don't have this square. I can take on e7 and play bishop c4 after a4. And endgame probably it's not tempting for black. First of all, rook e8 leads to bishop a4 move, and there is some problems for black according to Fischer. But instead he takes this bishop here, and Larsen plays a mistake in this position. He plays rook a c8, and Fischer said this was a decisive mistake. Can you imagine? And after the game, Larsen explained to Fischer that he was playing to the victory here. That's why he declined to go to the almost forced draw after knight d5 here. We see that ed not possible. We play queen d5, bishop g7, then we first take here. And Fischer was going to take bishop g7, check on a c3 here, and bc, because bishop c3, bc, bc, rook f c8, it's very dangerous for white here. So bc would be the move, and after bc, rook b8, strong move here with idea bc, cb, and then queen b4 check. After rook b2, rook b4, why not rook b4 here? Just curious, because bishop b2, I will play not rook b8 because of king a1 and then pin, but maybe I cannot regain material deficit here or what? b5, c3, rook b8, king a1. This was the idea. Bishop all suddenly survives probably. That's why he gives variation after cb, queen b4 check, queen b4, then rook b4 check. Using that after bishop b2, there's a rook b8, and we eliminate this bishop here. And he said that after knight d5, he wanted to play ed here. After queen d5, take on b4. But black has a good game here. White doesn't have any advantage. That's why knight bishop d5 was bad move, actually. Dubious move. But rook c8. We understand that Larsen was playing for the victory. He probably underestimated young Fischer. And it's paid him very, very hardly. So Fischer was only 15 years old here. Bishop b3, obviously he don't allow knight d5 another chance for Larsen. So he says that he played a million of blitz games like this with h4, g4, open file and give mate. That's why he was very confident here. So what happened here? Rook c7. This loss of time is necessary, set necessity here, he says. Because only chance for black to play queen b5 and then push this pawn, right? Instantly, if we play, we just grab this pawn. Bishop protects this very nicely, these squares. So that's why he played rook c7 in this position. h4 by Fischer. And queen b5 he played. Yes, and he also was killer, the Whistler. And he says that there is not a pleasant way to stop attack of white. For example, if you play h5, he wanted to play g4 here, logical continuation. hg, because rook fc8 leads to rook dg1 here. And after hg, then h5, open position. And after h5, gh is a move. Then he wanted to play fg. And in case of knight e4, queen f4, this position. Attacking knight, attacking this pawn. e5 is a continuation. Queen e4, ed, and gh. We can see the difference between this strong bishop, which not only defend inside, but also attacking very unpleasantly here, and this passive bishop. And after king h8, simply h6, bishop f6, with rook g7 move, and it's very fast mate here. And so rook fc8 would be a bad move. So h5, g4, hg is the main continuations, then h5 anyway, gh. Because in case of knight h5, we just eliminate bishop, then take this pawn with tempo. Once it goes, we give mate to here. That's why after h5, gh is the only move. And then fg here. And knight e4 is the main continuation. And what happens here after knight e4? Queen modestly goes to e3, attacking this knight. Knight f6. Because bishop d4 loses immediately after queen e4. Attacking bishop, also queen g6 is the idea. And in case of bishop g7, we take on h5 with a mate here or winning this queen. That's why after queen e3, probably knight f6 would be the only move. But after gh, e5, h6, white is crushing completely this position. That's why Larsen intuitively felt that h5 is bad. And that's why he played queen b5 is only chance to play a5, a4 here. h5, logical continuation. It's not necessary to lose tempo of g4 because h5 is good. Now gh would be ugly move because of g4 again. Yeah, for example, there could be variation. Imagine if Larsen would play gh, then would be g4. After ag, fg with either g5. And in case of knight e4, there would be queen h2 move, attacking this pawn. Knight g5 would be only move. Then we take on g7. He takes king g7. Then we give check. Then we have play rook d5 attacking here. Rook c5 only moves. Then we eliminate this with check and give mate here. Don't twitch. Why not knight h5? In which position? You mean here? Knight h5. Knight h5 probably would be a very risky move, I guess, because of bishop g7. And then g4 move. And queen h6. Looks extremely dangerous. Let's continue. King g7. d4. Knight f6, for example. Check. King g8. Should be winning, I guess, by force. g5 attacking the knight. Only move is knight h5. Now we're using this bishop pin. I guess we take. Play g6. Cannot take because of pin. Mate is a threat. Only move is this. And we deliver a forced mate here. Rook g1. Probably this would be refutation of knight h5. And it even looks very risky. You are welcome, John Twitch. So after h5, that's why he played rook c8. Probably it's already desperation because he played queen b5 with either a5 And now he all suddenly plays rook fc8. It's more like not for attack, but probably to have opened this road for king for any case. So ag was played, and g4 now he played. Yeah, Larsen played rook fc8 because he calculates that after bishop f6, and queen h6, if rook would be here and pawn here, then it would be mate after queen h7, queen f7 once rook leaves. And now he would have e6, and after check, king stays alive here. Also some queen e5 idea, and black has chances to counterplay. Obviously, Fischer plays g4 with two ideas, yeah? g5 and also maybe queen h2. Connect pieces from this file. a5, finally, Larsen starts his chances, but we see that it's too late already. And g5. Only the tragedy of one tempo. They needed one move for a4, but never get this chance. So g5. So knight h5 was played by Larsen, and here was a little analysis of Vasyukov, very talented, strong player, Soviet Union player. Fortunately, he passed away recently. Evgeny Vasyukov. So he gives this variation, knight e8. Because, for example, a4 is very bad move now. Duel off, gf, and after ab, we take this bishop, and after bc check, we just eliminate it like this, using that there is a mate, and bishop stays alive here. For example, e5, try to close it, queen h2 wins immediately. That's why knight e8, for example, in this position, that would be bishop g7 here. Knight g7 is only move because king g7 leads to mate after queen h2. No defense. Knight g7 only move. Vasyukov continues with rook h6, strong move, because after queen h2, knight goes to h5 and close this file. So first rook goes here to have this rook g6 idea probably. E6 is only move. Try to close this very strong bishop, because a4 leads to winning after queen h2. Mate in 1 is a threat. Only move is knight h5, and we eliminate this pawn with check and winning the game. Then we take here and give mate. So e6 would be the only move. And after e6, what happens here? Let me find. Oh, where is it? Continuation. Queen h2 is a continuation, of course. Now king f8 leads to mate in 2, check, and then king e7, we take on d6 with mate. So knight h5 is the only move, but we take bishop e6 here. Thank you for following. Welcome, guys. And fe is the only move here, because queen g5 is loses after rook g6. Very beautiful check here. And after queen g6, we first take this bishop, the rook, and if you take rook g1, and we win this queen. By the way, rook g1 immediately also was enough, I guess. That's why after bishop e6, the only move this position is fe. But after rook g6 check, we cannot move with king or play rook g7 because we take it. So knight g7, rook h1, and game is over very quick because queen h8 is a threat to take it. f7 probably rook f6, then we penetrate to h7 and win this knight and win the game very soon. Yeah, this was the Vasyukov analyze. That's why instead of knight e8, Larsen plays knight h5, but rook h5, strong move. Sunstone, looks like, yeah. Welcome, man. Hello. Sleepy Mario, how are you doing? Bad time here. Thanks for this lecture. You are welcome. See you, man. So GH played by Larsen. It was not better to take on d4 here because of queen d4 in this position. So mate is the threat. GH would be the only move, and g6 again using this extremely strong bishop here. Queen e5 would be the move because e6 leads to lost after queen d6. Then we eliminate this and take this also. And after queen e5, there will be gf check. Now king h7 is the move because king f8 loses by force after queen e5. Imagine we are exchange now and we exchange the queens. The then rook g1. James Bond. Rook g1. Now rook g8 is a threat. For example, we cannot play rook c4 with hope that white will take and then eliminate this because of check and use this again, this pin, and winning all black pieces. So e6 would be the only move. Then we take bishop e6, protect this pawn, attacking the bishop. Rook g8 is a threat. Thank you. Wild drum. Wild rum. Ah, okay, you mean that rum, like drink, alcoholic drink. Thank you for sub, appreciate, man. Wild rumpus. What means rumpus? My English is bad. I just realized only a room. Good evening, Dirk. How are you doing? Welcome back. Let the wild rumpus start. And what means that word? I just don't know this word. Can somebody, John Twitch, translate me for for Russian, please? Fischer time, of course. Yeah, and after bishop e6, yes, what I'm doing, king e7 would be the only move. Then he would take here and play rook g8. Ah, sorry, not rook g8 because rook f8, rook g5, and winning these pawns and winning the game. Like a scramble. Okay, I understand now. Thank you, man. And so what happened here was variation given by Fischer, where I stopped. Yeah, this move. e6 was leading to this endgame. So queen e5. No, 1 second. Queen e5, gh, king f8 was at endgame. So king h7 would be the move here if Larsen would play this variation. But queen d3, strong move. And there is a decisive threat, according to Fischer, to play f4 here. And then if he takes, then e5 and crushing in the center. Yeah, probably it's true, because after king h6, I guess rook g1 would be the move first. Using that rook cannot take this file. Queen e3 is the idea, then rook g5, yeah. It's terrible. Ah, hooligan, okay, I understand. But in English, hooligan also hooligan, no? So, let's go now. That's why after rook h5, Larsen did not take on bishop d4, he take immediately gh. He wanted probably keep this bishop in the defense. But g6, obviously, by Fischer. And e5, so ugly move played by Larsen, but probably it's nothing better. Bishop d4, we can, after queen d4, switch to that line what was previously on, or maybe even something better, like directly check. And in case of e6, try again to reduce this power of this bishop. There would be gf check. Now rook f7 will be bishop e6, attacking both rooks. So f7 is the only move. And then bishop g7, king g7, and rook g1 check. Look at this. White is almost like they are attacking for free here, because we don't feel the power of these two rooks. And this bishop is extremely strong. King h7 would be the move, because after king f7, I guess there's a check, rook comes, or even slow move queen h6 is enough to give mate here. So king h7 would be the only move to control this square. And then queen g2 is either queen g6 here. And queen e5 probably would be the only move. Try to defend, but check, king h8. And then queen h6 leads no way after rook h7, but rook g5. Attacking queen and wants rook h7. And rook g7 is only move. And after rook g7, he would check on h5, king g8, and check on e6. And after king f8, then rook f5 check, king e7, and rook f7 with win for white. Because if we take, there is a mate on d7 with 2. In case of king d8, we have a very pleasant choice probably here. Take with queen or take with rook. Both are completely winning. Yeah, this bishop is decisive factor in this game. That's why from not a easy life, he plays e5 here. But it reduces power of this bishop, and this bishop even emphasizes more activity. This b3 bishop. This is a positional capitulation here. So g f7 check. King goes to f8. Obviously not rook f7 because at least you need to suffer with exchange in the pocket. But bishop e3. Now this became also weak, and probably Fischer also aiming to go something like that. Yes, yes, the tragedy of one tempo. It exactly shows this this game. d5, strong move by Larsen. And this was a desperate try to get rid from this pressure. In case of a4, it would lead to mate after check on d6. And in case of rook e7, there will be queen d8 check, rook d8, rook d8, rook e8, and it's enough even take twice with piece up, but much better bishop c5 and deliver the mate here. Maybe I would promote with double rooks here. This looks beautiful, I guess. This mate. That's why a4 is bad. So d5 was played. Okay, I mean, you know this book, so what can I do? So ed5, a counter good move by Fischer. Of obviously not bishop d5 because now after rook c2 there is unnecessary chances for black. Just ed. This bishop supports on, and this became very strong here. Rook takes on f7 because in case of a4, white was winning with d6 using that rook d7 is bishop e6 and bishop g5, bishop e7. After ab, simply dc, and there is no real threats here, and queen d8 is coming. White is totally winning. That's why Larsen eliminates this very strong pawn on f7. But d6 again, he never had opportunity to play a4. And after hello, rook f6 was played. In case of rook d7, white could regain material after bishop e6, but maybe even try to go for more after bishop h6 with either queen g5, queen f6 with mate here. And in case of rook f3, there would be d7 with the idea to give mate here. So it seems like rook f6 is only move here. Control d6 square. Bishop g5 was played by Fischer. He did not push pawn, probably because he wants to keep this square for bishop here. Queen b7. Queen d7 was bad because of queen d5, and look at this battery here. And after queen f7, only move because rook f7 leads to bishop e7. Rook f7 then mate here. So only move would be queen f7 here. Try to stop this devastating idea. But simply bishop f6 winning the game. Again, we cannot take because of queen g8. We cannot take on this bishop because of queen. In case of queen d5, we can take here or take give check and take here. It's completely winning position. That's why he played queen b7, control in 7th rank, and d square same time. So we see that Bent Larser is doing maximum, at least without engines, what we see. And still it's unable to hold because position is hopeless. Bishop f6. d7 attacking the rook, forcing it to block, and same time to become a passive rook. Check on d6 here. Yeah, Fischer said this is a little inaccuracy. Queen h6 was given mate in 3 here. After check, we cannot play bishop g7 because of mate. In case of king e7, there is a check, and we deliver mate on f7. Yeah. Next game, he played against Igram Petrosyan. Same tournament. Same tournament of Portorož. And let's see. There was always interesting games between Petrosyan and Fischer. Then ish. All right, this is our first game of Fischer with black color. Okay, there's an introduction as usually of Evans. I will skip it and we'll go directly to the game. C4, very solid move by Petrosyan. Wild Rumpus, appreciate, thank you very much. Yes, a gifted sub for viewers. Everybody say thank you to Wild Rumpus. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Isolator, thank you for following, welcome. Thank you, Wild Rumpus, for your compliment. Appreciate. Knight f6. So this move, of course, is in the style of Petrosyan. Probably he, when he faced the young Fischer, also was following his games in Portoroge, and he was a bit carefully. He wanted to play solid and opening against Fischer, I guess. Podcast engine, thank you for following. Knight f6 by Fischer, knight c3, and g6. We see that Fischer was playing King's Indian with both sides, with white and black. G3 by Petrosyan, a very solid setup of Fianchetto. Castle, knight f3, d6, castle, knight c6. So Fischer is insisting Petrosyan to play King's Indian many times. So d4 now would be one of the main lines, then e5 and so on. But Petrosyan was in quiet mood in this game. He wants to play positionally against a tactical boy. So he played d3, English setup. I also play often like this with white. Hello, Alex. Yeah, finally. I hope you all hear me better than before. So d3. Yeah, and Fischer also said that Petrosyan is trying to go to English system, and this perfectly suits for his style, the classical English system. So what happened after that? Knight h5 he played. We know that the main move is in this position is e5, and maybe later play knight h5 or something else. But knight h5, it looks a little bit artificial move here. And now Petrosyan all suddenly plays d4 in this position, because Petrosyan spotted this knight in this setup is a little bit out of place, out of good position. And Fischer shows the knowledge, and he gives the game between Petrosyan versus Vasyukov in 1956, 2 years before this current game. And Petrosyan in that game played rook b1. So it means that Fischer follows the Vasyukov idea. So it was Vasyukov Evgeny idea. And after rook b1, Vasyukov played against Petrosyan f5. Petrosyan played queen c2 to play b4. He's supporting this knight. Then Vasyukov played a5, a3, and f4. Probably Vasyukov implemented this a5 move because he wanted also open a file for some combination game. But Petrosyan improves the game. He plays d4, or at least he's trying to improve. Keep your cool, yeah. Yeah, exactly. And now he plays e5, logical continuation in this position, because I guess f5 it will be like kind of Lengger system of Dutch, yeah, which knight on h5 is a little bit out of good position here. So e5 he played, and d5 by Petrosyan. Fischer said d was quite okay for black, and gives such a variation: queen d8, rook d8, knight d5. Using that knight is not on f6, covering this square, attacking this pawn. And he gives rook d7 move, bishop h3, attacking rook here, f5 only move. And after f5, g4 move here. Try to break these central pawns. Knight f6 and gf here. Yes, you mean, Ruchas, you mean in the modern Benoni. Yeah, you're right. gf was played. Not played, I mean this variation. In case of knight f6, Bishop f6, gf, bishop f5 would be a huge blunder because rook g7 check all suddenly, and we take this bishop here. That's why df directly if you want to take. Then knight d5, cd, rook d5. It leads to absolutely normal position for black, according to Fischer, of course. This commentary also has a historical interest. That's why I give in, and we're not gonna analyze this, of course, deeper. So d5 was Petrosyan's idea. Knight e7 and e4 he played. And this was Petrosyan's idea. He spotted when Fischer played knight h5. We see how Petrosyan deeply was understanding chess. Yeah, he understood that he can switch to king's Indian setup, and now f5 is not so good because he wanted take, and the knight e5 using this knight here. And also black cannot support this queen e8 with idea to protect, because knight b5 is tempo here. That was Petrosyan's idea. But now in this moment, anyway, Fischer played f5, and he says that it was a good time to play c5 in this position. And there was a game 1 year before this current game between Petrosyan versus Boleslavsky. Can you imagine? And then Petrosyan played knight e1 here. You see how deeply Fischer knew the openings in that when he was kid. And it was played in 1957 in semi-final of USS Championship. And after king h8, knight d3, f5, rook b1, knight f6. This was a game. What are you talking? Okay, you speak about what? About this Queen's Gambit, or what kind of? Okay, I did not watch this movie, by the way. Yamantori, hello. Crap movie sponsored by drug dealers. Okay, so it means that Fischer was following first Vasyukov idea, and then later it was also played by Boleslavsky against Petrosyan. So Petrosyan repeats in this game his 2 games previously. But instead of c5, Fischer played f5 in this position. What we can say here, what else he can do beside these 2 moves? Knight f6 is just probably not just waste of time. How he could play this position? Not so easy to suggest anything better than a5 or c5 here. a5 is also wasting time. Okay, so f5 he played, ef, and he played gf here. It was tempting to play knight f5, but was incorrect because after g4, knight d4, gh, bishop g4 tried to pick here. There would be knight d4 sacrifice of queen. Bishop attacked, so we have to take on d1. We cannot take here. And after knight e6, black is in real trouble. Yeah, this hangs, this hangs, this hangs. In case of bishop f5, it was anti-positional, of course, this move, because we give this square for white. Also knight g5, very unpleasant move. Try to penetrate on e6 here. g4 is a threat. And after knight g5, queen d7 would be the move to control. I would prefer probably knight f6 here. Looks much more solid move. Finally bring this knight back. In case of knight e6, exchange and play c6. But still position is bad. Probably we play b5, b4 like Kramnik does in 2 games. In d7 I do like this move, because obviously white will have advantage in this position. After we give this pawn and go back, and after queen c4 it's just knight d5. White is actually winning in this position. Knight e7 is a threat, then bishop d5. So that's why Fischer principally takes gf. So both players go to principal line, knight e5. This was Petrosyan's idea. And knight g3, this position. Sacrifice of a desperation, he says. And what else to do? Because d just leads to queen h5 with pawn up for white without any compensation. So knight g3 was played. hg, simple and good, he says. And he was waiting here from Petrosyan fg, but Petrosyan, he wants to keep position more safe. And bishop e5, a bad move by Fischer. And he didn't play d because he was afraid e5 idea here. And then, okay, it's obvious that white has a solid advantage here, but it was much more better, of course, than try to play e4, close this diagonal, then maybe bring this knight to center. But position in general is very bad. But bishop e5, it only becomes things much worse. Yeah, we see that these pawns are weak. Black will not have any active counterplay, and f4 strong move here. Thank you for following. Yes, f4. Only chance what black has to play f4, but with simple move, Petrosyan killing this idea. The point that bishop c3 unfortunately is bad. If this pawn would be here, imagine, just imagine I will play some random, like something like that. If then bishop c3 would be very strong move because this bishop never will get this square, and two pair of bishops are very, very bad. Lali with 4-0. Thank you very much for subscription. Appreciate. Upkijet, thank you. Nice to see you too. Yes, I'm going to upload this video later on YouTube. Hello, Cartwello. Привет. Yeah, in this position, it would be very nice exchange, and because this bishop is dead, as we see. But when in this current position, Fischer did not exchange, because after bc and c5, obviously Petrosyan would open position, and two pair of bishops would become very strong. Otherwise, we'll bring this bishop here, the rook e1, and create attack here on the queen, on the king side. But still, maybe bishop c3 actually was a good idea here, my opinion. And then how we could do it? Maybe bishop d7 here with idea c5, and for example bishop e3, c5, dc, and then bishop c6, and try to exchange at least one bishop, and then create some counterplay over this. I would play like this, I guess. But young Fischer played bishop g7 here. He plays this game very low level. Bishop e3, bishop goes to d7, bishop d4. And white is forcing to exchange the only active piece of black. You have to remember such ideas. When you see that opponent has some active piece, you need to exchange it and left opponent play with passive pieces. So very beautiful idea. We know this kind of transfers from Botvinnik games. So when you study Botvinnik games, you also will understand how, when, and how he was doing this. Yes, poems. Hello. Got on YouTube from my channels. Can't believe you aren't at 1000 yet. I'm not in rush to anyway. I'm just enjoying process here. I have to subscribe. Nobody has to subscribe to anyway, no, guys. Upkijet, yeah, some games, yes, of course. Yeah, hello, chess poems. So we see that Petrosyan play very high level positional chess here. Completely outplay young Fischer. We see that positionally Fischer in that age was not good enough. Then later he became very strong. But in that period he was good. He had a very good knowledge of openings and was very strong in tacticals and maybe also technical position. But position play in general was not his best weapon, of course. What Petrosyan easily emphasized in this game. So what happened after bishop e4? Let me see, where is it? Yeah, again, I'm sure, I feel like bishop eg7, I don't like. The only chance was take here, I guess. This was the best chance, I guess. PC, and somehow try to play the c5 move here. Thank you for cheering. Thank you, fall in New Jersey. I guess this was the last hope for somehow for Fischer. If it doesn't work, it means that position is very, very bad already. Bishop d7 with either c5 here. How Petrosyan could use this? Maybe c5 himself. I'm not sure about this move. Is either dc d6, but it double-edged. First of all, bishop b5 I have moved. Probably. I don't know. So, and next move is c5, dc bishop 6. I don't know. Like, playable. Alright. So bishop g7, bishop e3, bishop d7, bishop d4 was played. Also bishop d7, 1 second. Instead of bishop d7, what he could do here? I guess I would bring this queen to g6 immediately here. Queen e8 I would play. But then knight b5, right? Yeah, but knight b5 is not so scary. We play queen g6, knight 7, then rook b8. Have contra chances here and here. And in case... then bishop a7 actually is thanks, yeah? Knight b5 here. That's why he played, probably. I wanted... my idea was to play queen e8, bishop d4, and then queen g6. Yeah, and exchange put queen here attacking this. But unfortunately, it doesn't work because of knight b5 again. And then take and take here. a7. Alright, so he played bishop d7. At least try to connect rooks. Bishop d4. And knight g6 was played. And now rook e1 played by Petrosyan is a huge inaccuracy here. Instead, they should play bishop f3 with either king g2, then rook h1, put pressure here. But after rook e1, he plays rook f7 inaccuracy by Fischer. He should play bishop d4, queen d4, and then h5 here, of course. This was a very nice chance for Fischer, then h4, and try to somehow activate his piece of counterplay. But instead, played rook f7. Probably he wants to put rook on g7 here. Bishop f3, strong move finally by Petrosyan. And black doesn't have anymore this h5 idea. Queen f8 he played to have this queen g7. King f2. Rook goes to e8. Rook takes to e8. Queen takes to e8. And bishop takes on g7. Quite understandable play on both sides. Queen d4. Taking very important diagonal and central square. Also same time attacking pawn here. Using black to play b6, wasting of time. And rook h1. Yeah, and now white stabilized their position, don't allow any counterplay for black, and slowly wants to improve their position after b4, c5, and take more and more space. If pawn will go to 6, black position will be almost hopeless with such a bishop on c8. So what Fischer does? He play a5, not allow immediately a3, b4 here. Because after a3 he wants to play a4, is understood. Knight d1 by Petrosyan. He wants to bring knight here, maybe also transfer bishop here and attack this weak pawn. Hello, Twinkle Toes. Yeah, just received today finally. Thank you. So what happened after knight d1? Queen f8, protecting in advance. Nothing. Black in this position cannot do anything. They just need to be very patient and just wait what white does. Knight e3. And actually, bishop h5 was the move which he was more scared. But knight e3. Petrosyan continues his plan. Rook f7 move. Probably he wants to play queen g7 here. b3 by Petrosyan and queen g7. And after exchange of queens, it's much more easy for black to defend, according to Fischer. And obviously white cannot leave this very important diagonal, so they exchange on g7, 7, a3. Rook f8, bishop e2. So what's going on here? So Petrosyan all the time finds the way to improve his position. For example, b4 would be a serious inaccuracy here because black would exchange and then capture this very important file here and coordinate with defense f5 and attack of from a file to pawns. Black has enough compensation for positional deficit here. But bishop e2 was played by Petrosyan. First, he wants to probably play bishop d3 and chain black pieces to f5 square. In these positions, you must remember that you have to play very carefully and not to be in hurry by white. Knight e7, bishop d3, h6, probably to avoid even ideas like g4, fg, rook h7. He just 6. Also control this square after rook h5, what actually was played. Probably just to repeat position. Bishop e8, rook h2 by Petrosyan. Of course, they're not falling in the trap after knight f5. Knight f5 would be knight f5. After rook f5, there will be rook h8, strong move, and then bishop g6. We catch this rook here. Why? Petrosyan plays rook h2. After rook h2, what happened here? Bishop goes simply on d7. He plays rook h1. So Petrosyan is not in hurry. Rook h8 and knight c2, strong move according to Fischer here. This knight will be transferred to the very perfect position in the center on d4. Watching here, watching here. And Fischer said that during the game, he was, how to say it in English, not surprised, but not even attracted when you are like, when you watch how Petrosyan was improving in good position and finds the ways to improve it more and more. He was like, how to say it? Okay, I don't know English word. So king f6 played, knight d4, king g7. So he just need to simply wait here. Yes, nothing to do. Rook has to protect this. No, not inspired, but yes, maybe stunned. No, inspiration is another. Maybe stunned, yeah, or admired, or I don't know, something. Amazed, yeah, amazed. Maybe how, maybe amazed, yeah. During the game, he was amazed how Petrosyan finds all the time some maneuvers to improve his position. So, and in this position, knight c2, king f6, knight to king. He played bishop e2 here. So from first sight, Petrosyan was going to play bishop h5, rook e1, then knight e6. This was his idea, and that's why in this position Fischer panicked. He said he played knight g8, bad move in this position, and they black allow opponent to finally play b4 because he lost control to this square. And he said funny things that Petrosyan liked to play chess in the like cat plays with mouse here, you know, like go slowly there, and then he panicked here. And the crazy stuff was that his opponents sooner or later really was make mistake, Fischer says, and he should ignore this idea and play rook a8 in this position, and after bishop h5 play simply rook c8, and after rook e1 king f6 in this position, and in case of knight e6 play c6. That's why rook c8. But of course Petrosyan would not play like that. He would slowly torture young Fischer here and wait more mistakes. So knight g8 and b4, strong move finally, because now ab there is not rook a8, and is white can capture this file. For example, ab knight f6, probably rook a1 would be very unpleasant here. Rook a7 is coming. Knight e4 is not dangerous after king g2. We can even exchange. So after b4, he did not take. He plays knight f6, immediately aiming this square, and bishop d3. This was the point. So tempo here. Because in case of ba, black would defend after check, king g2, then take, and in case of rook b1, to penetrate to b7, simply knight c5, control this square and this square. And black black are okay, but that bishop d3 is strong move. What happened here? AB by Fischer. Thank you for cheering. Thank you, man. So yeah, knight e4 obviously was a bad move because we exchange it, and after fe we exchange on a5, and then we play rook b1 with following rook b7, and then maybe even rook a7 here. And king g6 also was bad because of ba, and again white penetrates to the black camp, and it's like decisive advantage. That's why he exchanged on b4 and play king g6 here. But rook a1 by Petrosyan. Probably in this position this was not enough, I guess, because not because of knight f5, bishop f5, and then rook a4. But I guess bishop f5 would be much more annoying move here. So let's continue some moves. If check, I guess we can play bishop c2 here. I don't see how Fischer can use this. And then even f5 knight e6 is coming here. Thank you for following. Rook b2, maybe b5 here. Rook a1, rook... Yeah, okay, this was very dangerous. That's why he did not sacrifice. He plays king g6, but white captures a very important a file here. White achieve the ideal position what they could. First of all, they have advantage of space due of this very strong pawn. Then their pieces are much more active, especially knight and this bishop, which control this square, attacking this square and pinning this bishop and king to it. Only knight is good for black, and they are still have some chances here, some resources to defend. So after rook a1, knight g4, check, king e2. After king f3, rook e8 would be unpleasant move with idea check here. So he plays king e2, wants to bring it to d2. Fischer plays rook h8. What else? Because rook a7 is coming. King d2. Knight f6. So maybe to have knight h5 dreaming idea. Rook goes to a6. He played. Probably if knight moves, then c5 he wanted to use this pin here. We see that Fischer, Petrosyan all the time put some little tasks for Fischer non-stop. Rook b8. Rook a7, attacking this pawn. Rook c8, and now c5 strong move by Petrosyan, finally. And Fischer said that this move was surprise for him. And from white side, this is the only continuation, only idea to make progress into such position. So knight d5 would be a huge blunder. After c6, we are attacking the bishop. Once it goes to e8, we take with f5 with check, and also take this rook. So obviously knight d5 was not in game. He plays bc, bc, and dc. Same position after this, c6. This is actually the threat, so we have to eliminate. And knight f3. This was a Petrosyan idea. He's like a spider whole game, you know. Slowly. Improve. Knight e5. Also, nowadays, modern chess, Michael Adams probably play in such a style like Petrosyan. King f7. Strong move by Fischer. Again, knight d5 loses, yeah, because of fork. What else? He plays king f7. He wants to bring king closer to center. Knight e5 check, king e7. So Fischer, despite that he made a few inaccuracies and mistakes in game, he is very resourceful. Maybe all other players would collapse much more faster than he does. 0 hour. Hello, how are you doing? Huh. Appreciate. You're welcome, man. Yeah, Michael Adams very, very strong player. Very nice to hear. What happened here? After 95, king e7, he eliminates this bishop, which takes this pawn. Nothing else white can do here, but he was going for this variation, I guess, when he sacrificed c5. Only question, what if bishop a6 here? Probably he did not play because of rook d8, I guess. And in case of rook c7, maybe we take here. And then knight b4 or e6, I don't know, some chances here. That's why he decided to eliminate this bishop, which controls f5. And after knight d7, only move knight d7, because king d7 we cannot take. We have check and take this rook. So we have to take here. Bishop f5. Again, the in. Rook f8. Strong move by Fischer. And g4 he played here. Case of bishop d7 here. He wanted to take king e3 here, because rook a6 with idea cut and attack this pawn. Black had rook g8 with counter attack here, and it will be draw. And after king e3, king d6 he want to play. Rook a6, d5, rook h6, check on e8, and after king f3, c4. And this position would leave, not leave, I mean, lead to the draw according to Fischer, because these pawns are too far, and black creates very important counterplay, and also for any case they have in this pawn as a supply here. That's why Petrosyan did not play bishop d7. Obviously, he played g4 here. The threat is rook c7. We don't have time for h5 probably. And now Fischer finally made decisive mistake here. He plays king d6, very bad move here. And good move was knight f6, only move here. To attack this pawn. And after bishop e6, take on d5. Bishop d5 and rook f4. Rook d8 also was lead to the draw. Because rook c7, then king d6, king d5, king e4. Rook f4 here. The move, and it will be the draw because we cannot defend this pawn. And we will arrive to endgame rook and bishop versus rook. But instead, he plays king d6 here. What is often happens when you are defending position many hours and became tired, make mistake in the very end. Bishop d7, strong move. King d7, king e3. The situation is different to previous commentary. Yeah? g4 pawn already here. In that position, pawn was here. He had this chance here. Thank you for following. And after that, rook e8 check was played. c4, according to Fischer, was losing because of rook a6. Cut off this king and want to win, and then also stop this pawn. Why he played check, f3, and go to the same position. What was same variation what I showed before, but the difference that it's white's pawn on g4. Of course, it's a huge difference. Rook a6, king d5, rook h6, c4. In that variation, pawn was here. Now it changes the result, and now Petrosyan in this position makes a move which leads to the draw. Rook h1, bad move in position, and Petrosyan gives a variation after tournament that he should play rook h7, strong move, attacking this pawn here, and c6, because we cannot move. Yes, we take, and then we push these pawns, and if necessary, give this rook for a pawn and promote. So c6 would be the move. Then rook d7 check. What an important check. Cut off this king. And then rook d1. And after c3, go g5 here. King c4, because c2 directly, rook c1, we take it. And hello, hello, hello. Oh, Petrosyan is Datsua. Petrosyan defense, yeah. Michele, buonasera. So, after c3, g5, king c4, g6 here. The move c2, rook c1. This is a Petrosian's variation. C3, f5. These pawns are much stronger. And rook g8. Otherwise, we see that king d2, we just pawn will promote here. Both pawns, maybe. That's why rook g8, try to stop it. After rook g8, king f4, king d2, eliminate this pawn, then king g5 here. e5, f6, e4, f7, rook g6, king g6, d3, f8 here. And there is a white is winning. And in the game, it would be similar variations, but with less down, with tempo less for white. That's why it will be draw. And what happens? Fischer asks, what happens if black will try to play different way, not c6, but c5 here, to be closer to c1 square. Hello, Brian Che. Senator, hello. What about rook f8 instead of rook g6? 1 second, let me... Instead of rook g6. Ah, you mean in the end of this variation or what? Over here, you mean? What about rook f8 instead of rook g6? Where was g6? Where was rook g6? I don't understand. You mean... Ah, you mean... no, 1 second, 1 second. I mean this variation, of course. So, instead of rook g6, rook f8 here you want to play. First of all, g7 promote is winning, and maybe also... Yeah, king f6 is draw, I guess. c3, g7, and this will be a well-known theoretical draw. We cannot win against this pawn, yes? Once we give check on b3, we go king a1, and it will be stalemate after we take it. But, yeah, but you are right. Rook f8 is the best chance, of course. Thank you for following, because forcing g7 and some theoretical chances to make draw here, because... Okay, objectively is win, but, you know, rook versus queen, you have to still show some technique here. So, Fischer asks, what if instead of c6, play c5 in this position? And after rook d7 check, e6, rook d1, and rook b8. Now, two variations is possible, he said. G5 or f5. G5 is a mistake in this position, according to Fischer. Duo of c3, king g4, because rook c1 will be king f8 with draw. After rook c3, simply c4 in this position. Rook c4, rook b3, and this is theoretical draw, because we cut off to second rank and just move it. And white cannot improve positions. They need to give this pawn, and then rook and king easily stop this pawn. Hello again. Yeah, it's just this microphone just arrived today finally. Yeah. I'm not sure that I'm pro streamer, but definitely some improvement. So rook c1 would lead to immediately draw. So probably king g4 would be the option. But here, very technical move, rook b4, not allow f5. And also after c2, want to put it behind the pawn. And in case of check, king goes to 7, king goes to f5, e2, this position. Rook has to block, otherwise rook b1 is coming. And rook c4, e6, g7, king e5, rook e3. And position is drawish here. Because if f5 with f6, I assume it would be check here. After king f4, we can, I guess, even put rook here. White will never improve this position. Will give you a million checks. Hello, Christian Dodowski or Dodevsky. Hi, Baadur. Is the variance of attack same with Jobava? Not Jobava, Jobava. Okay. Probably you just mixed buttons on your keyboard. Of course, it's not the same. Variance of system is d4, knight f6, knight c3, d5, bishop g5, and I play bishop f4. How can it be same? Instead of g5, a strong move would be f5 check here. And after king e5, because king f6 will be this and g5. Then after king e5, rook e1 check in this position. King d4 would be a move, because after king f6, then king f4, d3, g5 check. You are welcome. And after g5, king g7, d6, we see that white pawns are marching much more faster. e2 would be the option. And then king g5. And unfortunately for black, they don't have this saving check somewhere behind to kick out this king from important g5 square. And after that, king g5, rook b1 is a logical continuation, but check on f6. And white is winning here, because king g8 leads to mate. In case of king f8, we give check, and then we give check on e7, check here, and just promote with mate. And after f5, e5, rook e1, king d4 would be the option. But after king d4, g5 here, d3. Thank you for following. After d3 would be f6 move, d2, rook c1 strong move. This position, because f7 leads to draw after rook b1 here. And after f8, I assume it will be rook e1, and we cannot make anything to win this pawn. King will move to these squares. These two squares are here, and then connected with rook and pawn, it will be a draw. That's why instead of f7 bad move, there is rook c1, very important move, attacking this pawn. And after rook c1, king e5 is the only move, yes, because if we defend, it will promote. King e5, try to attack these pawns, but king g4, and white are winning here. For example, rook b2, we play f7, otherwise we lost this important pawn and the game very, very quickly. So it means that he agrees to Petrosian analyze, just add his own analyze after c5 move here. I will not switch engine, we just trust. So rook h1 instead played by Petrosian. Over the board, it was extremely hard to assist this position, of course. He played with so much maturity, yeah. 15 years old, yeah, exactly. Rook h1 was played. It was a bad move. So what happened after that? c3, g5, c5 in this position, rook d1 check. The point that in case of g6, there will be rook g8 attacking this pawn. And after f5, king e5 blocking pawns. And king g4, then king f6. Very important to block these pawns here. And then activate rook. Rook c1. Otherwise, have to improve position. We need to eliminate this pawn. Then would be c4, rook c3, and rook c8 with a draw. Then king h5, we can even give check. If rook goes, then c3. Let's continue a little bit. If rook c3, maybe even rook c6, possible not to have rook c6. Maybe check is not so dangerous. For example, king h5, this, check, yes, king h8 even if possible. b5, this, and this pawn is promoting, yeah? 1 second, f7. Still continue. Maybe king f8 is better, actually. Yeah, king f8 is strong, of course. Not allows that variation, and after g7 we play king f7 and take here. Yeah, it's maybe black is winning here. Black is winning. So that would be a draw. That's why instead of g6 he played check on d1, c4, and now g6. But black has very active counterplay because c5 pawn is alive. Rook e1. Rook g1 would be rook d8, very strong move, and rook d1 is such a threat that they have to play rook c1 and transport to the game variation, because g7 doesn't work. Do we have rook g8, and then we take on g7 and this promotes. That's why Petrosian play rook c1, But this leads to forced draw after king d3, 5, and rook g8. And to compare that position in that Petrosian variation, black has a huge tempo. And after king f4, d2, he take, plays king g5, e4, f6. After 3, f7, draw was agreed here because we take king b1. This is a we draw. We give check, check, and not here. Yeah. White cannot prove this position. They have to take, and it will be stalemate. As it was quite fundamental play by Fischer, but unfortunately he missed the win. Tabiglar. Here. Okay, guys, a little break for dinner, and then I will continue. Break necessary. See you very soon. Hello guys again. Hope you are still with me. Thank you, Foring. Let me choose a game. Thank you for following. I'm not saying today, but can we put some Vera Menchik games one day? Maybe we can. Interesting request. Of course, John Twitch. Hachapuri. No, I didn't. Not today was not Hachapuri. Let me find some interesting game. Okay, why not? Let's see. Hello, Mekonen. How are you doing? Next game against Olafsson from Zurich tournament. On. Yes, it's like this. Zurich. I guess Zurich writing like this. Maybe just this. Is all this correct, guys? Thank you for following. We'll have some Fischer. Zurich 1959. I guess it's correct. Seems good to me. If it seems good for you, Jigsaw does, it means it's good. Okay, let's go. D4. In previous game, Petrosan also started like this. Knight f6, knight c3. Again, he goes to King's Indian. D4. In previous game, Petrosian played this and then played English system, which transformed to King's Indian anyway. So D4, Bishop G7, E4, the classical setup against King's Indian. D6, it's more precise moves than castle. Knight F3, castle. Also, Zemish system can be like this. Our Bach system. But Knight F3, the most principal direction. E2, 5, and D5 by Olafsson. We know that most main line after this, and white is attacking on queen side and black is attacking on king side. But D5 he played. Knight D7, bishop G5. And this known like Petrosian system against King's Indian. And he had very nice results by it. So idea become bishop G5 that white is not allowed knight E8 and then F5. Yeah. For ring, no, I just upload this stream to YouTube and you can always recheck. So what happened here? H6 logical continuation to get rid from the pin because after queen D2 this bishop really became very pleasant. So H6 immediately. Bishop H4 and he played A6. Probably he wanted to play queen E8 and then knight H7, so not allow knight B5 idea. He says that this system is not refuted yet, in 1969. This book was wrote by Fischer. And anyway, he says that g5 was better in this position. Bishop g3 and knight h5 and h4. Case of knight d2, knight f4, castle. Then black eliminates bishop, try and f5, and leads to a very complex game. h4 was last idea, modern idea in this system for that time. And take, and take here. He recommends h4, because after knight h4 there is a queen g5 attacking this pawn, and after knight f5, knight f6. That take here and then here. And after rook h4, play f5 here. Queen c2, then knight c5, which leads to a very complex game. It was played between Damjanovic versus Hort, Sarajevo, 1964. So much later than previous this game. But here, Fischer played a6, knight d2, and queen e8. So knight d2 obviously controls this square. Yeah, a6 was played to play queen e8, not allow knight b5. Yeah, so black's idea to play knight h7, then f5, and assault on the king side. But g4 played by Olafsson. And in Challengers tournament in 1959, Mikhail Tal played against him in this position, castle, and after knight h7, b4, knight g5. Later he played against Tal, bishop f6. He lost that game, by the way. And after knight g5, f3, f5 with this double-edged position. And this is a bit risky move, he said. And it's after g4, white usually has to go to a long side. So after e4, knight h7, logical continuation, control this square, open road for pawn. Queen c2 by Olafsson, and knight g5, bad move according to Fischer. And he planned, after knight g5, he wanted to transfer this knight to f4. But much stronger was knight c5 in this position, and in case of long castle, f5. And this would lead to equal position according to Fischer. But he plays knight g5, and white simply plays h3, not allow knight h3, also support this pawn. And this knight is doing not good stuff here. Knight c5, long castle, and bishop d7, because here was a minus of this move, because after f5 there would be strong move bishop g5, ag, and then white takes gf, and play rook dg1. And all suddenly here's the problems. How to defend this pawn well. h4 is coming. That's why he did not play it. After long castle, he played bishop d7 with idea to play probably b5. After b4, we have knight a4 move here. Logical continuation. f3 by Olafsson. Obviously, he wants to bring bishop here and then play h4, h5. Stop this f5 forever here. And also attack here. And white's idea to close position on the king side and play on queen side here. Knight a4 by... Sure. He says that it was not bad to play b5 here, and after b4, knight b7. But maybe he didn't want to play with this passive knight here. Why he plays knight a4, try to exchange it. Olafsson exchange, bishop a4, b3, bishop d7. Bishop f2, logical continuation with h4 idea. And c5 strong move, because in case of b5, c5 would be very unpleasant with idea to close everything. c6 probably was too risky for black. Even we can take, I guess, or not take first h4, of course, kick away this knight and Maybe then we can even take and play something like king b1, let's say, or take first king b1, and it's only white who is more active on the queen side here. That's why he played c5, strong move, tried to play b5, and then open up position on the queen side here. After c5, h4 was played here. Because in case of dc and knight b1, try to attack this pawn and also block it, d5 would follow, very unpleasant move here. Bishop f8, d4, sacrifice. Black would have excellent game here. Black squares are weak, this knight will transfer here. a5, f4, it's only black has better chances here. Why Olafsson, of course, did not take here. He plays h4, put knight on h7. And bishop e3 he played here. I don't understand actually the idea behind this move, why he played it. I guess bishop d3 would be more logical. Control this square. Okay, he played bishop e3. Obviously, Fischer plays b5. And he plays bad move knight b1 here. And he wanted to play queen d2 and attack this pawn. Yeah, but it's very slow. And stronger was bishop d3 in this position, according to Fischer. And not allow f5. Yeah, this was logical. That's why bishop e3 was waste of time. But he played knight b1 with either queen d2 and f5. We see that black are blow up white's center from two directions, b file and f file. And black has to be in hurry. Olafsson was sure that this break is not possible. He plays gf, gf, and ef here. Not allow f4 move, which would close completely king side. Then king h8, knight f6, knight h5 was the idea to play here. Bishop f5 was played by queen d2. So probably Olafsson thought that if Fischer will open g file, he will attack here, rook g1, then bishop h6. This was the position what he wanted to achieve. e4, strong move by Fischer. Black's play are holds on this continuation with either queen e5 or ef, open everything. These both diagonals and create some chances. So moves like rook f6 or h5 would give white initiative. So e4, rook dg1 by Olafsson here. Bishop h6 would lose the game because e3 strong move. Now bishop e3, because queen e3, it's a bad move not because of bishop h6, queen h6 and queen e2 and then check and queen g7, but because of bishop b1, very strong move here. And we see that queen e8 leads to rook e8, bishop g7, then we take and take on e2. And in case of king b1, there would be very unpleasant check, and we take this bishop here. That's why after e3, bishop e3 would be only move. After bishop e3, bishop b1, and queen e5. And black is dominating over this diagonal, and it's very hard to defend for white. Also, rook e8 is a threat. Probably white should play rook g1 with idea take it. Hamem should be Sarogava. Yeah, but rook g1 is doesn't work. See, we take everything with checks. Yeah, okay, this is just made. We give this check, rook g1, then we take this check, only move, then we give this check, this check, this check. Give made on e8, like this. Yeah. Obviously, Olafsson is not following this. He plays rook d g1. And now Fischer played bad move. He take on f3. And good move was rook a7, support this bishop here. And in case of bishop h6, then take on f3. We'll see why. So ef, bad move. And now Olafsson played bad move, bishop h6, and after rook a7, we transpose to that variation. Instead, Gideon Stahlberg showed variation here. What Olafsson should play. Rook g7, strong move. King g7. Check on h6. King h8. Then eliminate this rook. Queen f8. Otherwise we take here. And after queen f8, bishop f3. And white is winning the pawn because bishop b1 with idea take this bishop. There is a intermediate check here. Yeah, protecting, and then we take on b1. Yeah, that's why ef was a mistake. Rook a7 was good move. But Olafsson played natural move, bishop h6, and now rook a7, protecting this bishop here. And after the game, Olafsson told him that he underestimated the power of this move. Bishop g7 he take, rook g7. Yeah, here bishop f3 is bad. Yeah, we take, and then this attacked. And the point that probably after bishop b1, queen c3 attacking here, I guess there was bishop g6 cut off this rook, and this is attacked. But what after bishop g7, rook g7, and h5 we would do here? b4, I guess. This is a strong move. Yeah, b4, very strong move, and queen cannot go anyway. This is under attack, and white is losing here. That Olafsson after ef, bishop h6, rook a7, he played bishop right here. He take on g7, rook g7, take on g7, and played bishop d3 here. And this is a capitulation for white. Because after this continuation, pawn on f3 will become extremely strong. But bishop f3 was a bad move. Also queen c3 doesn't help because of queen e5 here. And after queen f3, bishop b1 attacking the queen, and after check, there will be bishop g6 move here. And point that h5 doesn't work because of check. b2, I guess it's check. Now this leads to mate, and king h3 leads to mate in 2 here. This was a variation. And after bishop f3, this position b1, the point was that queen c3 will be queen e5. We exchange the queens, and then this falls down. So king b1 would be the only option. Then we take on 3, queen g2, and counter check. Exchange the queens and have a piece up in the end game. Remember, boss, hello, we are doing perfect. But bishop d3 leaves this pawn alive for black. So bc he take, rook g1 check, king h8. Then queen c3 by Olafsson. After that, black will have one more passer in the center. But white did not have much choice here. In case of bc, f2 would be very strong move. And after rook f1, we cannot take, yes, because of bishop d3. Then he would take, give check on e1, forcing king. Then knight will join the game. And after knight d2, knight g4, white is losing here because knight d3 is coming. There is no defense. That's why in this position, he give check on c3, queen e5, queen e5. Bishop a5, rook a5, bc, knight f6. It would be the same position as in the game. So he played queen e5, be, bishop f5, rook f5, bc. And knight f6. So black connected all pieces. Knight is stopping this pawn and also supporting e pawn. Knight d2 was played, f2, rook h1 he played. And he leave this square for knight for any case. After rook f1, he would simply push or also have some kind of ideas like this or this. Why he played rook h1, e4 was played, king d1. He could try knight f1 here, but after knight g4, strong move, king d2, because d6 leads to rook f6, rook d6, and we eliminate this pawn. And after king d2, he wanted to play rook f3. And after this move, white doesn't have any chances to survive, because after d2 we go to rook s3 after this pawn. Game is over very quick here. But instead, Olafsson played king d1. Fischer logically pushed forward, knight f1, and rook e5 in this position. e2 is a threat, forcing king e2 here, because knight g3, I guess, will be knight h5 move. 1 second. Why not knight g3 actually? What was the solution here? What was the solution? Maybe e2, knight g4. He don't say anything about this move. Olafsson played king e2, and after knight h5, the position is hopeless. Yeah, knight f4 is coming. We cannot take because of fork. And after king f3, e2, he just resigned this mode. But I think instead of that, knight g3 was last hope. After knight h5, I want to put it on e2. Are we winning? Instantly. We do it. e2, knight e2, for example, knight g4 with either knight e3. And what happens here? Knight b, rook e6 maybe. Hello, Williams. f1 maybe. e1, knight e3. Greetings from Uruguay. Hola, amigo. Gracias. Maybe knight h5 also is winning actually. This, and then we play rook e4 and eliminate this pawn. Okay, the position of course is winning, obviously. League23, thank you for sub. Appreciate, man. Okay, this was a cool game. Let's see, next game. Next game will be played between Fischer White against Keres. Keres is a very strong player, we know it. Oh, sure. White. Old Keres. It was played in same tournament, Zurich 1959. See what happened here. What a coincidence. Actually, I'm reading the book Russians versus Fischer by Plisetsky. It's more correct to say Soviet Union versus probably Fischer, because it was not only Russians in Soviet Union. A Soviet Union machine versus Fischer. That would be the best title. Let's go. No, I did not read it. e4 was played by Fischer. e5, knight f3, knight c6. Bishop e5. This is a Spanish or Roy Lopez. Bishop c4 leads to, we know, Italian system. Knight c3, knight f6 is a 4 knights variation. d4 is Scotch. c3 is I also play c3 variation. I play c3 with often with either to switch to Philidor with reverse color. But okay, e4 is surprise, yeah. e6, bishop a4, knight f6. Thank you for follow. Castle. Okay, we skip comment these first moves. They're well-known classical. Castle. c3, d6. Sorry, castle. F8. 6, h3. Knight a5. c2. e5. Yesterday we see one of the game. Not Fischer, but it was Stein, Leonid Stein games against Efim Geller. No, not against Geller. He played. Oh, sick! I just forget now against whom was game. Geller played knight d7 at b6, and also player played h6 here. I forget the game against whom it was right now. Ah, maybe against Pasky it was. Maybe against Pasky, yeah. And this is Smyslov idea, not to play rook e8 and not allow knight g5. But here he plays knight f5, e2, e5, d4, 7, protect, yeah, protect here. Knight d2, a well-known classical, and cd played by Keres. And Fischer says that Keres declined to play rook d8 because of knight f1, and in case of d5 bad move, because of de here, and de in case of knight e4, he wanted to play queen e2 here, attacking this, and after bishop b7 here, knight e3, very unpleasant move, with idea knight d5, and then we eliminate this knight and win the pawn. That would be a bad opening for black, but de, and knight 1 d2 in this position. Look at this move. Look at this move, guys. Not knight 3 d2 because of queen e5, but knight e1 d2, and after ef, bishop f6, then queen f3, attacking the rook, and bishop e6, because bishop e7 is a bad duo of queen f5, attacking the pawn, and g6 not possible. We take this bishop, and after bishop e6, knight e4, attacking the bishop with decisive attack for white. We just quickly develop and attacking king side. Yeah, this is wrong play for black. That's why usually in this system black exchange and then try to create some play over a c file and against central pawns. So let's see what happened here. Keres take on d4. Another main lines are bishop d7, for example, here. ed, bishop b7 was played. Knight f1 by Fischer. Then rook a c8, attacking bishop here. Bishop d3, knight c6. And he says that in Challengers tournament on 1959, Keres against Slow, he played knight d7 here. Before this, probably before this tournament. And after knight d7, game was followed up with knight e3. And he says it better to play d5, reduce the pressure in the center. And in case of f5, in this position, try to break this center. Knight e3, strong move. And after f4, knight f5, attacking the bishop. And in case of bishop d8, then bishop d2. And black is in trouble, yes? Bishop f5 is a threat, bishop is dead. Rook c1 is coming. Why? d5 was good move, but Slow played knight e3 here. This position. And after ed, knight d4, bishop f6, attacking the knight, and knight df5, g6, black receive a very nice game here. According to Fischer. It was a game between Smyslov, white versus Keres. But in this game, instead of knight d7, probably Keres analyzed and he understood that d5 would be a strong move. That's why he plays knight c6, attacking this pawn. After d5, he wants to play knight b4 and exchange it. Why Fischer plays knight e3. Rook f e8 was played. And he said black has some troubles here already, because knight d4, he wanted to take with big power on ed, and knight f5. Look at this knight. Putting pressure on bishop, and also want to take here. Rook e8, and then bishop g5, not allow bishop f8. This would be a very unpleasant position for black. Knight b4 is not good here, because of bishop b1, strong move, and bishop e4 doesn't work. Duo of bishop e4, knight e4, and a3. Look at this trap. Knight attacked. We cannot go knight c2 because we exchange everything. take this knight. And in case of knight 6, then knight d5, attacking the queen, attacking this knight. That would be the threat here. But after knight e3, Gareth played rook e8. After rook e8, yeah, Fischer played mistake. He played knight f5. Natural move, but not the best. d5 would be a good solution here. Because always when bishop here, this pawn is structure is very annoying for because it's became very passive once you don't have f5 idea. Now knight b8 would lead to a4, very unpleasant move, and we gain this square. After b4, knight c4, then bishop e3. Bishop e3 and control this square. And in case of knight b4, then would be bishop b1. We save this bishop, which supports this pawn. a3 is a threat to catch this knight. a5 would be the option to have knight a6 after a3. But after a5, queen e2 would be good move, attacking this pawn. And in case of queen b6, knight f5 very annoying, and then bishop e3. Why knight d7 would be the option. And after that, bishop d2 this position, because queen b5 gives some counterplay after bishop a6, then knight c5 and penetrate here. Bishop d2. After bishop b6, then a3, knight a6, and then b4. With following bishop d3 with and white keeping a strong pressure on black's position. Bishop is dead. Knight doesn't have good squares. f5 counterplay not exist. We see that this is the ideal position for white. But instead, he played knight f5 in this. Bishop f8 was played. Now we see that once knight goes from e3 square, e5 is not so strong anymore because this knight will penetrate to this square, which is not protecting from knight. Why? After that, he played bishop g5. This was his idea to exchange it. But Gareth simply goes on d7. Rook c1 with idea d5. Queen b8. Get rid from this pin, of course. Bishop b1. Fischer developed maximum his pieces. And knight d4. Probably Gareth exchange because d5 was already unpleasant idea here. So he exchange. Knight 3 d4 e and rook c1, bad move by Gareth here, and they missed a 23rd move of white. This was a number 21st. ed should be played. Rook c8, queen c8, queen d4, and knight c5 with good chances on this pawn. 96, and white is not threatening anything here. Instead, input this move first, bishop e1, ed, and he completely missed this strong check here. He was anticipating queen d4, then knight c5 with almost equal position. Queen g4 is also not so strong because we play knight e5, and after check we go king h8. This is protected. But instead knight h6 immediately. Thank you for following. Eating what? What's the name it was? So what happened here after knight h6 check? gh was played because knight f7 is the threat here. So gh, queen h, queen g4 check, king h8 in this position, because bishop g7 leads to bishop h6, and then we give mate in this square. So h8 only move, and queen d7 here. White takes back the piece, and we don't feel that black has pawn up because the pawn structure are so weak. This weak, this, all pawns are weak here. And yeah, also this attacked. Gareth found the best option, bishop d5, using this pin and also protect this pawn here. Energetic continuation. Queen f5 by Fischer, and rook e5 because the threat was e5 and deliver mate on h7. So rook e5 he played. Because in case of bishop e6, there would be queen h5 here, and this is attacked. That's why rook e5 was played in this. Queen f3 and f5 as the active defense, because bishop e6 will be bishop f4 this position, or even b3, bishop b2, and eliminate this pawn. So Keres tried to complicate matters after f5 move. Bishop f4 was played because we cannot take on d5 due of queen. Bishop f4, rook goes to e8. In case of rook e7, there would be queen d1 strong move, attacking, defending rook and attacking this pawn. And after bishop e4, because we cannot take this pawn, we give check. And then take this bishop. So bishop e4 would be the option. We take on e4, fe, give check, and after bishop g7, queen d5 strong move. Not exchange the queens, but queen d5, and also this is a threat, this is threat, and black is the trouble. Case instead, after bishop f4, rook e8 was played by Keres, and queen h5 strong move here, pinning the bishop from this rank. Hello, I am Dudum. And bishop e4. Finally, Keres take this pawn. What else to do here? He didn't find anything better move, so he take. And f3. This was Fischer's idea, to pin back this rook, forcing it goes to c6 to protect here, and rook c1 strong move. Of course, not rook e8 because of bishop e8, queen f5, and then bishop g6. It's black who is winning because check, then bishop g7, and we eliminate this bishop here. That's why the bishop 6, rook c1 attacking bishop, and he must take this. For the moment, black has 2 pawns up, but bad position because of pawns are very weak. So after rook c1, bishop d7 is defending this pawn, otherwise queen e5 leads to mate. And bishop f6 played by Fischer. And bishop f5 also was possible. And then all use these weak pawns, of course. But he played bishop h6 here. Bishop f5 looks much more natural, of course. Queen, and after bishop h6, rook e6 strong move played by Keres. He wants to exchange these bishops and take it with queen and participate in defense of king side. Thank you, Megonin. So rook e6 and then bishop f8 here. In case of bishop f4, queen e8, black more or less could still prolong the defense here, because using that we cannot take due of check, and then we take on f5. That's why he simply changes the bishops. Take and play queen h4. Obviously queen f5 leads to rook e1 check, and we lose the queen. Also we cannot play this because of rook e5 is pin here. Maybe even rook h6 actually is even stronger, probably. Attacking here and here. That's why he played queen h4, attacking this pawn. So it's only pawn up for black. Once they will lose this pawn, it will be very heavy, very hard to defend this endgame. Yeah, also rook c7 was not so strong. Try to immediately win because of queen g7. Now bishop f5 is mistake due of check here. And oh, sorry guys, not queen g7, queen e7, of course. Wrong move. In case of bishop f5, rook e1. This was the idea. And in case of this check, then this check, and lose this bishop. And in case of king h2, again queen e5, we win the game. That's why he played queen h4, attacking this pawn. We see how precisely calculation of Fischer. He was 16 years old during this tournament. Queen f6 was played. Queen g7 was not good. Duel of rook c7, very unpleasant threat. Bishop f5 is a idea. And in case of rook e2, attacking this pawn, white was winning after check here. d8 is loses. We give this check, then take and take with check here. So rook e8 would be the only move, but rook d7, d8, rook d8, and white is winning here. Why carries plays queen f6 here. f6, rook f6. Now Fischer played bad move here position. He plays natural move king f2, but instead first he calculates rook c7 strong move here. Because he did not see the winning continuation after rook f7. If in case of bishop e6, he wanted to play b3 and then rook c6 here. And no any counterplay for black, but rook f7 he did not find. He underestimated. Hello, thank you for following. He underestimated that rook a7 was a very strong move here. Bishop a5 would be mistake. 2 of rook f5, rook d7, then rook d5, protecting here and support this pawn. And after king f2, d3, king e1 would be not d2 and king d1, but rook e5 and creating counterplay here. Why rook a7 would be the option, attacking this pawn using this pin. After bishop e6, simply take it. Pawns are equal. Pawn is hanging. After rook 7, we had rook c1, not take on d6, but king f2 would be strong move. And after rook c1, simply bishop d3 here. And black pawns are hopelessly weak here. And according to Fischer, he was winning. So probably we need to continue variation a little bit. Bishop c4 would be only move here. Otherwise, just take and win. So what after bishop c4? How we win? Probably bishop f5 here. And after d3, otherwise b3 is coming. Then rook d6 and stop this pawn. Yeah, and this position is weak, of course. This position is win, I mean. But why it's win, actually? We give checks, okay. He takes care. How we win? Because bishop d3 is a pin. Only move. Maybe we need to sacrifice, actually, the exchange here. Maybe this is... I don't know what is this position, but definitely black has to suffer here. Maybe still draw, I'm not sure. And also there's another idea for black. Instead of d3, play d5. With idea in case of b3, d3. This is promotes. d3 and d4 check here all suddenly. Or even rook e1, rook e2. Not clear. Clear for me. Checking, king d1, maybe even sacrifice. bc. And after rook 6, I want to play c3. If you take, I will give check. Black who is winning. So what to do here? Black is maybe better. 1 second. What was the idea of Fischer after bishop c4 here? Bishop c4 is definitely counterplay after take, then check on c2, d3, and take here. Yeah, it's dangerous. I think only move is bishop f5. Now d5 or d3. Let's say d5. How we win? How to win here? I don't know. Okay, this was not necessary, of course, for white, but interesting variation what he gives. What about in this position play b3? Why he plays immediately b3? Because I'm using that bishop e6 is not possible. I take and then take here. We'll be winning a bishop endgame because we create, I guess, 2 passers here. What to do here? And then rook a7 next move. Okay. Okay. Let's go back for game. It's too deep. King f2. King f2 was bad move. According to King g7 was played here. King g7 was played. Rook e7. Rook f7 and king e2 was played in this. Now rook a7 doesn't have such an effect because of bishop c8 and rook, as we see, is protected here. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why in this position, after rook c7, rook f7, this is slow move. Probably because of king g7. Yeah. And after rook a7, bishop c8 we have. That's why he goes for that variation, but it's not super clear maybe. So he played this. 7. What he played here? He played king e2 with idea take this pawn. Thank you for follow, guys. But f4 played by Keres. Interesting move. And still it was risky because it was time trouble here. It was 38th move and they need to reach 40. And it was played against king d3 because of check here. Much stronger was simple move king f6 here. After rook a7 position, because f4 with idea king d3, king d4, then bishop e6 would be strong. And after rook 6, or suddenly black has contraplay on this pawn. Using that after king f2, we can check and then win this rook. After rook a7, this position, then bishop c8, rook f7, king f7, it would be a draw, according to Fischer. He saw that this position is draw. So, for example, we take it. How we make draw here? Maybe we fix these black squares somehow. Take, tagging this pawn, we play something like 6. This. Wait, somewhere. Have to defend. Only chance. e7. What's going on here? Like also has con chances, yeah? They somehow penetrate here. Dangerous. We don't play f4. Would be unpleasant position. Was king d4 and then we create some passer here. d3 we have to play because f4 we cannot play. The bishop b7, bishop e4 check. Okay. Let's trust Fischer. Instead, Keres played risky move f4. And after f4, rook a7 by Fischer. Attacking the pawn. King f6 was played. In case of bishop c8 now, we exchange and win this important pawn. Why he played rook e7. Check. King f2. And... No, 1 second. Sorry, guys. This position, Keres played king f6, rook a6, and then he gives check. This was position. And now he played king f2 because king d2 would be a big unpleasant surprise here. Rook g7. And if we take, then king e5, and then we take here. This pawn is the attack here. Why king f2 played by Fischer? Control this square. Bishop stops this pawn and this pawn under attack. So far pawns are equal, but all black pawns are weak. And he played bishop e6. So far, Keres plays strong move according to Fischer. They are giving pawn, but will get contraplay over c file here. Because after king e5 and rook a7, black pieces are paralyzed because of pin. So he played bishop e6, rook d6, and king e5. Rook c6 by Fischer. Because rook b6, he declined due of this variation, bishop c4, and after b3, d3 strong moves, sacrifice this pawn, and these 2 pawns guarantee a draw for black. Yeah, they will go king d4 and penetrate here and push the pawns. And easy to do anything because this cut here. After king e1, probably check e1, and I guess rook attacking here. Yeah, this was risky for white really. Why he plays rook d8 here? No, sorry, not rook c6 he played. And bishop d5 by Keres. And he played rook h6 in position to attack this pawn, because rook c5 would be a mistake here. Do a d6, rook b5, then bishop c4. And white can be in danger, because rook e2 is coming, d3 is coming, there's rook b4, king c5. That's why he played rook h6. Rook goes to e7, activate rook from file. Rook h5 check, king goes to d6, check on h6, king goes back, you check again. Again, rook b6 would be bad because of rook c1, and after bishop h7, then bishop e4, and then give mate here. Or no, have con chances, not mate, but because of g4, but black can pawn. And why? He continue check, king d6, and now he played mistake, rook f5 here. It was not better to take on h7 because of rook e1, bishop d3, and bishop c4. But he said that he could, yeah, yes, homeless. But he says that b3 was possibly winning continuation to control this square here. And after b3, because of rook e1, then bishop e4 here. And after bishop e4, fe. He thinks that this was winning. First of all, this pawn under attack, and also rook d5 is coming. For example, check f3. If we take, we give check, take this pawn will be very strong. For example, if we don't take, then rook b5. Yeah. So b3 was very strong move, reducing bishop power here. But instead he played bad move on f5. Hello, Zava. Yes. So after rook f5 bad move, rook c1 played by Keres, attacking this bishop here, and also wants to play bishop c4 and give mate on f1. Bishop d3 by Fischer, and rook d1. And bishop, when he played rook f5, probably he thought that Keres will play this and fall in rook f4 move. And the point that bishop d3 will be check, and then we take on d3. But Keres play rook d1, attacking the bishop here. Now we need to defend, otherwise rook d2 will be very unpleasant. And then we attack this pawn. If king f2, it will be draw. So rook g5 he protects. And bishop a2, bad move by Keres in this. After the game, Keres shoved Zava. Which moment? Yeah, bishop b5. I guess check and take here. It's very strong counterplay. We take here, then take here. And this pawn creates enough counterplay here. So what was happened? e1, king e2, rook g1, rook g5, and now he made a mistake, and after the game he showed that rook a1 was strong move here. And it was easy draw. Because after a3, rook a2, we eliminate this pawn. And in case of bishop h7, then will be check on c4 here. And after king d2, then rook a2. King e2, king c2, and then rook a1, and it will be draw his position. But not immediately rook a2, obviously, because of rook d5 check. And check, and we take this rook here. Hey Inki, how are you doing? Hello. Welcome back, man. But instead, Keres, after good defense, he made big mistake here. And give this pawn. Bishop b5. Rook b1. King d3. Oh, suddenly white pieces activated. And another mistake, h6 he played. And still, he could probably make draw after rook b2, king d4, and bishop b1. Strong move. And it would be a draw, because he protects this pawn. And bishop g6, rook b4, and king goes to this f6 square and control everything. But one mistake we know follows with another usually. And instead of rook b2 and bishop b1, does it he played h6 move he played here. Rook h5, rook b2 attacking this pawn, king d4, rook d2, and rook h6 check. And here you're welcome, Bobby Fischer. And here game was adjourned on 58th move of black. And white has two technical tasks to solve. They cannot exchange the bishops because we know that theoretically, even when we have two pawns up and king is somewhere on g7, rook on a1, it's a draw, theoretical draw. And also they cannot exchange the rooks until this king has chance to get f6, very important square here. Theoretically, we see that bishop can be sacrificed for f pawn without rooks, and this is black square. So let's see how he will play. King e7, king e4. King e5 would be a big blunder because of check, and we take this bishop. King f4, e4. You need to avoid bishop exchange and rook exchange until Keres has this chance to get f6. So king e4, rook g5 was played, attacking this bishop. Bishop a6, bad move. And he said that Keres was afraid about bishop f1 move here. And after rook g1, only then bishop a6. And black would not have such a defense. What happened in the game? And bishop d3 immediately here would lead to the draw. After bishop f7, strong move, king f4, and rook h5, strong move here. We cannot go with rook because of this. We have to exchange. And after bishop h5, it's a dead draw because we cannot avoid a sacrifice here, and then easily goes to h8. So bishop a6, bad move, and we'll see what is different. And Keres played mistake back with bishop f7, and this is a crucial mistake. Keres after the game told him that this position he had at home analyze, but during the game he forgot what he was analyzing here, and strong continuation was check on b1, king f4, check on f5, e4, and then rook f6, and this bishop controls this square, and white cannot avoid the exchange, and this is draw. This is a drawish position. White cannot win this endgame. But what happened here? He played bishop f7 because he forgot his own analyze, and bishop c8, strong move. So white will bring this rook bishop here and protect these both pawns. Rook h5 doesn't have power anymore because rook can leave, and this pawn is not under attack. So this move is very strong. Yeah, this move will be immediately draw. We know exchange and sacrifice. So very strong move. Rook g6 was played by Keres. Continuation, rook c5, bishop g4, rook c4, king e5 would lead to winning endgame for white. Slowly they will push this pawn forward, go more and more, and they would winning this pawn anyway. So rook g6 was sorry, then bishop c8, rook 6. He played rook h7. It's very important to keep rooks on the board so far. King goes to f8. Bishop g4. This is ideal place for this bishop. Protects both pawns and also support. Rook g7 was played by Keres. Rook g4 would be bad move, not because of ag, because it's a check, but rook f7, and then we take and win. So Keres plays rook g7. And after rook g7, plays rook h6. Again, white cannot exchange because they have this square. And only after rook g6, now he exchanged. And now it's winning because they pull this square from g5 and push pawns. f4, king g7, king g5. This is the point. And black king cannot blockade f6 square. And now first we will push this pawn, obviously, because f4, f5 will lead to draw. Yeah, we take and king h8. So after bishop d3, f4, not even give any chances. Bishop e4 and then h4 here. Bishop d3, h5, bishop e4, h6, king h8. In case of king f7, there will be check, then bishop g6, f6, h7. So king h8 was played. Bishop f5, not f5, of course. Very important not to give this pawn. This pawn is decisive. After bishop f5, bishop d5 by Keres, bishop g6, bishop e6. Only wait for black, not allow f5. But king f6 was played. Also maybe bishop h5, bishop g4 is possible and then push. But okay, he played king f6. Bishop c4 and yeah, he just go back. Just repeat, I don't know why. And then bishop h5. Yeah, they found this. And after king h7, bishop g4. So we cannot exchange here because pawn and game are winning. So bishop c4 by Keres. And finally f5 we push. After f5, game is really hopeless because black has to wait. After bishop h5, bishop 4, bishop g6 check, king g8, f6, black resign here. And here how white is winning. For example, if black waits, again f7 is mistake, but you simply bring king to the game. King has to be on g8 to protect h8 square. Thank you for following, Alexander Greg. So after king f4, king h8, for example, e5, we penetrate to 7. So we just wait, and bishop f7 here, bishop d3, and now bishop e8. So not from this diagonal because bishop will go here and protect, but bishop e8. Now f7 is a threat. Only move is bishop c4 and bishop d7 with idea close this diagonal for bishop and promote. Only move is bishop g8, bishop e6, bishop h7, and 7. This is how technically used Keres mistake, huge mistake, and in general Keres defended very well this endgame. He did not deserve to lose like this. Yeah, this was very cool endgame. Lot of interesting stuff. Let's see next game. It's Paul Benko. Now was Paul Keres and now will be Paul Benko. It was played in Challengers tournament in 1950. Uno momento. Let me put it with white. I'm doing. Benko. So probably easy, right? Like this. Hard to imagine that it's incorrect. So let's go. E4, 5, knight 3, knight 6. E4, B, knight 4, 6, 3. I don't know. I'm usually refreshing after each game, so it disappears, I guess. Maybe next time, okay. So after knight f6, knight c3, d6, we know that bishop g5 is the rouser system, but he plays bishop e4 here. Queen b6 played by Benko. So queen b6. Another line is bishop d7 or e6 here. But queen b6 by Benko, attacking this knight. Knight d e2. Now, for example, knight b5 is not so good because of a6. And after bishop e3, white faces this unpleasant move and loses this pawn. So that's why he played knight e2. In later, in number 58 game, he played knight b3 here. But knight e2 against Benko. e6, castle, bishop e7, bishop b3, castle, king h1, obviously preparing f4. He did not want to play bishop e3 because of queen c1, and after f4 will be knight g4, unpleasant move. Using that bishop that cannot go on g1 here. Goes here, then check, and white loses this bishop. So he played king 1 here. Knight a5 by Benko, and bishop g5 by Fischer. Queen c5 was played. A precise move, which provoking bishop e3, and then he want to play queen c7. But instead, Fischer played f4 immediately here. He wants to have bishop on this active diagonal. b5 by Benko. Knight g3 and b4, bad move here by Benko finally. And Gligorich, Tatar Gligorich was suggesting here bishop b7 logical continuation. Also was natural take here and bishop b7 in this position. After knight h5, play king h8. And if white will open this file, it will be quite strong pressure for black. Rook g8 and combining with this bishop, it's quite dangerous for white here. Thank you for following. So instead, Benko, instead of take on b3 or play bishop b7, he plays b4 here. After b4, happen here. e5 played in this strong move. So look at this move. Benko probably was hoping for knight e2, then he would exchange bishop b7 and attack this pawn. But Fischer had in mind to play e5, open this square for knight. So Benko played e5, and here was two options. First was bc, ef, attacking the bishop, bishop f6. In case of gf, there would be bishop h6 attacking rook, and also queen g4 is the idea here. And after f5, then knight h5 with idea queen f3, queen g3, and give mate here. So that's why after ef, bishop f6 would be the move. And after bishop f6, we exchange the bishops, then place this knight in the ideal square, which it attack this pawn, this pawn, this pawn, queen. So after knight e4, would be option queen f5, protecting this very important pawn. Knight d6 with tempo, queen d6, rook f3 with decisive attack. This was analyzed by Udovich. For example, if you play king h8, we play rook g3 attacking the queen, and after queen h6, queen g4, and threat is queen g8, and then knight f7 mate. This is like example. That's why Benko probably was shocked of e5 move. He takes de. Yeah, also second option, if knight b3 here, then ef would be the move. Bishop f6 is bad because we go knight e4 with tempo and then take this knight. So after ef, gf is forced, and bishop h6, white is winning here. In g4 is a threat. Once king goes somewhere, then knight e4, and we take this. Also, rook is attacked. That's why Benko calculated. He played d, and bishop f6 by. Again, black has two moves here. He played. No, he has three options here. He played gf. In case of bishop f6, would be knight c4 attacking here, attacking here. Queen e7 supporting this bishop, because queen d4 leads to unpleasant circumstances. After gf, then check, h8, rook d1 in this position, and after queen b2 we play knight h5. This was the idea of rook d1. Forcing rook g8, we simply take it, deliver the mate on 8th rank. And after queen e7, this idea, after case of knight f6, take with queen, then knight h5 would be strong move. Again, idea to take and then give mate. After knight h5, king h8, because bishop h4, queen g4. Variation got by Grigorich, and after g6 we take, penetrate here, and winning. So king h8 would be the option, but knight 6, gf, we take this pawn and penetrate to very important square. It's decisive attack here. And best chance actually in this position was not gf, not bishop f6, but bc. We see that this knight usually jumps on e4 with big effect. And after knight e4, queen b4 in this position. Queen g4 attacking the pawn. Then take and knight f6, king h8. Queen h4. We're using that gf not possible. We take and the rook is participating. But h6, good move. And after knight g4, white is threatening knight h6 with a strong attack. But probably this line played by Benko. That he takes gf in this position, knight e4 by Fischer, and queen d4. And Fischer said that Benko thought in this moment long time about queen d4 move, because another option was to play queen c7 and knight h5. Black can defend in case of queen g4 check. H8, queen h4, then rook g8 would be strong move, and after knight f6, rook g7. Important to keep this bishop on the board, so we protect this pawn. And after rook g8, rook g7, and queen h6, we play bishop b7 and not allow knight h5 because bishop g checks here. Yeah, that would be the option here. So knight h5, that's why it would be strong move. Yeah, with idea mate in 2. After knight h5, f5 would be the option. Control this square. Otherwise, king h8, we just take it and then penetrate on h5. This square. So f5, what a messy position. And after f5, knight f6, king goes to g7 because king h8, queen h5. So king attack this knight. Then would be queen h5 strong move here. and bishop f6, because rook h8 leads to mate in 2 after check and mate here. In case of h6, there would be rook f3, strong move. Also, these rooks creates a danger threats. In case of rook h8, we deliver a very beautiful mate here. This and mate on 8 rank. This would be a mate. That's why after queen h5, only move in this position. Where is it, guys? Lost. Yeah, bishop f6 would be only move here. After that, knight f6. Continue attack. We cannot take because of mate in 1. The threat is actually queen g5, queen h6, the mate. After knight f6, only move would be h6. Because rook h8 leads to exchange loses. After check, f8, then check. After king e7, queen h4 here. Banktown, California. Cheers. 1500. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. How are you doing? Hello. Big up from Slovakia. Mosinagant. Hello, man. Welcome. And the point that knight d5 is a double threat. And after king f8, knight h7, black loses exchange here because they cannot go in e8 to have check and take. Case of king g7 probably will be check and then rook f3 with mate here. That's why after knight f6, rook h8 would be bad move. That's why h6 is the only option. And what happens after that? Rook f3 anyway. Strong move here. Rook h8 only combination. Because king f6 will lead to the mate after check. Not allow king e7 option. And we give check. Rook h3 with a mate here. Why after that rook h8? We need to protect this pawn. Otherwise rook g3, h4, his mate is coming. What about ef? I'm thinking now. Why not ef? Control this square. Why not this? He gives only rook h8. Why not ef here? After ef, rook h3. Look at this move. I guess rook h3 here. Because we want to give mate. Instead of, in case of king f6, I guess it will be check. King e5, and then I guess we cut off this king somehow. Or maybe even 1 second, have to win actually. Rook e3, king d6 is not clear. Maybe rook d1 first. Looks like very dangerous. Rook e3 is a threat, and queen d4 mate. Look at this. Take and mate on d4. I don't know. Looks like winning. Because rook h8 is loses here. Duo of knight e8 fork. Take, and mate on h8. That's why rook h8 was the move here. But after rook h8, knight e8 check. Yeah. And after rook e8, rook g3 check. After rook g3, king f8 only move. Queen h6, king e7. After king e7, queen h4 check. This position. King d6, because in case of king d8, there would be very strong move rook h3 here. And with either queen f6 and give mate here. After queen d8 only move. Protect this square. Then would be after queen d8, queen h6, and this wins the queen because only move. Then we give check here, and the point that here is a mate. Okay, so f6 we give check on g7, so we need to go somewhere here and then we eliminate this queen here. Beautiful variation. So after rook g3, let me, yeah, after this move, h4, f8 loses, so king d6 would be the option, because king d7 also bishop a4, we have additional check. So after king d6, rook d3 check, king goes to d6, king c5 would be bad because of bishop a4, take control over this and this square, attacking rook, and queen f2 is a threat with either b3 mate then. And after king c6, bishop a4, king b7, bishop e8. This was a cool creation. And white everywhere has yes, everywhere has a strong attack. That's why Penko obviously spent so much time where to put this queen. He put it in center, but in the center it will be some moments attacked with rook here. And maybe he thought that Fischer will give check, king h8, then play queen h4, he will take and something, but Fischer plays a quiet move queen h5, which is much stronger. With idea to participate also with rook, and all threats are on the board, include queen h6, knight f6, or knight h5, so very strong move. And now black doesn't have defense here. Knight b3 he take. In case of queen h8, he wanted to play queen h6 with idea knight f6, bishop f mate here. And after rook g8, because ef loses way of knight h5, this attacked. After f5, knight f6, and win this. And after rook g8, thank you for follow, guys. Then knight f6, and white is winning here. Because rook g7, knight gh5 is win. Take rook g7, then knight h5. This rook. So after queen h5, h8 was losing, and in case of ef, then would be very strong move here. Knight f5. Look at this beautiful move here. And ef should be taken because queen e4, just queen b4 and mate on g7, and rook f4 with either rook h4 and give mate. And queen e4 is only move here. How to defend this mate? So queen e4, then we take queen fe and queen a5. Or suddenly this knight is, yeah, white will convert this. Maybe this was the best option for black actually. That he take what he did here, knight b3. This is too late now. Obviously Fischer not takes on b3 because he plays queen h6, which is much stronger move. So knight h5 is a very strong threat, and now f5 would be lost after c3 move. Distract this queen, this diagonal. If directly knight h5, he has ef and sacrifice f6, but c3 was much stronger. After queen e4, knight h5, there is no defense. That's why Benko after h6, he take immediately knight h5, and he played f5 here. And not even check immediately, but rook d1, attacking the queen. Queen e5, and then he give check here. And after check, he need to, of course, take everything. Absolutely lost position for black. Yeah, this is attacked. Knight c3, then check it, then queen e7, last move, attacking here, bishop a take, rook f1, and Benko resigned. This was a very combinative play of Fischer. We'll go through it. Welcome, thank you, man. So let's move. This is quite famous game, guys. This we have to see this. This is a very famous game. The same challengers tournament against Gligoric. There was black here. Fischer. Okay, let's go. E4 by Gligoric. E5. Knight f3. D6. E4. Take. A6. Bishop g5. The Najdorf system. Bishop g5 is the most sharp line. Also, popular lines are bishop e2. This was favorite move against knight of by Karpov. Bishop e3 is also option, f3 is option, lot of things. Knight b3 is a Mateusz Bartel idea, which became very popular. h3 people also play with idea, g4, many ideas. Rook g1, Keres idea, g3 ideas, million. f4 is an option, bishop c4, Fischer like to play this move. But in this play position, bishop g5 played by Grigorich. e6. Main continuation, f4, and bishop e7 by Fischer. Knight d7 non like best continuation, and this leads to very sharp, usually very sharp positions. b5. But bishop e7 he played. Queen f3, very nice place for queen. Reduces chances with b5 because of e5 always has to be careful. And open this way for long castle. Queen c7 was played to have bishop b7 after e5. So long castle, knight bd7, develops knight g4 and b5. And Fischer says that in between Grigorich and him, this current position happened 3 times, and 2 games he lost to Grigorich, and this game was drawn. So bishop f6 by Grigorich. There was a game in 1957 in US Championship between Bernstein with white against Fischer. And Bernstein played bishop g2, bishop b7, rook h e1, e4 by Fischer, and then knight d5 he played. ed, ed, king f8 because it's very unpleasant pin. And after king f8, knight f5, rook e8, and then he won this game. Interesting. But Grigorich played much more principle after b5. He takes bishop f6 here. After knight f6, he went to g5, a5, and so on. So gf we take here. f5 was played by Grigorich. And here's a long article about information. And they played also game position in Zurich 1959, same year. And then Grigorich played bishop g2, bishop b7, rook h e1, long castle, a3, and knight b6. And probably this game Fischer lost, as he mentioned. And in the US Championship 1959, Madness played against him in this position a3. Prevent b4 here. Now rook b8 would be much more sharper with either b4, but he played bishop b7 here, f5 by Madness, e5, knight d e2, control the square. And after knight b6, Madness played knight d5 anyway, bishop d5, ed. He wants to take this square under control. And after rook c8, attacking this pawn, he played knight c3 here. And after knight c4, beside the knight e3, he take on c4, bc, king b1, rook b8, and then king a2 here. And white achieve a better play. Knight is much better, pawn is weak. Yeah, so probably he would play rook b8 in the game. Another option was also bishop d3 here. Also was one of the game, but we will keep it. Phoenix, hello. Hello, welcome back. So Grigorich played f5 here, attacking this immediately this square. So in such a positions, white usually play against this square, forcing provocate e5 move and then weaken this square. Of course, Fischer is keeping this pawn on e6. So he played knight e5, attacking the queen here. Imagine said that b4 was not enough because of fe, and in case of bc, because knight e5 is simply bad duty of knight d5 attacking here. So and after bc, then ed, bishop d7, then e5, and white has a very strong attack here. Attack, this attacked. After cb, we just play king b1. Phoenix, do you have a Discord server? No, I don't have Discord. I even don't know what is this. What is that? It's some kind of mix of what? Mix of Skype and Facebook all together. You can chat and also call, or what? What is Discord? Why I needed it? I feel okay without Discord. Enough for me to have Skype and Facebook. So, what happened here? Knight e5. Strong move by Fischer. Probably only move. Queen h3. And now he played castle here. The point was... You also feel okay that I don't have Discord. Okay, then. I heard about Discord. I guess all streamers have the Discord, but okay, I just don't know. I don't have enough time to be everywhere. Facebook, tweet, and this stuff. Twitter, or how it goes. I just opened. I guess a few months ago I opened Tweet and never using it. So how are you expecting that I will use Discord? Now he played castle. This was a shocking move for everyone in tournament, yes? Because bishop d7 was a bad of g5 strong moves. That's why Grigorich played queen h3 to control this square. And fg, yeah, ef would lead to knight d5 and totally crush. So fg, then fe, knight e6, and black position is close to losing. No need for the, yeah. So castle here he played, and let's see what he writes in this position. He says that in this moment Petrosyan and Tal was walking around across the board, and Petrosyan made such a face like, what a weird move, you know, imagine. Yeah, it's like, how can black can play like this and then survive? But Fischer says this weird kind of defense, it's actually behind a solid positional fundament it has. If black will manage consolidate their position, they can use a power of bishops, and also the power of this very strong, powerful knight in the center of board. And he says that this is a permanent advantage, and they just need to be careful of white's attack. So let's see how these two conflicts will be released here. So knight e2 was played by Grigorich. He wants to transfer another knight to the attack. So white, as we understand, has to play very quickly, not allow black consolidate pieces very fast. So this is a logical continuation of white plan. Simagin offered in this position play queen h6 here, with idea h4, g5, and crush. And in case of king h8, g5 strong move. And white is winning. This was Simagin words. And Fischer says that it was naive to think that such an extra class player like Grigorich did not see it. But the point was that after queen h6, king h8, there was not winning, because rook g8 would be strong move here. And in case of gf, then knight g4 attacking the queen and take it here. And in case of g6, fg in this position. Fe is weak because of bishop b7, and black is holding very well here. And in case of knight e6, then bishop e6, fe, rook a d8. pinning this knight to c2 square, because knight d4, d5, it was very strong. Now there is a mate. And queen d2 now to protect pawn, because a3 to stop b4 is bad. Do of d5 strong move. And after ed, bishop a3. Look at this attack. And this is falls down. Or suddenly it's white who is danger. No, I never met Fischer, unfortunately. And queen d2 would be the move. And after queen d2, knight e4 was played. Bishop, not played, I mean, this would be variation. Bishop c4, queen d4, and then after queen d5, rook ge8 position. With idea bishop f8 or e4, and black is absolutely okay and maybe even better. That's why Grigorich wisely declines to play for direct attack here. Yeah, and the point was that in this was game in 1959, and in 1964 there was a USSR championship, and there was game between Holmov, Ratmir Holmov is white, against David Bronstein. Bronstein repeat this position, and in that game Holmov played g5 directly. Interesting move here. And now Bronstein played b4, bad move, and Holmov actually showed the good defense. Black should take here, and after fe, take on fe here. Knight e6 and queen d7 using this pin here. And knight d5 would be, because knight f8, we understand that we take twice on h3, and this knight is trapped. So knight d5 would be the good move, with the idea to take here and then take here. Yeah, that's actually was a continuation of analyze. And after king f7, knight f5, it's equal position. We will exchange this knight and protect, and then put king here. Hard to say it's equal or not. Maybe it's preferable for black actually. That's why fg was strong move, but Bronstein played bad move, e4. And what happened? He take on f6. The threat is check. Bishop f6, give check on g1. King h8. Yeah, this is famous game. Queen h6, attacking here and here. And after queen e7, this was a beautiful. Can anybody see the win here? Arthur, no, it's not Samson. For some reason, we could not order Samson. It's another microphone. I hope you hear me better than before. So, if it's like that, then it's okay. So, what was the idea? This is a famous game. Thank you, Arthur. Don't use engine and don't use Google's. Why this game is famous? Phoenix, no, absolutely don't hurt me. Yeah, I understand. So Discord may be interesting thing. If people use it, it means that it's became popular. I just don't want to dig in that, because I want to have a free time, you know. If I start to use Facebook, if I start to use Discord, Twitter, then you know, I became a virtual, then completely virtual person. I don't want to do it. I'm okay, so. Okay, knight c6, double exclamation mark. This is famous game. So we see that queen is overload with defense these two pieces, so he has to take, and now not rook d3 or something like that. e5, this was an option. And white win this game in style. Look at this move. Look at this move, guys, e5. The point that if bishop e5, then we play f6, so we cannot take because of mate. After bishop f6, we bring this bishop here. Crushing. Yeah. Look at this. Yeah, e5. Yeah, probably after knight e5, only move. What Holmov wanted here? I guess knight e4 move here. And there is no defense probably. Knight d7 would be only move to protect after knight f6 take it, but what would be the winning here? On first sight, I don't see. That should be. Maybe rook d3 now and rook h3. Yeah, should be. We will complete this disaster here. Ponyx, what happened? Why you why you're so aggressive? I missed previous chat, but what happened? Relax, people. Don't need aggression. Let's enjoy chess together. Yeah, this was a beautiful game, right? This was a really beautiful game. Just a bunch of kids fighting, yeah? They were like mad at me for asking about Discord. I don't think that somebody could be mad. Maybe you just misunderstood them. Why should be mad? If you ask me, by the way. Don't worry, everything is okay, guys. So f5, knight e5, queen e3. Where so far? Yeah. So this was a just examples what happened. So knight c2 happened here. Like a cucumber. Is a trap. Phoenix, no offense, but I talk to a psychiatrist about that rage. Isa, don't write it. Why you acting like that? Don't provocate each other. Come on, guys. From out of nothing, some pressure in chat. Let's drink beer, guys. I offer you to drink beer. Cheers. So what happens here? Where I am? So knight f4. Imagine that how many things wrong. What's going on here? How many things Grigorich should calculate here? Yes, it's more like you have to trust to intuition in this current position than on calculation, because it's almost impossible to calculate everything. It's not direct wins or something. But he played knight c2. I'm sure it was intuitive decision, because anyway, this was pressure on c file with fallen before, so he decided immediately bring this knight to the game. Does Georgia have any local national beers? Yeah, we have our national local beers, but they are not good to compare, of course, to Czech or German or Belgium beers. I mean, it's not comparable. Yeah, yeah, we are famous with wines. We have quite underestimated wines, but they are really, really nice. So King h8 played by Fischer. Logical continuation, because the threats are coming usually from g file here. So sooner or later he has to play. So in advance, knight f4, delivering more pressure on this square. Rook g8, attacking this square. Rook g1 by Grigorich. And Grigorich, after a game, he suggests to play bishop e2, connect rooks and protect this pawn like that. And after queen b7, fe, fe. There was position with mutual chances here. Also was possible take fe in this position. Fe, then take with knight in here, and take twice, and queen c8. Probably black is absolutely fine. Then we'll take here and close to equal position. But Grigorich played rook g1 here. And d5, strong move by Fischer. He give oxygen for his pieces. Queen is open, bishop is open, and we know the classical rules that once opponent are trying or attacking on the side, we need to answer with strike in the center. So this is a logical move. Also was possible queen b7, Fischer says, and in case of rook e1, then queen b6. But he decided bravely to play d5. Now, ed would be bad move, duo of ef using this pin. That's why probably I understood now why Grigorich thought this move is better, because now d5, ed, it's not a pin. So d5, he takes fe. Thank you for following, guys. Yes, Aid. It's like a kingdom of Aid, yes? Yes, hell kingdom of Aid. Welcome. Welcome from Athena Pallada. Or maybe Aid, you mean it's like medical stuff. I thought that it's like Greek mythology god of hell. Maybe I overestimated your account name. So ED was bad because of EF. That's why Grigorich take on E6 here. Fischer continues with DE. Sometimes there is an idea with knight f3 and attacking this knight, also knight d3. So we see that position becomes more complex and more complex. So after D, knight d5 played by Grigorich, attacking bishop, attacking the queen. Queen c5 with tempo. Now, if ef, he would take here, and after knight e7, queen e7, black holds a position here. That's why Grigorich take on e7 immediately. Yeah, and Fischer said that it was very hard situation for black if Grigorich would play knight f5. Look at this. Put more oil in the fire. We give this rook, attack this bishop, crazy mess, complete mess in the board. And here was two options for black. One options would be bishop d8, and second options accept this exchange sacrifice. So let's see, if bishop d8 a modest move, then would be queen h6, attacking this pawn. The idea to take it and give mate. For example, queen g1 just loses immediately after knight f6. No way to defend this. Probably only way would be queen h2, sacrifice, but it's obviously not enough compensation here. So queen h6, then rook g6 would be moved, using that queen controls this square. And all suddenly after rook g6, a brilliant move, knight f4. Look at this move. Attacking the rook, we cannot take because of mate in 2 here. And after knight f4, there would be counter strike. Look at this, completely mess. Completely mess. Thank you, Chess Aid. So it's connected with Aid, connected with Greek mythology, or Chess Aid, like chess is a medicine, or maybe boss. The play of words probably you made. Nice account name, Chess Aid. Who knows Greek mythology? He will understand me, of course. And rook d3 here. After knight d3, rook d3, and probably white is winning here, because after ed we take knight g6 and mate. Yeah, that's why after knight f5, most probably he would play during the game queen g1 and knight fe7. We need to keep this knight to have knight f6 all the time. Now black had two options, one bishop e6 or queen g4. In case of queen g4, there would be queen g4, rook g4, otherwise we take here, yes, rook g4, and knight c7, attacking this rook, also attacking rook d8. And after rook b8, then we give check, king g7, knight f5 check, king g7, and e7. All suddenly this pawn is promoting here, with winning. No possible to stop this pawn. Probably bishop d7 would be the move, but we take. And after king e5, we have this pin here. In case of rook g1, we give this check and take this rook. So game is over very quick here. And queen g4 was losing, so bishop e6 would be the continuation. And knight g8 now, because knight f6 will simply protect. And it's white has to be careful, because rook is participating in defense. And after queen f2, there is not attack anymore. So knight g8, at least some material back. And bishop g4, the move here. Otherwise knight f6 after rook g8. So bishop g4 attacking queen, attacking the rook. Crazy variations as we see. Queen h6 attacking here. Look at this. This is a box. This is really box. A short range box, you know, when two boxers are clinching each other and shooting, you know, like punch each other who is stronger in the end. So d1, then knight 8 f6 attacking this pawn. Queen g6 head to head. Yeah, exactly. Dirty boxing. Who has stronger pin? So queen g6, ag, king d1. With the chances for white to win this game. This was a conclusion of Fischer. We can agree, or maybe we cannot agree, but definitely, practically, it will be extremely hard to defend this position for Fischer after knight f5. Maybe Grigorich thought about that, and might be he didn't see this idea after e7. How was that? After e7, one second, forget how was that variation with knight f4. No, it was queen h6, sorry. Queen h6 it was, of course, and rook g6 and knight f4, maybe he can be. Is this your main Twitch channel? Yeah, I don't have any other Twitch channel. Just I. Yeah, but unfortunately for Grigorich, he did not play knight f5 here. And he take modestly on e7, queen e7 by Fischer, and now he played knight f5. Because after queen e3, bishop b7, ef, and queen f7, black would have a pawn up here, because this pawn under attack and this pawn is under attack, so they will lose the pawn and no attack. That's why he played knight f5 in this position, queen e6 and queen h6. Grigorich by inertia continued to attack here. And Fischer said that maybe when Fischer was going for this variation, from beginning he was planned to play rook d6. But then he realized that black can take queen h6. But he missed that black is winning here after queen a1 check. And after king d2, very important check here. And open this diagonal for defense. And after king e3, of course, king e2 leads to queen e1 mate in 1. So king e3 would be the move. And simply take on b2. And black is winning because we defend this. King c3 also was losing because of queen a5 check. And after queen a5 check, king b3, because b4 is a mate in 1. Beautiful mate here. And if king b3, then we give check. King c3, we give check. e4 and bishop e6, and mate will come very soon here. Rook c8, or maybe even better to give these checks. And no, knight d2 we don't have, so simply rook c8, I guess, and just mate in few moves here. But in the last moment, Grigorich realized probably that rook d6 doesn't work, and he plays queen h6 with idea rook d6. And also another idea to play rook d8 here and give mate. So rook g6, for example, bad because of rook d8 check and give mate. So bishop d7, very strong move by Fischer. Knight g4 was losing because of rook g4, and then give check and mate on g7. So bishop d7, he closed this file. And now white doesn't have choice. They have to play rook d6 here. Because rook g6 was a threat with following queen a2. So rook d6, what a game. And knight g4, strong move here by Fischer. Obviously not rook g6 because rook e6, rook h6, and then rook e5 we take. And then take here with piece up. But knight g4, this was the Fischer's idea, attacking this queen. Rook e6, after knight h6, white is losing material. Look at this position. Take, and then this attack, this attack. And after knight g4, Fischer played, no, Grigorich played rook g4 here. And queen f5, and now Grigorich made mistake in this position. Now the correct move was rook f4. Grigorich played rook g8, bad move. Rook f4 was a good move. Queen g5, then check, queen f6, then take on f6. Both pawns are attacked. e3, only chance. Rook f7, rook g1. So this is black is playing for victory. Rook d7, then e2. Rook d1, strong move. Only move, but strong move. ed, king d1 here. King g7, then king e1. Rook f8, rook f8, king f8, and Fischer said it was good chances for a draw. I guess it's lost. Chances for draw, but probably it's lost because I guess I will play rook h1 here. It's white to move, right? Yeah, if white to move, maybe it's changed a little bit. King f2 and then c4. Because if black to move here, I would play, let's say, if random moves, then rook h1 and then rook h2, cut off this king. And now just go with king. Also h5, h4, and you cannot play c4. This will fall. This will be technically winning. Yeah, but yeah. If it means that if this was a best option for white, it means that after bad move rook g8, you can understand what happens. And now black had two choices to take this rook, this or this. And he made a mistake here. So he played rook g8, natural move, which is mistake. King g8 was a strong move here. And bishop attacked. So we have what? We have 2 pawns up. So if bishop goes, we simply play bishop e6 and then just 2 pawns up, we're winning. So only move would be rook f6 in this position. And then queen e5. And probably black would have a big advantage here because pawn up, no any checks, and sometimes we can deliver this bishop here. And in case of rook a6, we're simply winning after take, and check here. And take this bishop. So probably what would Grigorich would play here? Maybe something like rook f2 with idea rook g2, but I guess I will play bishop f5 here. If you give me check, I will play bishop g6. h4 would be only chance. And first of all, I can play simply king h8, and h5 is not a threat. Maybe even tactical defense possible here. Could be. I guess rook d8, h5, and then queen d5, I guess. Mate is a threat in case of bishop e2, e3. Now this attacked, also queen d2 is attacked. But 1 second, queen g5 I'm missing, yeah? What is after queen g5? I'm just losing. Bishop a5 is a stupid move. You are right. Robert Zarafa. So what would be... actually rook f2, rook g2 is not the threat, what I'm talking about. It's not a threat, I just simply hide the king. So I can play even bishop e6 probably here. Rook g2 and king... I have hallucination, I thought it is mating chance. Rook g5, then queen d4. But yeah. And nothing to do. After rook h5, queen g7. Okay. So anyway, king g8 was a good move, but let's see what happened. After rook g8, he take with rook in this position. And rook f6 by Grigorich. So now 1 pawn only for black and also tempo. Queen d5. This is a difference that queen e5 follows with rook f7, so he need to place this queen on white square. Doesn't have any checks. And rook d6, strong move here. And queen f5 back he played. Not possible queen b7 here because of queen f6, rook g7, then we give check on d8 and eliminate this bishop. So after rook d6, he played queen f5, and after rook f6, he by inertia can play for win. But Grigorich simply exchange and take on f7, attacking this bishop. Bishop g4 by Fischer. King d2, of course, control this square. Now black has to be very careful here, because if I will manage to block it and exchange the rooks, all pawns fall down. So bishop f3. That's why he played bishop g4 to control this, support this pawn. King e3 and rook g1, attacking this bishop. Bishop h3 by Grigorich. In case of king f2, he wanted to play rook h1, attacking this pawn. Bishop h3 and rook e1 check. f4, bishop d1. Still they punch each other. Still both trying to win this game. And Fischer said that he was playing for lost this game. And he says that now when I'm writing this book, these notes, I would never continue. Never would continue to play for win this game. So bishop d1. In that time he was 16 years old, full of energy and ambitious. King e5 played here. And the point that Grigorich also playing for win. Yeah, in the hope that Fischer was unexperienced for that period. For example, rook e7, bishop c2, bishop f5 would lead to easy draw. But Grigorich is trying him, testing for accuracy. So e3 was played. Probably after bishop e2, Grigorich wanted to play maybe bishop f5 here, and then give some kind of mate here. That's why Fischer plays e3. It creates counterplay with this pawn. Bishop f5, attacking this pawn, and also king f6 is the idea. Rook g1 was played. What about e2 here? What would happen after e2? I guess king f6 with idea mate. Rook g1 would be on the move. We give check, king g8, and we go somewhere here, and it will be draw. Because we have to play here. Looks like draw for me. Or maybe not. Ah, yeah, it looks like draw. Yeah, because bishop e6 doesn't work. Yeah, rook f1 check. But he played rook g1 here. Rook f h7, king g8, rook e7, bishop g4. Bad move by Fischer. And he was, still continue play for win. And he should play e2 here and force the draw with perpetual. But instead he continue play for win by inertia. Grigorich takes. Gregory, hello. Rook c3. So attacking this. If black will lose this pawn, the game is over because king is so far. Yeah, this king will eat all these pawns. So I don't know what he wants, why he was continuing this game. He can only lose this game. No, he cannot win. Rook g2. After rook g2. Yeah, from beginning he wanted to play rook g7 here with idea rook e7. And he did not see even easy move king d4 here. And the black is losing here, this pawn and the game. That's why he played rook g2 here. Rook d2, king d4 by Grigorich. He wants to play king d3 now. So black has to sacrifice this pawn for this one. Very important. Yeah, because for example, rook h2 was losing after king d3. We win this pawn, using that we cannot go to pawn at game, and then this rook is cut this king from e file, and this king penetrates to the camp, or simply creates. For example, if we cut the king here, yes, we can simply create with slowly c3, b3, e4 the passer, and it's definitely will go to the queen. That's why he had in time to play e1. But I'm curious, can Grigorich play something better than king d4 here? Let me think. Maybe not. So he played king d4 with either king d3, e1. Only move, rook e1, rook c2 attacking here. And rook b1 by Grigorich. Only chance for win. Now rook h2 again would be a disaster because of king c5. White is winning here. Yeah, definitely white is winning because rook h6 is only moves. Then we play b4, then rook d1 and penetrate. Or first rook d1, rook d6. And winning this pawn. And that's why he played king f7. Nobody cares about this pawn. It's very important to activate this king and control this entrance to the queen side. a3 by Grigorich. He is preparing b4 and then activate the rook. e6 and b3 he played. Yeah. After h4 would be king d6 and then rook h2. And now after b3, Grigorich's idea to play rook h1 and push this pawn. So Fischer is forced to take on h2. King c5. Look at this. He almost lost this game. King 7. King b6. Rook a2. Attacking here. King takes. And king b7 was played. Because after king b5, king c7 is just draw. King b7 with idea kick away the king, then play b4 somehow and take this pawn. King d6 he played. And stronger was, he said, b4 even here. Much more forcing. So rook d1 is only move here. Because after king b6, king c8 is just draw. We give this pawn and place it here and then make this. So rook d1 check, king e6, rook d3 would be only option. Protect and then try take it. And then king e5, king b6, king e4. Attacking rook. After rook h3, king d4 here. The only way to continue is king b5. And rook a8, king b4, rook b8, king a5, rook a8, b6, rook b8. King c6, because after king c6 will be king c5. So white has to control this square. And rook b4, strong move. Using that check, we will go here, exchange, and take this pawn. So after rook b4, rook g3, and rook b8, it's a draw. Nobody can, white cannot improve this position. Yes, after just move the rook. Yeah, this was a forced draw. But instead of this b4 move, he played a more passive move, king d6 here. After king d6, he played king b6 here. King d7, b4. Rook h3. Probably he did not wanted to play king c8, as I understood, because of check here. In case of king b8, we activate rook from here. Anyway, kick out this king from this side. So that's why after b4, he played rook h3. We cannot take anyway because of king c7. Rook c1, and now he played mistake here. He played rook h8 very quickly, and after game, Olafsson was, accused him that he was playing this endgame too fast. Because he was wasting only few seconds for decisions. He answered that it was not any danger here. It's a completely draw. And if I would be more experienced, he writes, I would play rook h5 here. And in case of rook c5, then simply take on c5, king c5 and king c7. And just draw. After bc, obviously we don't push. Oh, actually can push too, but king c8 also is possible. So it would be just, this would be a draw. But he played rook h8. And now Grigorich played mistake. He take king b5 here. Yes, my brother is IM. So after rook h8, rook c7 would be the strong move here. Olafsson showed him this move. And white could win. And he could not believe this. And he spent the whole night. He said that he spent the whole night on this endgame. And also he was understanding a lot of things in this kind of endgame positions, rook endgame positions, and in the end he agreed to Olafson's opinion. Grigorich dedicated a book to this Challengers tournament, but he missed this in his comments. So what is the main idea behind this move? The point that white is not allow this king to make opposition when white will take here. So how we do it? The example, if king d6, in case of king d8, there would be rook c5 move here. King d7 and then king b7. Of course not take, because we begin checks. King b7 with idea check and take. King d6 would be the move. And then rook b5. And white is winning. Yeah. Slowly and surely. After we check, we go here, then this goes here, pawns go forward. After rook 7, king d8 would be the option. Sorry, king d6 would be the option. Sorry, what is this? And after king d6, check here. King d7, because king d5 is loses to way of king b5. And after rook b8, rook b6. So king is cut off and we improve position slowly and move it forward. Yes, after rook c6, king d7 would be the option. But we take king b5. That's why we need rook here to have rook b6 move here. Rook b8. In case of rook h4, with idea rook b4 and take. White simply plays rook c1. Now idea to just push forward. And after rook c1, rook h8, king a6. If rook would be on b8 already, it would be draw. Because we kick out this king. And now we have king a6 and unfortunately we move forward this pawn. Because rook a8, we play king b7 and then push away, then check and push this pawn, winning. So after king b5, rook b8 is only move here. And rook b6, obviously, not king c7 because of rook b4 is draw. Rook b6. Now we use that this is not possible. We take and there is the opposition. It should be black to move here with king b7, but not. So rook b6, rook h8, rook b7 check. Now this is bad. We just push forward this construction. So king c8 would be the only move. King a6. Look at this. And after rook h6 check, simply king a7. And white is winning here. Because black cannot do anything. Yes, if we go here, we push it forward. And after rook h8, we go here. And then we kick out this king from this side and continue pushing. One of the, Gregory, one of the, yes. I also like my game against Almaty Sultan 2010. Against Ponomarev was a very funny game in Olympia 2016. A lot of games. Yeah, this was very cool variation by Olafsson. So that's an example why you not to be in hurry even in such a simple positions from first sight. So rook h5 would be draw. He played rook h8 and Grigorich probably he saw that he don't have any chance. He take on b5 here. And after that it's already draw. We give check. And unfortunately king cannot go on a5 and b6 because this will fall. So king a4 will be pushed back and check. Of course we don't give b5 opportunity. King b3. Game was adjourned here, but it doesn't matter. It's easy draw. Rook c8 now. And he has to exchange, otherwise this king will go here. And after exchange, of course, just easy draw. Or not king b7 or king c7 because of position, but king b8 and they agreed to draw. Yeah. This was funny. If Fischer would not continue play for win, then he would not achieve this very interesting, instructive endgame, and he would not increase his class in rook endgame. So let's see the second round, second cycle of this Challenger tournament. Again, Fischer plays with Grigoric, but this time he's play with white color. It's always interesting to see such a big players playing. Oof, I just cannot stop to stream in this. So greedy of these games. So let's see. So Grigoric, black, same. Should update. What do you mean update? I'm just after every stream I upload. I upload from Twitch to YouTube. Every my stream. So pay respect, thank you. Yeah, upload you mean, yes? So yeah, so what Larry Evans says about before this game. He says that in middle of 50s, Grigoric, Svetozar Grigoric, Samuel Reshevsky and Miguel Naidorf was considered one of the strongest enemies for Soviet Union grandmasters. But in 2 years, Fischer was even like replaced them very successfully. But he beat Grigoric only once before 1966. So let's see what happened here. So e4. Yeah, new mic. Finally, you hear me. Yeah. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Okay. So c5 was played by Grigoric. Knight f3, knight c6, d4. So we see that in previous game, Fischer chose a Naidorf setup against Grigoric, and Grigoric set up knight c6, and a kind of like rouser. But bishop g5 is a rouser, and Fischer played bishop c4. We remember that against Naidorf, he also loved to play this Sozin kind of system. So bishop c4 he played here. Bishop d7. Queen b6 also was interesting. We saw this game against Benko, yes? When he played knight d2, then he castled after bishop b3 and crushed him. This game, Grigoric played bishop d7. Bishop b3 in advance. After bishop e3, knight g4 would be very unpleasant move here. And after bishop g5, e6, and bishop f6, his idea queen f6, knight db5, attacking here and here, would be long castle, strong move. Knight d6 and king b8. This was analysis of Grigoric. Black has a very strong initiative. Okay, this is the nuances of opening. We don't dig it. So bishop b3 was played. g6. We see that Grigoric a setup of kind of dragon system. f3. Gregory, is bishop e7 a personal recommendation of your own? Where bishop e7? Which bishop e7, Gregory? I don't understand. Which moment? Oh, okay, f3. White could try to achieve advantage, Fischer said, after bishop e3, knight g4, and knight c6 here. Knight e3 is a huge blunder here because of check. f7, then check, and take this queen. So bc would be only option, and queen f3. Not bishop a7 with idea rook a7, queen d4. attacking these two rooks because of c5 this position. But queen f3, knight e5, and queen g3. This would be a try to play for advantage. Then maybe long castles and f4, even short castle f4, f5, and so on. Move 6, plays bishop d7. And what do you want me to say? Like from my level, I really don't see it as developing. It's Grigorich analyzed, so he was attempting to play bishop g5, e6 as I showed. On bishop e3, he wanted to play knight g4. So it's always useful moves. Then he wants to play dragon and rook c8 probably. Okay, move like move, nothing wrong. So g6 played and f3, knight a5 by Grigorich. And Fischer said that now the best continuation would be not bishop g7, bishop e3 to transpose to the main dragon, but knight d4 using that bishop is not here. And he need to take with queen, and after bishop g7, it will get under unpleasant threats. So white will need to lose the tempo. And he was going to play bishop g5 and then queen d2 and control the center. It's some complex game. But he played knight a5 here. Yeah, probably it was prepared by Grigorich, yeah. Bishop g5 was played by Fischer. Bishop g7, queen d2, logical play by Fischer. Developing pieces, also control this diagonal. h6. This was quite dubious move. But Grigorich didn't want to play castle duel of bishop h6 and then traditional attack. So something go wrong here for Grigorich definitely if you have to play this h6 move, because after bishop e3 you can never make castle because this is under attack. So rook c8, long castle. It's like white plays traditional dragon and black instead make castle. They make very strange moves. So knight c4, bishop c4, rook c4 was played. Ah, no. No. It was obvious. I saw that he take obviously, but no, he played queen e2 here. Good. And he said this was quite a new idea for that time. So let's see now what happened here. e2. He says that the usual and good continuation was bishop c4, yes? I would play this and probably play king b1 using that. Ah, but castle is possible now because if bishop h6 and we take here. But I guess knight d2 would be strong. Like something like this and checked. We cannot make castle. And then next move king b1 here. Also this under attack. Alright, but he played queen e2. Also, bishop c4, rook c4, g4, he said was known. I don't like g4 move actually, absolutely. I like knight d2 and then b1. Okay, queen e2, what's this? And the point was that he wanted to keep this strong bishop on the board, and David Bronstein so much liked this move that he put 2 exclamation mark for queen e2 move. So now queen c7, obviously bad move, duel of knight tb5. And this attack. So knight e3 is forced, queen e3. And castle he played. And next year in Mar del Plata tournament, Marini played against Fischer queen b6 in this position. So he repeated this against him with a threat of e5 and win this knight. Queen d2 he played, queen e5, f4, and h5, bad move he played. Was better b5 or castle? He played h5, knight f3, bishop h6, e5, with a very dangerous attack, said Fischer. So That's why Grigorich played here castle. And Alexander Kotov recommended in this position not to hurry with castle, play queen e5, control this rank. Also sometimes have rook c3 here. And Kotov was offering g4 and queen g5 with black, good position for black, but king b1, of course, the natural move to avoid this pin. And after queen c5, queen d3, consolidate position. And after a6, black are more or less okay here. And he adds that after queen a5, the probably best move is f4 in this position. And after castle, h3 with either e5, e6, and pair of bishops compensating the weakness of d6 square here. This would be, according to Fischer, best continuation. I guess knight d2 is a good move here. Okay. Move 11. What happened for you in move 11? Yeah, probably not. So traditional bishop c4 would be better move, of course. But okay, at least he surprised Grigorich, so he played castle. It was a practical decision. And g4 he played. And this is a precise move, much more precise than h4, because after h4, h5 would be the move. And not so easy to attack according to Fischer here. So he played first g4. After queen a5 and then h4. e6 position. And continuation b5 is following g5, knight e8, and f4, a5 would lead to winning position for white, he said. That's why e6, he closed this diagonal, also controls d5 square. And now he played knight de2 here. Strong move. For any case, control this kind of sacrifices here. Also open file for rook attacking this pawn. Very nice move. For example, g5, black could had more chances to defend here after queen c5 than e5. That's why he played knight d2. Control d square too. Rook c6. The black's problem that they need to only defend, yeah, because they are far away from contraplay on queen side. This pawn has to be here. Pawn has to be attacked. We see only pieces cannot break a very strong defensive structure of white here. This bishop is like cement for white construction. Rook c6, g5 obviously was played. Hg. In case of knight h5, he was going to take and play f4 with crushing on the king side. That's why Grigorich take to save pawn, but now this file is open. Knight h5, he need to close it, otherwise after knight e8, f4, queen h3, also additional this idea. Knight h5, and after knight h5, f4 with idea f5. Rook f e8, and he played king b1 for any case here. This is a very important preparing move. f5 immediately was not working because ef, knight d5, and beautiful control strike, queen a2. Look at this move. And after bishop a2, take on c2, then check, and then boom on e2, and it's black can win this game. That's why you have to be careful. In b1 always, almost always in Sicilian, is like necessary move. Protecting a2, also avoiding some kind of checks and waiting move. So queen b6 played Grigorich. He of course dreaming about endgame and Fischer not exchange queen f3, and sometimes even have this idea to sacrifice. Rook c5 he played, control d square. And queen d3 strong move by Fischer, attacking this pawn. Now a lot of commentators was thinking that Fischer just blundered here. Because it was from first sight looked like f5 was very good move here. But black would have defensive resources after f in this position, rook h5, because after knight d5, queen d8, control this square, also attacking here. After ef, bishop f5, attacking this pawn, rook h5, and was bad because of rook c2, and it's white who is losing here. That's why after ef, rook h5 looked good, but gh, knight f4, and after knight f4, rook c3, queen h. BC, I want to say. BC, rook c3, queen h5, attacking this pawn, and also g6 is coming. Then rook b3 here. And in case of CB, because AB, it's a queen a5 with mating idea. Then queen e3, and black would have a strong chances attacking here and here. Yeah, plan with b5 before was desperately slow. So that's why he played queen d3 here. And it was very hard to defend this pawn in this position. Whole place for black would be to play knight b5 c6. For example, rook h6, simply blunder after knight a4. We just win this exchange. And after rook f6, f5 would be ef, and now winning with rook h5. Dh and ef. So we distract this rook from f, from the 5th rank, and now this is winning. Also, bishop f8 was winning, losing very quick after f5, ef, and knight d5. Now this bishop not control this square, and d8 would be the move, because fe loses to of queen e4. There is an idea take on g6, and after bishop f5 we simply take on f5. Ef, then we take here and take this knight, and after knight d5, queen d8, there would be rook h5 in this position. Now rook d5 is loses because of bishop d5, gh, and ef. Totally disaster here. This is coming. And after gh, then knight f6 check, 7, and queen h3. Game will be over very quick. This queen penetrates the h file. So this is examples. That's why Grigorich take on c3 here. Knight c3. But now black king is almost naked without defense of bishop on g7. Now, of course, not bc here because of bishop b5. So knight c3 should be played. Knight f4. And everybody thought that he just blundered this move. But in real, he calculated deeper. He played queen f3, attacking this knight. And now he played knight h5, because e5 is loses duel of knight e2 here. And we exchange this knight and then penetrate on black squares. Nothing black can do here. So he played knight h5. After knight h5, he simply break. He sacrificed h5, dh, and queen h5. So rook h1 is a threat here. Or first rook f1 and then rook f8, rook h1. Bishop e8, the best defense. F8 would lead to the mate after check, check, h1 here. Bishop b5, and then bishop e6. And that's the finish. Double fe, we take check, king e8, then we give check and give mate on c8 here. And that's why he played bishop e8 here. And very nice move. So black wants to escape with evacuate with king, but queen h6 cut off from this square. Rook h1 with mating idea coming. Rook c3 is only move. Try to defend with queen from this square. But bc. So pawn is controlling this square. Rook h1 is a threat. Rook c3 played. In case of queen e3, anyway white was winning after one. Queen c3 and g6. That would be disaster. And after queen g7, simply queen h2. And this was showed by Bronstein. There is no defense. Fg leads to bishop e6, queen g6 to rook g1. threat is take on f7 and then rook g1. Crazy. So Grigorich never had any time to breathe in this game. So after rook c3 with idea rook h1 queen d4, Fischer plays g6 immediately. And after fg, he cannot take because of pin, but rook h1 now. The threat is mate in 2, check and mate on h7. After queen d4 on the move, he takes on he plays queen h7 and Grigorich resign. Another way was of course bishop e6, bishop f7, queen h7, and yeah, full game. Yeah, very cool game. Okay, let's see a game against Smyslov. Fischer is black, and Larry Evans says that this was okay. First, let me first write it. There is black, the same tournament. The production before this game by Larry Evans, it's named like first victory. This was the first victory of Fischer against over Vasily Smyslov, and it's very hard to remember. Yeah, Brahim, thank you, appreciate man, thank you for sub. And he says that it was very hard to remember any game where ex-champion was outplayed like this with white pieces for Vasily. So he was born in 1921. So in 1958, he was 38 years old. So let's see what happens here. E4 played by Smyslov. E5, and now Smyslov played knight f3. Usually he was going for closed Sicilian, but he probably was prepared by whole Soviet Union team, not like players, and they probably advised to him maybe to catch Fischer on some concrete variation. Let's see what happens. And all suddenly he went to the very sharp line of Najdorf. This is not exactly style of Smyslov. E6 played by Fischer, same like against Grigorich, what we see. F4, bishop e7, exactly like this was that game. Queen f3, queen s7, long castle, knight bd7. We remember that Grigorich played g4, b5, then he take bishop f6, and then short castle was played later. So Smyslov goes again to this position. It takes, and in that game GF was against Grigorich. Now he played knight f6 here, and after g5, knight goes to d7. And now Smyslov played bishop h3, and he's asking, is it just a memory problem or novelty? But he give question mark to this move. And if it's any case, white is slipping away the opening initiative here. It was necessary to play a3, stopping b4 here. Raid. ADN. ADN. Thank you very much for raid. Appreciate. Gary Katula. Thank you for following. Welcome, people. Hello. Yeah, so what happened here after in this position? He says that a3 was principal move, bishop b7, and now rook b8 is a fashion. When he was writing 1969, he says with either b4, rook b4. That's a typical idea. Thank you for following, guys. So after bishop b7, so here's a two ways for white. One is to go h4, this position, then d5 by black, ed, knight b6. So black is meeting with counterplay in the center. Then f5, logical continuation. Then knight d5, f takes to e6. This is this under attack, so long castle here with either knight c3 and then this attacked. After that, bishop g2 move, meaning here, knight c3. Take everything on b7. Like this. Take on bc, and then bishop a3 check here. After b1, fe, knight takes on e6. Rook goes to c8, attacking this weakness. And after rook h3, protecting here, g6 was played. e4, attacking this bishop. Rook h8 with a quick draw. This was played in US Championship between Sherwin with white against Fischer. So it was ended by draw. Or another option was after a3, bishop b7 instead of h4. To play bishop h3 in this moment, and after long castle, f5, interesting move. Also interesting to take on e6 with bishop fe, knight e6, queen c4, and knight d5 here. This is a very complex position. This was played between Tal versus Grigorich in 1963, so 4 years after this game. And after a5, bishop g5, check, king b1, e5, knight db5, ab, knight b5, queen b6, and knight d6, king c7, knight f7, bishop f6 with mutual chances. According to Fischer, we see that white can take this rook, but this pawn is very weak. Despite that this is 3 passers, this can be very weak. Okay, Kerry. Hi, good stream, but I don't speak English very well. Gracias. Gracias. So, instead of a3, he played bishop h3 immediately. What happened after this? Of course, he plays b4 immediately, uses his pawn is not here. After that, knight e2 played, bishop b7. Now white lost control from knight with knight on this square. So sometimes after e5 we can even put e5 and we cannot penetrate d5. And again bad move he played, king b1. And he says that white doesn't have such a pleasure in such sharp positions to play so slow. b1. Now knight g3 should be played, and they still would have a quite tight position. Bishop e6 was not enough because knight e6, queen c4 attacking here and here. After knight g7, king f8. Then we take here, and it's very dangerous for white here. But Mislaw played king b1. This was not in his spirit. That was his problem. These positions. Knight c5 attacking this. Knight g3 and d5. So Fischer immediately open up the game. So he says that when I was watching a face of Smyslov during the game, I understood that Smyslov already thought that his game is has a lost game here. F5 he played. In case of E5, he was going to play G6 strong move, completely close this idea F5, and after rook E1, Queen B6 here, and then attacking on the queen side A5, A4, and so on. Why Smyslov realized that he plays F5. This is like desperation attack already. So DE, accepting challenge with tempo. Queen G4, EF he takes. Knight D takes F5. Open this, also attacking. And G6, calm and strong move here. And most probably Smyslov simply miscalculated this move G6. And maybe he was hoping for castle. That's why he take with this to have this knight H5 move here. Attacking here, also knight F6, knight H6, and so on. And after knight H5, G6 and queen G3. And all suddenly white is winning piece here because queen G3 we take knight E7 check, then take here. In case of bishop D8, rook D8 with the move here. And it's black has to be very careful. Queen E5 or knight F6, queen H4. But Fischer simply plays G6 here. Now he takes on E7, and bad was knight H6 to avoid castle because a bishop C8 forcing queen H4. Then we exchange and simply take on G5 here. And white is in trouble. Yeah, 2 pawns. Also, this is attacked. So he played knight E7, queen E7, queen F4. Nothing to do here. Castle. After castle, it's understandable that white is in huge trouble. Rook D6, rook D8, rook F6 he played. So Smyslov is naturally avoiding to exchange with tail balance. And rook goes to D5. His idea probably queen E5 here. Bishop G4. Queen E5 was probably good move here. Just exchange. But Fischer played knight D7. Rook F1. So very desperation here. Knight E4 was losing the piece because of rook D4 with pin here. After bishop D7, we just take rook E4. And there is a mating ideas. Also, thank you for following me. Also, queen E4 was bad because of rook D1 check, and we win this queen. So that's why he plays rook 1. E3 played by Fischer. Salute. But not knight F6 because of a GF, queen E5, queen H6. There is a mate. So E3 was played. B3, have this square for king. And rook D2 was played. Now there is a threat. Knight F6, GF, and then queen C5. And attacking here, not allow queen H6. So Smyslov was forced to take on D7 in this position. Rook D7. I don't know why Fischer play like this. In this position, it looks like queen E5 is a good move, no? How to avoid exchange? I think this was a much more precise move. I just want to exchange queen and game will be over very quick. Why to complicate these things from out of nothing? Why knight D7? Queen E5. Game is over. A classy move. We cannot go because queen G5. What to do here? H4 only move and we just can exchange. Game quickly will be over here. I don't know, rook D8, whatever. Any move. I have what I have here? 4, 6. I have 2 pawn, 1 pawn up, and just winning in the game. I mean, rook E8 I will play here, then rook E7 on rook F1. And okay, knight D7, bishop D7, rook D7, rook E1, attacking this pawn, rook E8, H4. Queen C5, strong move by Fischer. So this rook protect this pawn, rook protect this, queen attacks on c file, some rook d2 ideas coming. Queen c4, white is forcing to exchange now. A set necessity here because queen c3 was also threat. Takes. Rook d4 attacking 2 pawns. c5, rook h4, c6, bishop c8, rook d6, rook c4 position. And there's the idea of king g7, rook e6, and exchange rooks and win this pawn. Slow plays king b2, king g7, b3, rook g4 attacking this pawn, knight e2, rook not even takes. Also knight d4 with some chances, but rook e6 strong move. Exchanging this rook. Because we cannot take on e6, we take it with check, and then rook c4 and take this pawn. So rook ed1 only move, and rook g2 attacking this knight. Knight f4 only move, and he takes on d6, takes, and rook d2. Very precise calculation by Fischer. Rook d3 only move by Smith-Lowe. Rook f2 attacking knight. Rook d4 again only move. Nothing else to do here. Yeah, for example, knight d5 was losing after e2, rook e3, then rook f3, and then we promote. So that's why rook d4, 2, and knight has to stop this pawn. But bishop f5 attacking. Okay, so knight e1, now rook f1. So c7, try to distract bishop. Rook f3. Again, e1 is a threat. Also, rook d3 is a threat. c8 he played. After c8, take bishop c8. Again, e1 faster, he said, with idea queen b1, but okay, bishop c8, he said. He didn't wanted any complications. Or rook e4 goes bishop f5, rook takes on e, takes on b4, and we arrive to completely winning endgame. Plays rook d5, cut off the king, also attacking here. Rook g2, after h6, few moves more, will resign. There's no any counterplay and goes. Yeah. But to be objective, Smyslow just simply mix it up opening. He just played bishop h3 instead of a3. I'm sure that he just forget about a3, bishop b7, and then he wanted to play bishop h3, of course. That's what he was preparing. Yeah. Yeah, let's see one also famous game between White, the same tournament of challenges, versus Petrosian. Hey, Mr. Blunder. Hello, Bunkanator. Bunkanator. The Blunder, is it right? You're coming in Sweden in February. I don't know from where you have such information. For example, I don't have. Let me a bit rest. Something. All right. So, uh, here is white against very solid player, and he hit Karokan. In that time, he usually played this line, knight f3, and this is against this line after d d4 take and bishop f5. So now this d knight f5 f5 knight g3 is not recommended yet. White has this and penetrate here. For example, there can be such ideas like knight e5, then queen h5 move here. And after g6 and bishop c4, 6, then queen e2 with idea knight f7. I showed you such ideas in one of the early stream, I remember. Yeah, I don't know. Somebody registered me for some reason, for no reason, I guess. This legend was your inspiration. My first inspiration was Alexander Alekhin. So knight 3, bishop g4. I also play with black. I like this with black. It's very solid. Another line is knight f6 here. e5, knight e4, knight e2. If I'm not wrong, this is Sokolsky's idea. Maybe I'm wrong. The idea to play this way, and queen b6. Black is forced to attack, forcing d4, and then they somehow try to. Nowadays they play c5, I guess here. But this leads to a very complex game. So bishop g4 is more quiet, and we know that Botvinnik also like to play this move. And after h3 to give here. Says that in first round, first cycle of these challengers, Smyslov played against him bishop h5, and after ed, cd, check, knight e6 was the continuation. Then bishop g6, knight e5, rook c8 here, d4, and then e6 and h4. And he says that correct move is queen e2 here, and not allow f6. After h4, f6, take d3, king f7, h5, take, and play knight g7. This helps him slow play it against. Yeah, Alokhin book was my first book ever. So h3, bishop f3, queen f3, knight f6 played. I like to play e6 here. So knight f6, d3 was played. d4 is not so strong because d and queen e3 waste of time, because knight e4, queen d4 is not enough compensation. But d3. Also e5 is not dangerous because of knight d7, and queen g3 is possible here with either e6, bishop e2, but in case of e6, simply take. And after d4, e5 is possible here. Okay, so this is some nuances. d3 he played here, e6 and g3. He says that also people play bishop d2 and long castle against Larsen in 1959 at Zurich tournament. Played a3 here, not allow bishop b4 later. Thank you for following. And after sorry, this is position d3, e6, and g3 he played. And against Larsen he played a3, bishop 5. After that he played bishop e2 with castle here. And after b2, castle, knight b7, black had a good position. according to Fischer. So yeah, he played g3, bishop b4, bishop d2, because bishop g2 is not possible here. We have d4, and after a3 there is a queen a5 move, and here is a pin here and here. Thank you for following, guys. This is white is in trouble here. White bishop d2, waste of time, not necessary move. e4 by Petrosyan. Weaker to play queen b6 because of long castle, d4, and then knight e2. Why Petrosyan immediately played d4, knight b1, and bishop d2 check. And he said that in this tournament, Keres and Benko played against him queen b6 in this position. Try to provocate b3 weaknesses of the queen side. But he played this b3, knight bd7, bishop g2, and Ruches is raiding with party of 21. Wow, Ruches 27, thank you very much. Ooh, welcome people, welcome. Killer Dinu, thank you for following. Ruches, why did you end up so early? Yeah, so knight bd7, then bishop g2, a5 was played, and then a3. And Keres against him played bishop e7, which looks not logical, but he beat Fischer anyway. Bishop d2 was played by Benko, I guess. Queen c5 and queen d1, strong move here. h5 and then not allow h4 with h4 move. And according to Fischer, white has some advantage. You had a bad day? What do you mean? A bad day because of puzzles or just played tournament badly? Or what happened? But Petrosyan in this game, he immediately take on d2, knight d2, e5. I started with 2600 and ended with 20. Oh, oof. I would break at least one mouse after that, as a minimum, or maybe even computer. So how to lose? So painful. Bishop g2 in this, then e5, well, knight c6. So we see that Petrosyan exchanged the black square bishops, and he set up kind of King's Indian, but this bishop is strong still. Not a bad bishop. We need to by Fischer here. And he said that this was a critical moment. And the game, second round, Petrosyan played here g5. And now he played knight f3, bad move. Agin offered to play f4, gf, gf, queen e7, knight c4, knight d7, queen g4 with some advantage for white. But Fischer is not agree. After long castle a3, king b8, as they had the time to play knight e5 and so black is fine here according to. And he played knight f3 in that game, h6 played by Petrosyan, h4, and then rook g8 protecting, a3, queen e7, ag, ag, queen d2 attacking this pawn, knight d7, e3, long castle, ed, ed, and black has advantage. Petrosyan get advantage in that game. Here maybe g4, knight e5, and bishop is dead. No, don't cry. Yes, Chess dog, hello. How are you doing? Before I was calling you chess to go. Yeah, if you remember his results in candidate match in 1970s, yeah, when he beat back-to-back first Taimanov 6-0, then Larsen 6-0, and then 6.5, 2.5 Petrosyan. If he would nowadays would do, somebody would do like that, he will be accused for cheating. That's the 21st century. I'm also doing okay, thank you. But in this game, um, he didn't play. Yeah. So G5 Petrosyan was played then. Yeah, Queen E7 because Petrosyan was awaiting some preparation by Fischer. That's why he played Queen E7. And after G5, Fischer said he wanted to play C3 here. And after Queen E7, Knight F3 attacking this pawn. H6. Then CD, strong move. And after ED, because of Knight D4, now ED is bad, yeah? E5, F4 is coming. CD, Rook A, C1, not allow castle. Or ED directly here. Then H4, attacking this pawn. Rook G8, take, take. Rook FC1. So difference between that game that he opened this C file, which is very important. And after long castle, now he has B4. You see how he was analyzing being 16 years old. So we cannot take on B4 because of knight E5. And after king B8, he wanted to play B5, knight A5, and queen D2 attacking this knight. And white is winning pawn, yeah, because also this is an attack and we take it. This was his plan. Yeah, in case of castle, he was going to play a4, a5, and try to attack here. So with moving the game, Petrosyan keeps both abilities, short or long castle. So f4, long castle now. So he wants to keep this pawn. a3 and knight e8. Also was possible knight d7 and after h4, f6 and then king b8 here. So this is like king's Indian up for white. Very easy play for Fischer because he was playing it quite a lot. Still the position. So knight e8 was played. No, sorry, a3, knight e8 by and b4. He starts immediately actions on queen side. And Petrosyan bravely accepts the challenge. He takes cb. Much more quiet position would be f6. Prove this center. After b5, because b queen c5, and if he takes with knight, and black is okay. Case of b5, knight e5, knight b3, just take, b8 and a4. Position is equal here. But Petrosyan takes cb. And knight c4, bad move according to Fischer. After this move, black is in time to consolidate the position. Right decision was to take on e5 here. And in every variations, white would have advantage. So there is three directions. Let's see. First direction is ba. Then knight c4 would be moved, attacking this pawn. After rook f8, then rook a3. And case of b5 here, between this, there will be variables in check on g4. And king b8 leads to rook b1 pin. and he finished the variation. Probably after king c7, he wants to play rook a1 and take here and take this queen. Yeah, position looks dangerous. ba would be the weakest move probably. Another line will be queen e5, rook f7, queen g3, then e5. All of a sudden this bishop starts to work very well. Queen e3, we take, and go knight c4. Again, white has a solid advantage because of straight centers, and we eliminate this pawn. Bishop is too strong. Another line would be knight e5 here. eb, attacking here, king b8, knight f3. I want to take and take on f7. So f6 would be logical continuation, and queen f2, strong move, attacking this pawn here. Now two moves, knight f3 on queen b4. In case of queen b4, would be a knight e5, fe, and queen f7. It's very unpleasant idea, rook d7. In case of knight d6, we take this pawn. In case of knight f3, then we take queen f3. Now queen e5 doesn't work because of rook a5 move. And in case of knight d6, we play rook a5 without the double rook here. After e6, we play knight b5, then queen f4 in the knight. After rook h8, rook d5. Crazy lines. This is an attack here. So everywhere black has to be careful. Another line would be b8, modest move. Then ab, knight b4. Knight e5 will transpose to knight f3 line. So knight b4, then knight c4, protecting this important pawn. Now knight c6 is a good move because knight c7 will be knight d6 attacking here. After rook h8, rook b1 attacking on e5. Knight e6, then queen d2. Look at this, what's going on. Queen e5 option, but knight b7 here. b7 and rook a6 and completely destroy king's position. The king a6 we take here. Then probably no defense. For example, what we can do, rook b8 probably only moves, and we give this tricky check, I guess. Queen a5, then with tricky check, then we exchange and take this rook here. That's why after knight b4, knight c4, knight c6 would be. After that, queen f3, attacking here, rook f8, e6 strong move, using this pin, e5 is a decisive attack here, because this bishop is too strong, rook b1, and all pieces are attacking here. Like Benko, reverse Benko system, but with king. Imagine that in Benko, white king will be on b1, then you attack on b and a file. So crazy lines here. Practically was very hard to play from both sides, especially with black, because with white it's much more easy to attack here. But instead, after cb, instead of good move fe, he played knight c4, bad move here. We see that Fischer go to wrong pace, and after knight c4, Petrosyan in time to play f6, and he was counting for ba, fe, and transpose to that variations what I just showed before. But f6, for important for black to keep this bishop closed from this diagonal, because on h3 diagonal it's not so effective once king goes here. If black will consolidate position with control this bishop, then he will be better. In future he can penetrate here. So fe take by Fischer, fe, ab, what else? Open, and knight c7, strong move, controlling this square. And he played knight a5, because this knight is super defender, yeah, he controls this square, so it's understandable move. Or suddenly Petrosyan play very strong move here at b5. Look at this. He's not afraid to weakness his position on the queen side because bishop is out of game. So he takes. Fischer says that he understood that he was completely outplayed by Petrosyan here. And Petrosyan even not considered knight b4. Probably he played very quick knight b5. 6 bc. The super knight shows this importance, also protects here, not allows any open position, and this bishop is the main factor here. Yeah, that's why it's King's Indian always double-edged for black, because this bishop, if they not create some direct attack with sacrifices, and it can become a head edge. So rook f2, right? g6. The point was that he didn't play queen b4 directly, drew off check, attacking here. And after rook d7, rook f7, and then queen g7. So he first avoid the check, but the question is why not play more solid move, king b8 or king e7 as the rook f8. Maybe rook f8 would be interesting move. At least change one pair of rooks and reduce white's pressure. Okay, g6. Weakness d square. h4. Fischer logically tries to bring some life for this bishop. King b7. I guess g6 was a little bit inaccuracy here. Why not king b7 directly? Why to pay this? Because rook f1, rook h8, queen h5 is not a threat. Then we can play g6, right? With tempo. Queen holds both pawns. Why? If we anyway have to play king b7, why to not to play immediately? And then we play g6 if it's necessary. French. Gregory with, I would say with all. Maybe not with someone with good friends, with someone not. But good relation, definitely. Everyone. So rook f2, g6, h4, and now he played king b7 here. Yeah, and it was more Fischer also says that it was more expectable for Petrosyan play rook f8 and go to winning end game. But he played king b7. Rachul 69, very thankful. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it. My pleasure. So h5. Fischer has nothing to lose, so he needs to maximum put more oil in the fire. Maximum complicated matters here. Queen b4, very risky move by Petrosyan. And Fischer says that he was very surprised by the decision of Petrosyan. Because we know that Petrosyan was a genius of prophylaxis, yeah? So it was most natural move, rook f8 here. Why he didn't play second time, I don't know. Then exchange. If he exchange both rooks, game will be quickly over, yeah? Then we take this pawn and it will be march. Without heavy pieces on the board, white's position close to lost. But he played queen b4. Rook f7, king b6. I guess a little bit underestimated Petrosyan. Like it reminds me of the famous game between number 5 game of match between Schlechter and Lasker when Schlechter won his only single game with white when he had a bad position with queen and rook versus queen and rook, and then Lasker was a little bit relaxed probably by play of Schlechter, and he underestimated Schlechter's chances and he lost. Same what happened here with Petrosyan. He do same mistakes like Lasker did. He take pawn and also allows this heavy material initiative here. So queen f2. Maybe Petrosyan wanted to show to this young prodigy, 16 years old prodigy, that he is not worse in tactical skills. That was the point. Maybe he not only wanted to win, so that he can beat him in any style, as I understood. Queen f2, strong move. So idea is to play c4, get rid from this weak pawn. Yeah, now rook f8 is too late because we play c4 and after rook f7, queen f7, and then this hangs. I never analyzed Suka games deeply, but I know this games, of course. So I seen all classical games from all players. So c4, yeah. We see that maybe Petrosyan simply missed this move. Maybe he was counting on ag, queen g4 here. But queen f2, very strong move with either c4. But why? Wait a moment. Why not queen c5? I understand this. Why not simply queen c5? Anyway, c4 is possible. Anyway, c4 and then check. Check here and then win queen. Oh my. So we cannot avoid c4 move here. This is very sad news for Petrosyan, of course. Yeah, c4 is very strong idea. How to avoid? You cannot avoid, right? Why not queen c3? Maybe queen c3 was a good move. What would Fischer play here? Attacking the rook. Rook a2 or rook a4? Is that the rook c4? I don't know. Yes, queen c3 was a strong move. Once rook goes, then I will take this pawn. And then h4 and open somehow this g file, maybe. Okay. He played a5. e4. We see that Fischer a little bit improved his position. And now he plays knight c3. Bad move. So one mistake follows with second. Still chess. c5. You mean c5 here? Ooh, looks very scary. You open this rank, but I will give you check here. Very, very unpleasant check. Then what to do? Rook d6 is queen h8. If knight d6, I'll play here. And then penetrate everywhere. Doesn't work. Yeah, queen c3 loses control over f8 square, but same time not allow c4. What is more important? That's the question. For example, queen c3, if I play rook, where to play this? Where to play? Maybe rook a2 and g8, then queen f6 would be the meta. Attacking this pawn and also maybe queen g7. Some checks, h4, God knows, it's very complicated. Ага, Артур Чес, привет. Да не, я кайфую, не чувствую усталости. Артур Чес is wondering that I'm streaming already about 6 hours and asking me if it's too hard, but I said that I'm enjoying the process, so far I'm not feeling tired. How can you be tired on such games? King c5 does not change anything because c4 is anyways a pin here. You cannot stop me from c4. That's the point. So it was only move queen c3 because queen c5 is illusion. After c4, this is a very unpleasant check on b7 here. So queen c3 would be. I guess this was a very interesting move. But Petrosyan played a5, c4, and now he plays knight c3. Another mistake here. Queen b4 was inaccuracy, and now directly mistake. And again, he underestimated chances. Knight d6 was much more safe. Kick rook away, and then maybe transfer to e5. Also knight b7, king a7, protect this pawn. But already white has some chances. They can put queen here, rook b1, and so on. So let's see what happened. After a5, c4, knight c3 was played, and now Fischer returns the favor. He plays rook a f1, bad move. And he said it was so sad that he didn't play queen f6 here, yeah, natural move, attacking this pawn here. In case of rook d f8 here, because rook f8, then rook f1, and we cannot take here because of queen d8, this position. And after queen d8, rook 7, rook f7, white is winning immediately. And in case of rook d f8, then queen e5 was the move. And using that this rook is under attack. And after queen c5, e5, and black's business are bankrupt here. So first of all, Pawns are equal, bishop is open, queen b8 is chance, so it's like white is winning here, definitely. I mean, only white has chances. There was another option, queen f6, not this move or this move. Queen c5 was another option to protect this pawn. Knight controls very nicely this square. But queen g7 would be the option. With idea rook a7 and deliver mate somewhere. 7 or b7. And king a6. In case of a4, there would be rook a7. In case of rook a8, there would be rook b7 check, king a6, and queen c7. Now, threat is to take here and queen c6 with mate. And after rook h e8, there would be fantastic move, rook b5 here. Look at this move, guys. Arthur chess. Okay. Look at this move, rook b5. Rook c7, we deliver mate. If cb, again mate. So no defense. So he need to sacrifice queen. Yeah, beautiful variations. In case of rook dg8, rook b7, king a6, queen c7, and rook c8, then would be rook a5 check and again mate. Yeah, or we can give like this mate. Up to your taste. So after queen g7, that's why only move would be king a6 to control this square here. After that, rook a7 check, queen a7, rook a5, take on a7, king b4, queen b6, king a3, and c5. And this pawn will become very dangerous. So we see that after two very big inaccuracies, Petrosian after queen f6 would have practically very huge problems here in this position. But Fischer plays rook b f1, and again Petrosian underestimated chances. He played a4. He should play queen d6. This position not allows queen f6 in this position. Thank you for following. So, please continue that mate. I did not fully understand, Gregory. What do you mean? Which position? For example, what was the option? This and play this 7 and check and mate. There's no defense here in this position. Or if you play rook a8, check, queen c7, and after rook c8, rook b5. This was a beautiful. If we take queen, we give mate in one here. If we take like this, again mate. No defense, as you see. Why? So, but in this position, instead of queen f6, he played this, and again a4 was inaccuracy. Queen d6 would be strong move here. Roll f6. And after a4, he played queen f6 finally. He wants to penetrate there, also attacking here. And after queen c5, plays rook h7 strong move. And in this moment, he says that he starts to play for win. After queen g7, rook g8, rook b7, king a6, queen e7, and after rook c8, queen g7, and rook g8, it would be a draw according to Fischer. Always. Thank you for following. But he started to play for win, understood? And he take on h7. And now Petrosian, when he is in danger, he start to play well. He played rook d f8, very strong move. And it's forcing to go to end game. So rook f8, queen takes on g6, rook f1, bishop takes on f1, rook takes h7, queen takes h, and a3. So we see that from first side, this pawn promotes. But white also has the guy here. So he goes h6, h a2. Yes, exactly. e77. Queen g8, a1, h7. Look at this position. And now in time trouble, Petrosyan did not realize that he should play knight e2 check, f2 and knight g3. And white doesn't have anything better than make perpetual here. After queen b8. And give perpetual, probably he means this line. b8, check, only move queen a7 to protect this queen. We give check, using that king f5 will be mate. This kind of perpetual is. Because we cannot take, yeah, this is under attack. But I feel that both of them was playing for victory. So he plays queen d6 here. Control this square. h8. Look at this crazy position. With 4 queens on the board. Queen a7. He protects everything. So far, white has pawn up. But knight is very strong. g4. It will be fine if we will promote 5th queen. And king c5, strong move by Petrosyan. Look at this huge place for king to save here. So and funny that this king will find a defend in the white's camp actually. Now he made mistake. He played queen f8, offering to exchange. Strong move would be in this h2. Have this square under control. In case of queen f6 in this position, then g5. It's usually hard to play with one queen in the board, and there is a 4 queens. And or queen a1 here, not allow queen b2. Yeah, because queen a2 would be a bad move. We exchange, and then very strong move queen a8, attacking the knight, and there is a mate. Or we winning the piece after knight b4, just mate in 1 here. That's why queen a1 would be the option. But after queen 1, queen g7, attacking this pawn. And then, case of queen 7 defending this, then queen a8. Black has to be very careful. So they was beginning very strong attack. Yeah. But instead queen f8 played. He wants to take on e5. Queen a e7. This is a forced because queen e5 is a threat and we cannot take and play king b6 because of check on b4. Then we give check and eliminate this pawn here. Or even we can actually exchange here and just promote it, which is much stronger, more convincing. That's why queen e7. When he played king e5, he probably calculated this. And queen a8. And here, Petrosyan, Fischer saw that Petrosyan trapped in this. I mean, he caught Petrosyan in this trap. But all suddenly, what's going on here? King b4. Look at this brave king. Its knight is so good defender usually that you see even 2 queens cannot do anything against it. Queen h2 and king b3. Look at this defense. So king and knight protected against 2 queens. Before this is under protection. In case of queen 1, they will e3. What a game. What a game. And yeah, white wrote a move and adjourned the game. What a fantastic position. The Iron King of Iron Tigran. Yes, Hannibal Lecter, you're right. And in tournament bulletin, there was recommended to play c5. He write this move. c5 was recommended. After queen c5, because queen g6 is a bad, do we of bishop e2, protecting also, I mean, bishop d1 here. After queen g5, bishop d1, white is giving mate. After knight d1 we give check, or here is better. And king c3 and give this mate. Yeah, very cool position. And after c5, queen c5, queen g8 check, king a3, and after queen king a3, queen 1 second, queen c2 with idea mate. After queen b4 only move, queen a8 check, then queen a4. Yeah, because knight a4 is loses after check. We see that queen b2 not possible. We take on a4 and then take this queen. After queen c1 would be king a2 only move, then check on g8, and after queen b3, queen c2, white is winning. We eliminated this queen. Yeah, bishop is out of game, but it's also defending king and protecting this pawn, so not super bad bishop. So after queen a4, a8, only move would be queen a4 here, and after queen a4, knight a4, queen c6, with chances for victory here for white. But he said that after knight c3, black most probably will lead to the draw. I guess black's idea to bring this king here and pin this bishop to this pawn will be very annoying. But that he write a1 move here. That a mate. So queen a1, queen a3, protecting this square. The only move for defense, and unfortunately for us, it's exchanged the pair of couple of queens. Queen a h6. This was his hope, yeah, to push this pawn forward. So what happened here? Queen f7, strong move by Petrosian. After g5, obviously he wants to penetrate here and pin it, or else knight d1 ideas here to have con chances, because queen and knight we know very strong tandem. King g2. Again, queen c6 would be a mistake because of knight d1, and it's maybe white is who is losing here, because there is no there is no perpetual. How to defend this? So that's why he played king g2 in this. Yeah, knight d1 now doesn't work because of this check. King b3. Now he wants again knight d1 threat with idea knight e3. So queen d2. That's why he played to control this square and support this pawn. He wants to activate his pieces like this, h3, bishop a5, his plan. But queen h7, strong move by Petrosian. King g3. This was a blunder, but Fischer says that he anyway could not convert this game. Because after g5 there would be queen h4, very strong move. Yes, g4, g6 we take and take here, and how to improve. No idea. But he played king g3 and queen e4, strong move here. This was his blunder. He played queen f2 now. And he says that he was so confused and disappointed after these blunders that he just could not continue the game. It was impossible to take here because of check. King h4, knight d2, g5, then knight f1, and after g6, d3, g7, d2, and promote. Or also was impossible to play queen d1 check, knight d1, d here. Because knight e3 attacking this bishop. After bishop e2, we take on c4, and after g5, then knight d6, we block it here, and this pawn goes forward. Obviously, queen c3 it was just bad because of dc, d, and then this promotes. And in position, he should play g5, and still it was very complex game. Yeah, after bishop h3, king h4, and so on. But he played queen f2 in this position. And after queen f2, he played queen h1. What a game, huh? Really, like fight of two titans. And now, after queen h1, Fischer offered draw. But he was like expecting that Petrosyan will decline. But after a long and exhausting game for draw, Petrosyan could not change his, himself that he can play for victory, so he just agreed draw here. Yeah, they played many very cool games. See his game. I did not check it on engine, of course. I don't need to change to destroy such a game with stupid engines. Just enjoying it. Total awesomeness. Yeah, Jigsaw does. Okay, next game. I will show you between friends Fischer and Tal. Tal won this game, but it was um, was very interesting fight. I cannot skip this game. This is very interesting fight. Fischer was with white. Tal. Where did I put R? 1 second, guys. Fischer. It sounds like French. Yeah, and he lost in this tournament 4 games to Tal. Can you imagine? 4 times they played. Four games he lost, and then Tal won this two challengers tournament, and then won a match against Botvinnik when he was 23 years old in 1960. You remember that? Okay, let's go. So E4 played Tal. Yeah, Fischer Tal. Yes, Narancic. Why you have to go? Come on. Don't be boring. Let's watch this game. Knight f3, d6, d4, cd, knight d4, knight f6, knight e3. I guess in this tournament there was funny moment when Tal, maybe it was this game actually, when Tal played e4, Tal came and touched c pawn and put it on c6 square, but don't let it go, and look at Fischer, and Fischer was so disappointed because he was expecting c5, but then he pushed it on c5. He was always make fun of younger Fischer. We know that Tal had a big humor sense. So a6, bishop c4. Yes, this is a challengers tournament which Tal won. Yeah, he said, Fischer says that this move many times bring him success. E6, bishop b3. d5. Strong move according to Fischer. And he says that black has to hurry with this move. In the game from second round, Tal played here bishop e7. And after f4, castle. Queen f3. Now b5 not allowed because of e5 probably. And he played queen c7 with either b5 and then f5 he played. And instead, no, he didn't play f5. f5 was good move. He played castle actually. And after b5, f5, b4, Tal was in time to play this b4 move. And after knight a4, kicked out this knight to corner. And then e5 he played. Knight e2, bishop b7. Yeah, very weak play by Fischer in this game. That he should play f5 here directly. And after f5, in case of knight 6, he would play bishop e3. In case of e5, knight d2 here. And after b5, a3, controlling this square. And after bishop b7, g4. And it was give white a strong attack according to Fischer. So but in this game, Tal avoids this move, bishop b7 slow move, and he plays immediately b5. f4, interesting move by Fischer. A year later in Buenos Aires against Olafsson, he continued castle here, and bishop e7 played Olafsson. Because b4, knight e4, knight e4, rook e1, knight f6, bishop g5, it's very dangerous for black with a strong attack of white here. And after castle, bishop e7, he played queen f3 with either e5 here. Queen c7, because bishop e7 can be risky sometimes. We can take, and this often are very dangerous for black, such a positions. 3 pawns are ready with attack. And that's why queen c7 to have after e5 bishop b7. Then queen g3 he played, attacking this pawn. b4 was played, knight c e2, g6, and now he played c3, bad move here against Olafsson. Bishop h6 was strong move, not allow castle and sacrifice this pawn for initiative. But he played c3, knight e4, and then it was mutual chances. Okay, so let's see what happened here. Instead, he played f4 here and b4 by Tal. Knight a4, and he accepts the challenge here. Was possible to play bishop b7 too, of course, but he accepts the challenge. Castle, and now Tal plays a little bit artificial move. He wants to stop this pawn with g6 move. And anyway, strong move would be right continuation would be bishop b7, but still white has a strong initiative. Maybe they can play bishop e3 and sometimes even sacrifice something after f5, e5 knight, e5 knight, e6. I'm sure that Tal would play something like this if he would be white, and then check here, h5, you know, e3 and so on. Of course, knight d7 is not necessary. That's why he played g6. Probably Tal did not want to take attention from this pawn. That's why he controls these two squares. But after g6, anyway, a5, strong move. And this move was surprise for Tal. Because king will stuck in the center and soon will become the object of attack here. So he played a gf. In case of ef, would be bishop d5, attacking the rook here, forcing rook a7. And then after rook a7, then would be knight a5, strong blow here. And after gf, queen d4. This was the idea, attacking both rooks same time. Tal after a5 accepts another sacrifice, and Fischer continues attack with knight a5 move here. Yeah, and Panov annotated that almost whole game Fischer was playing in the style of Tal, but Tal was not defending in style of Fischer. And he all the time was finding some counter chances here. So Panov wanted to say that Fischer was bad defender probably. But we see in his game against Petrosian, against Grigoric, when he made short castle in neither offense and defended very well, he was also very good in defending. Rook g8, played Tal here. So Tal is not defending the best way, he says. It was d5, the better. Because ef is dangerous, because queen d5 attacking rooks and pawn. And after rook a7, queen d4, attacking both rooks. And in case of d5, knight h6, take, take. This would be the continuation of white, but position would be complex. Instead, Tal plays rook g8. He maybe wants to create some chances here. Bishop d5. Look at this fantastic position. Here, Fischer puts more and more oil. Now another boss pieces on the attack. Rook a7. Panov brings variation. In case of ed, queen d5. Now two pieces attacked. And after bishop f5, rook f5 here. Attacking here, here, and here. And yeah. So rook f5, rook a7 would be the move at defending this pawn. After that, check on e4, rook goes to e7, queen takes on b4, controlling this square same time. Rook e2, attacking here. Thank you for following, by the way. Gabriel, bishop g5 would be strong move. Another sacrifice, look at this. Defending this pawn with the tempo. Rook g5, then rook g5, queen g5, then queen b8, check. Yeah, and black's position very, very bad. Yeah, we give check, we check, we defend, then rook will go in the game. And pawn up and also attack. Instead, Tal plays rook a7 immediately. And now Fischer played bad move. In this position, good continuation was right continuation. Bishop e3, develop the piece and attacking the rook. And knight c5 would be the move. And now queen h5. Look at this position. Everything it hangs. Everything crazy position. Wow. This hangs. This hangs. This hangs. This hangs. I don't know. Everything hangs. And after okay, knight a4 is simply bad. We take and give check and destroy here position. Yes, and rook g6 would be a normal continuation. I don't know how to call it normal in this position, but try to close the diagonal. But then rook a e1 with totally mess on the board, and all white pieces are in the attack there. This would be extremely hard to defend by black over the board. Crazy position. But Fischer probably he decided enough, too much sacrifices, and he take on e4. Not in the spirit of this crazy position. ef was taken, and bishop f5. And he said that maybe it was better to avoid simplifications with bishop d5 or bishop f3 moves here. Berg, thank you for following. By the way, I wanted to ask you, do you hear now a strong rain? Do you hear any sounds? Before you always was hearing, I'm not sure. I think I made in settings of microphones that you hear only my voice. Ah, you don't hear it, perfect. My window is open and it's very, very strong rain. Yeah, okay. Arpicordi, hello. Okay. Only you? you remind me Elvis Presley. So bishop f5. Oh, I'm sad I missed the beginning of this. Okay, special for you, Apricorti. I will show you the game, how it was. So Fischer is white. Then neither system. Bishop c4, the favorite move of Fischer, which brings him a lot of success. b5 immediately. In another game, Tal played bishop e7. So Fischer was thinking that b5 was good move. And immediately b4. Yeah, castle was much better. So I will not stop again to the variations. So this was a crazy G6 was wrong. Immediately bishop b7 was better. F5, a beautiful sacrifice here. Yeah, he played GF because EF would lead to these unpleasant circumstances, attacking these rooks. So GF he played, then knight f5, another one sacrifice. In case of take, queen d5, queen d4 again. He played rook g8. d5 was better here. Then another sacrifice. Look at this crazy move. Yeah, and he attacked. In case of ed, he played rook a7. In case of ed, there would be queen d5. Then this variation. Then we take here and control here. In case of rook e2, attacking here, then bishop g5 move. Then we exchange everything, and white is winning here. Yeah, his pawn up. Also, we check, we defend this pawn and develop the rook. So, Tal did not accept this challenge. He played rook a7 wisely, and now he played not in the spirit of the position. He take it here. Much more better was develop pieces with tempo. Once it goes knight c5, and then queen h5 move. Look at this apricordi. Look at this, everything hangs. So now this would be very dangerous for black. They would probably lost. And rook g6 would be the right continuation. But after rook a1, all white pieces would be in the attack. And it would be maybe one of the most beautiful game in some decades. But unfortunately, Fischer push a stop button on his of his car, and he take on e4 here. ef was taken, and again he simplified. He says that bishop d5 or bishop f3 was better. It's much better to keep initiatives than material here. So bishop a5 he take, and rook a7, strong move by Tal. He controls e-file. Quite rare case, rare method to defend the king. And bishop c8, queen c8 was played, and another mistake, bishop f4. Maybe he was a little bit disappointed that he did not finish this game in middle before in middle game. Now he should play c3. Yeah, Fischer did not feel confident exactly in this position, and also he lost previous 2 or 3 games, so of course he was not confident against Tal. Now queen d6 was bad in this position because of rook g2, and it's Tal who is winning. Yes, after check on e2 and then take this queen. And after c3, queen c6. So c3 is good move because also defend this knight. And rook f2. This was the simplest way for white in this position. It's no problem, man. Okay. Concatenator is no problem. So queen c8, and instead he played bishop f4. Bad move here. A developing move, natural move, but in this time it was a very concrete position. So queen c6, attacking here and here. So after queen 6, queen f3. Да, Ivanov. Спасибо. So what to do else? Yeah, we need to protect this pawn. And queen a4, strong move. And he says that this was so surprising that he could not believe his eyes, he said, during the game. He was expecting queen f3, rook f3, rook e2, then rook f2, king f2. And white has a slight advantage after they will break with a3. But Tal played queen a4. Bishop d6. And he cannot move this rook now, yes? If rook e6, this hangs. If rook d7, then check and we take this. But queen c6 played by Tal. This was his idea. Very nice defense. Bishop b6, b8 he take. And then queen b6 check. King h1, queen b8. Very brave play by Tal here. And Fischer says that every move in this game was like people in the building where was played this tournament. There was like, you know, whistling, applauding, and make some noise, you know, like boxing, because in the time it was really a nice atmosphere. No online and everybody was like always full buildings. It was very interesting. Said did not had not play in such atmosphere. Only maybe in Havana, 2005. They still are so big enthusiasts of chess. Yeah, okay. We know that this was played in uh, Belgrade, this challenges tournament, and there was a lot of lot of sport sport fans. He said, and maybe he says that maybe it was cancelled some football match, and everybody go to this chess tournament. Probably it was joking. Okay, Queen C6 check. All commentators, a lot of commentators was thinking that Rook AE1 was stronger in this position. Uh, and Tal, after the game, he admitted that he was thinking that his position is hopeless after Rook AE1. But here was King D8 move, very strong. And it was saving black in all variations. For example, Rook G6 obviously bad because of Queen F7 here. Yeah. So after King D8, he says that he analyzed this after game many hours, but couldn't find any win. So Rook D1 check, he was thinking. Now King C7 strong move, because King C8 is a bad duo of check. And game is over, yes? Queen C7, we give check, and then give this check and take this queen. In case of Rook C7, probably would be Queen E8, and then Rook D8, as I understood, and then Rook F7. Also, we crush. And instead, King C7, he said, would be good move. And after Queen F4 check, if Rook D4, then Queen B7. Queen F4 check, B7. Rook D6, with idea Rook B6 and take this queen here. Then would be Queen C7, controlling this very important square. And Queen B4 check, King goes to C8. Rook takes A6 with idea Rook A8. And then Queen B7, King B7, and Rook F6. With Rook G6 follows, and probably it's equal position. These three pawns are strong, but black has their own chances here. Yes, yes. In that time it was different atmosphere, of course. So Tal did not see this idea probably, but as we understood during the game, Fischer did not play Rook E1 because of King D8, obviously. Yeah, that's why he played check. Rook D7 only move because King D8 leads to mate. Rook D7, Rook A E1. Again, after Rook D1, Black could defend with Bishop D6 move here. Rook F7, because Rook F6 leads to Rook G6 and protect this pawn, the bishop. Because Rook D6, Queen D6 is white is who is losing here. Rook D6, then we take here. Mate is coming. Queen C8, Rook D8. In case of Queen E4, simply Rook E6 and then mate here. Yeah, cool. Cool variation. But Rook F7, then Queen C7 here. In case of Rook F7 immediately, then Queen D6. It's like, incredible. Possible to win, yes? So after Rook D7, he plays Rook E1 check, Bishop E7. And finally he developed his bishop. Yeah, crazy chess. This was losing now because of Rook F7. If we take, then mate. We see how the boss had to calculate very precisely this position. Crazy, crazy, crazy. DM Tranquilizer is raiding with party 27. Thank you very much. Levente, how are you doing? Thank you, appreciate, man. Welcome, raiders. Have you ever dreamed teleport back to that time? Of course I was dreaming. Yeah, this was very amazing game. So after rook, so where I'm, yeah. So rook f7 is a mate, and after bishop e7, we take and give mate here. So we see that idiot was losing. Bishop e7. That's why only move. Yes, they had to calculate every move here. So bishop e7, rook f7 by Fischer, king f7. Can you imagine frustration of Fischer here when he was thinking that he's winning and he cannot find the win? Yeah, it's such an unpleasant feeling. And king f8, strong move, and he was considering only king g7. Obviously, king e8 leads to mate in 1 after king g8, and he was considering king g7 here. And after queen d7, he was easily win this bishop and the game. But king f8, he probably tired to calculate this everything. And he played queen d7 now, because he says that rook f1 was losing. After king g7, rook f7 check, then king h8, d7, and rook d8. Wants to come here, and after queen d4, queen e5. Not only protect, but also decisive threats over first rank. So he should play rook f1, then we take on b2, and game is over. That's why he played in this position. Check, king f8, and he played d7 immediately. Queen d6. Black never been so good in this game. Queen b7 and rook g6. Finally, he connect all his pieces. Yeah, after few games, few moves, it's completely situation completely changed. Now white has to be very careful. So theoretically, they can make draw if they exchange queens, exchange these 3 pawns for 2, and even play a rook and 2 pawns versus rook and bishop. And rook. It will be draw because black never can exchange rooks, because this square is white here. But it's easy to say and hard to do, especially after such a hard middle game and so much calculations. It's much more easy to play psychologically for black now. e3, strong move by Fischer. Yeah, for the Fischer, it's good to exchange more pawns this position. Of course not BC because of this check first, and then we take this, and it will be drawish position. That's why a5. Tal is keeping on the board, trying to keep this pawn. And now, wrong idea by Fischer. And he could make draw after CB here, because after AB he would have A3, of course, and BA queen A3 is a drawish position, possible to win this. And after queen B4, then queen F3 check, G7, then queen E2. Hard to believe that black will win this position. Thank you for following. King is weak, and we always have this idea to exchange these 2 pawns for 1. But instead, Fischer played queen c8. Check. King g7. Queen e4 was played. He wants to now exchange and then a3. But bishop d8 by Tal. Maybe he wants bishop c1 and weakness a little bit king side. db and ab was played. Yeah, after queen b4, queen e2, it was guaranteed draw for white. But ab. And now he made a serious inaccuracy here. He played g3 in this position. And white is creating more problems for themselves here. It was not clear how black would win this game if he would play queen e4, bishop c7. What else? They have to do something, then exchange these queens here. g8, check here, queen f8, and even queen e4. Everything is protected. Check is here. Pawn is weak. Probably he would play this and then a3 exchange, and this position is of course draw. I can even exchange here. But that he played for absolutely no reason this move, strange move, because Tal wanted to provocate it. Why to do it immediately? So g3 and queen c6 check, take. Now, no, 1 second. After queen c6, he did not take actually. He did not take because probably after take a3, there would be b3 unpleasant move, yes? And after rook e3, this pawn is surviving. We protect and then attacking this. With 2 pawns on the board is much more chances, especially with this pawn. No, Fischer of course did not think that he win. He probably was thinking that he can make draw anyhow without any problem. But it's dangerous to think like that in such position. Also, rook e4 is not working because check, check, and take his pawn. That's why he played rook e4 position. Fischer Tal takes on c4 and play rook b6. Wrong move. Only chance for black is to keep this pawn on the board. And he says that he overlooked this move. And now black has chances to win. Because they want to play bishop f6, provocate b3, and then, block this pawn after bishop e7. And he was counting only for bishop e7, and he wanted to make draw after a3 moves. And because he need to exchange and he draw. And in case of b3, there is a rook c7, then rook b7. This was his plan. But there was cold shower, rook b6 here. King g2, king f6, king f3, king e5, king e3. Of course, on a3 it will be b3 here. King e3. It was very psychologically hard for Fischer that he was close to winning and now he has to defend. King e2, king d5. Probably he did not play this because of checks and check here, winning this pawn. King e2, d5. We see that black completely changed the position. Now all pieces are active. King d3, bishop f6, attacking this pawn. And again, mistake on rook c2. He instinctively wants to keep control over c3 square. But it was very passive move. But he says that this was probably the best chance after b3, and Tal was going to play bishop e7 and control this, and rook a6 here. And but he had rook d4 with chances to make draw, and then give checks, unlimited checks here. Thank you, Polish guy. But he played rook c2 in this position. And what happened here? Sorry, what was position? King d5, bishop f6, rook c2 in this position, and bishop e5. So Tal does not allow to move these pawns too. Waiting move. Rook e2, rook f6. This was his idea. Ideal position for these pieces. Now rook f3 is a threat. After rook f6, he played rook c2 back. He don't have anything. Then wait, back. Goes here. Rook f7. King goes here, and bishop d4 strong move. With the idea to penetrate maybe to this square. And black is gaining more and more space advantage. Yeah, rook c4 not possible because of check, check, and we take this queen. Not queen, rook. That's why he played a3. b3 now is losing because of check. Then we exchange the rooks here and go king e4. Now we cannot get rid from these pawns, and this will play h5, then win these 2 pawns and win. Yeah, sadly. You're right. b3 is losing. That's why he played a3 here. b3 by Tal. Thank you for following, guys. And rook c8 with idea to give check here or have rook b8. But it was hopeless rook e2 too, because Tal would play check and just take this pawn here. And now he's winning. That's why he played rook c8. Tal played bishop b2. Check on d8. King goes to c6. He goes rook b8. After king c4, as I understood, would be a very unpleasant move bishop f6, attacking the rook. After rook c8, we go king b7 and then play b2, and this is protected. That's why he played rook b8. But rook f3 check. King c4. After king e4, simply rook c3. So king c4 attacking this pawn. Thank you for following, David. And after that, rook c3 check here. Obviously, king d4 just rook g3, so only move king b4. And bishop a1, beautiful move. Look at this. Yeah, and after a4, b2, and Fischer finally resigned in this game. This is that after king a5 will be rook 1, and also king b1 with check. We take this rook else. What a game. Hello, David. Hello, David with unlimited numbers of 222 and something. Oof, what a game. The game. I feel like I want to show one more game and then I go to rest. Yeah, this was very cool. Yeah, very brilliant game. It's like, you know, they're exchanging punches. It's like it was a game between it's exactly match, a box match between Foreman versus Muhammad Ali. You remember from beginning, Foreman was attacking him, beat him, and Muhammad Ali was defending, and then he got tired, Foreman, and he put him in knockout. Then exactly the same happened here. Ali was defending like Muhammad Ali, waiting a decisive blow or punch. That's what happened here. Thank you for following. Okay, one more, guys, and then I really I feel like I'm getting tired now. Finally. Thank you guys for both to find some interesting game. Anon, thank you for donation, $5. Appreciate it. Anon, I don't remember your account name, probably your new guy. Yeah, it was from Belgrade candidates, yeah. Exactly. Shall I show you another game between Fischer and Tal? It's end up a draw, but very interesting draw. If you want, I can show it. Why not? Let's finish this. Let's finish this stream with another game of Fischer and Tal, and it was played in Leipzig Olympiad 90. 1 second, guys. So that is 60. I guess it was after. Don't remember. It was before Tal win match or after. Maybe it was after. Uh, Tal on Leipzig. I guess Leipzig will be like this, right? Hard to believe that it will be another way. All right, let's go. The last game for tonight. E4 by Fischer. And this time choose the French defense. So E6, D4, D5, Knight D3. Who likes more quiet positional Chess against French, I recommend to play knight d2 and see the Michael Adams games. So knight e3, bishop b4, e5, e5, a3, bishop a5. We remember such continuation from match between Botvinnik and Smyslov. d4, it's an old recommendation of Alexander Alekhin. Because cb, knight b5, it's a very strong attack. So we remember that Botvinnik was taking cd here. So Tal also takes cd. Queen g4 played by Fischer. Knight e7. I guess in that game, one of the game between Smyslov is white against Botvinnik, he played knight b5, bishop b6, then queen g4, then knight f3, and so on. But here, queen g4 immediately played by Fischer. He wants to take. Knight e7. In case of king f8, there was a recommendation by Lilienthal and Zagoryansky that after ba, dc, and a4, white has this very unpleasant idea of bishop a3 here. That's why knight e7 in the spirit of French defense here. Very, very sharp. Knight b5 also was good move, but he takes ba. dc was taken. Queen g7, principal line. Rook g8, queen h7. Knight bc6. We see what a kind of position. So black sacrificed whole king side for development and central domination. Okay, also this pawn is very strong connected with this. And white's chances are, if they manage to go to endgame, this pawn combined with pair of bishops will be much more higher than black's perspectives. So let's see what happens here. He didn't play f4 because first was supporting its this pawn. I mean, the center would be very solid after this move, but bishop would be closed. So he did not play it because of that. He wanted this bishop be working on this diagonal. So he played knight f3, but now central is not so much strong. Queen c7 by Tal. Because of queen a5, then would be knight g5, strong move here. And we see that knight e5 is bad because f4, and after rook f8, then f4. And with following h4, h5, and black completely tied up here. That's why he played queen c7, attacking this pawn. We know that this was the Olympiad, and Soviet Union team, you know, they was helping each other very much. So I will be not surprised if Botvinnik was also helping with these ideas of this French. You know, maybe he shared something with Tal, despite that they just played much, but you know, very possible. That's why Tal played this line. And bishop b5 by Fischer. And according to him, it's exclamation mark. So they are not wasting time and just continue developing it. It was possible to play bishop f4 here. And bishop d7, bishop e2, long castle, queen d3, queen a5, castle, rook g4, bishop g3. This was a game from Zurich between Unziker with white against Duke Stein. But he plays bishop b5 in this position. Bishop d7 by Tal. Logical continuation, get rid from pin and preparing long castle. Rook g2 was a bad move here. Because of king f1 attacking this rook, kick it out back to the g8, then exchange it. This is we have to remember, to exchange an active piece of opponent, which defending the king. And after rook g1, king g1. And this king would be stuck in the center because bishop d7 not possible to queen h8. Would be very dangerous. Obviously, Tal, who was feeling initiative very well, he don't even consider, I'm sure, this take. He played bishop d7. Castle played by Fischer. Long castle by Tal. After the game, Peterson suggested knight e5 continuation. But after knight e5, we cannot take here because of queen f7. And in case of queen e5, bishop d7, king d7, queen d3. This was a plan of white. White has an advantage according to Fischer. Because in case of queen e4, we exchange and play f3 strong move. In case of ef, we attacking same time 2 pawns. And white has advantage. In case of f5, we just take and then attack here. Also, these pawns are weak, and this is 2 passers. Of course, it's very bad for black. Instead, Tal played long castle, what is more in spirit of this position, I guess. And now Fischer played a bad move, bishop g5 here. And he says that he just underestimated the next reply of Tal after that. The correct move was bishop c6 in this position. And bishop 6. In case of queen c6, then bishop g5 attacking the knight. d4, open this diagonal. Then h4, supporting the bishop. And always have in mind to take here or here. Also, this is weak. Thank you for following. Or knight c6 here. Then rook e1, defending this pawn. With following bishop g5, h4, or first h4, then bishop g5. Sasha Dow, hello. How are you doing? Don't say anything if you know. It's like you explaining somebody what to expect in movie if he did not see. I mean, what is this? Bishop c6. I lost variation. Where is it? Yeah, so bishop 6 would be the main move, and then after that, queen f7, attacking this pawn. Now rook g2 is not correct because we eliminate this rook. After d4, then king d1, and after check on g8, then knight g5. Look at this defense. There is no not enough compensation. Yeah, after queen takes, we also can take here. So after queen f7, d4 would be the option. Looks very dangerous, scary, black's initiative here, but Fischer gives variation queen e6 check. After king b8, simply knight g5. Close this file and then support it with h4. And in case of bishop d7, queen e7, rook g2 with either king g2, bishop h3 check, and take this queen. And still we go for it. And after bishop h3, we take queen e7, bishop g5 here. And he thinks that white has to win this game. He wants to coordinate, consolidate the position after king g3 and h4. And pieces are defending each other. Can we continue a little bit variation? Check and take this pawn. Ah, yes, we cannot take this pawn. Rook is hanging. I'm just tired, probably. Yeah, this position looks very bad for black. I do like bishop d7. I guess king b8 was a good move. And after knight g5, maybe here to try something. I don't know what exactly, but yeah, looks interesting. All right, this was a good continuation, but he played bishop g5 and underestimated black's idea. Knight e5, strong move here. And now it's beginning craziness here. He thought that Tal just played it to just complicate it, a little bit position, but in real, Tal calculated very well. From beginning, he was considering to play bishop d7. Now he played knight e5, but he wanted to take here. But after he realized that rook d7 is possible here. And now bishop e7 is bad, do of check, h1, and then queen h2, beautiful check here. And take king h2, rook e7 is white has to be careful in this endgame, of course. And in case of knight e5, queen e5 attacking the bishop. bishop e7, then rook h8 move. Look at this move. And queen cannot go because of mate, f4 not possible because of check. And what to do here? It was probably continuation rook e1, rook h7, rook e5, rook e7. Yeah, and this compact pawns in the center much stronger than this passer will bring king here and then push these pawns. Yeah, obviously bishop e7 would be bad here because of knight f3 and rook h8, and black is winning, yes, mate on h2. That's why he played knight e5 in this position. Bishop b5 by Tal. And this was a game play for the victory by Tal. Because he could play queen e5, bishop e7, rook h8. Now rook a e1 is loses here because of beautiful move queen b8, not queen c7 because of bishop d8 attacking, but queen b8, and queen cannot go anywhere because of mate here, and that would be a beautiful win. But rook f e1 to have this square open. After rook f e1, queen e1, rook e1, rook h7 would be the continuation. Bishop d8 and king d8 now. Bishop b5 much weaker in this position because of bishop f6 strong move. This is eliminated, and now this pawn can be very dangerous. King d8, then bishop d7, king d7, rook e3. And this position would be with little advantage of white, but good chances for draw for black, due of active kings, weak pawns, and strong center here. But Tal plays for victory here, bishop b5. Mind best. Hello. Hello, hello. Welcome. Knight f7. What's up with the xenomorph? What? What does it mean? Ah, xenomorph. You mean these aliens, yeah? Knight e7. White could still hold the complicated position after bishop e7 in this position. In case of queen e5, rook e1 here. And in case of queen e7, then anyway rook e1 with very complicated position. Why was the other rook ending better for black, but this last one is better for white? Because they was losing c3 pawn. A little advantage, not much, of course. But he played knight f7, bishop f1, strong move by Tal. The continuation rook df8, rook b1, bishop c6, knight d6 check, queen d6, and queen e7 would lead, according to Fischer, a position about equal here. Both sides has their own chances here. But Tal plays bishop f1. You see how crazily these players playing versus each other. Knight d8. No more. Nobody step back. Only forward. Was playing only forward this game. These last two games, what we were seeing. Rook g8. Look at this punching against knight e6 and rook g2 check. Look at this position. And strong move by Fischer. King h1. Only like this. A saving move, because king f1 would be bad. We of rook h2 move here, attacking queen, and queen f7 because knight c7, rook h7. White loses a piece here. This attacked, and also check is coming with winning the rook. Rook e1 is not a threat because rook protects. And after queen f7 here, 1 second, f7 with either queen e8, then would be rook h1 with decisive attack for black. After king e2, some checks and some mating ideas here. But king h1. Now look, this hangs. And after that, queen e5 was played by Tal. In case of queen c4, he was going to play queen e7, attacking this square. And after rook g8 protects here, queen protects this, and idea is bishop g2. There was defensive resource, knight f4, very strong move. protecting this square. And in case of we take, there will be check, and we take this rook. Crazy. That's why Tal played queen e5 here. After rook f1, he takes here. Because rook g6 would be favor for white after take. Then give check. And then play queen f3 here. Yeah, and then only white has chances here. But instead, he plays queen e6, king g2. And after queen g4, it was perpetual. What a game. What a games between these two players. Yeah, this was quite sexy game. Yeah. Okay, probably on this beauty, I will finish for today. And hope we enjoyed as I did. I definitely get a lot of pleasure to see these games again. Especially I liked this Petrosyan, Fischer Petrosyan, and these two games was fantastic. Ooh, I really. When you feel after work tiredness, it means that everything was okay. A good sign to be tired. Okay, guys, I probably will stream, not stream. I mean raid and end up the stream. 1 second. Let me raid. Thank you guys for support. And we'll see you tomorrow. By the way, tomorrow is the title Tuesday. So I'll all invite you for tomorrow, by the way. Support me. Thank you for cheering. Appreciate. 1 second, guys. Tomorrow is the title Tuesday. I completely forget about that. Who we have to raid? Thank you for cheering. Bruce. Appreciate it. Only if you win it. Okay, I don't have choice, so if you support me, I don't have choice, so come. Don't give me choice. Levente. No, of course I will not rate Hikaru. If I rate Hikaru, it means that like I'm like, you know, I want to like. No, it's not correct. Of course, we need to support little streamers or just who just started stream and who needs no. I hope it was a joke about Hikaru. Rate and okay, I don't see anyone. I only see Fionchetta. Okay, let's rate Fionchetta. Why not? Fionchetta. For everybody, follow Fionchetta. Fiona. Boom. I hope I did it correctly. Yeah, looks like. Okay. Good night. Good day. Whatever. Thank you for your support. Bye, guys.